Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zanek, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rob, The Name Spurley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Dal West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Apologies for outing my emotional state at the time.
Just be honest, Nick, you've got no proof of curvature, so you're crying about it.
That's the real deal.
It's not the case, no. But...
Oh, so you have got some. Beauty.
I want to hear
show,
it.
brother.
Well, I mean, you sound very entitled. What makes you think that I want to talk to you?
Considering you're on a server where, you know, you're supposed to speak. If not, you could just listen to the show on YouTube. But, yeah.
Wait, you're
Bulletproof.
obliged to converse because you're in a server? Where does it say that?
We're
Let's hear it, IQ guy.
Hold on. Neil, no, we're a guest here.
Yeah.
Well, it's important. Thank you very much for having us as a guest.
Hold on, Nick is not the one that has you.
Doesn't matter. It's not our
I
server.
didn't claim that.
He might equally be a guest. It doesn't matter.
We would love to hear his proof of the globe, though.
Thank you.
He hasn't got any. Oh, well.
There you have it.
This is like the lowest tier of debating that I've ever seen, I think. Gotta do better. Like, rile me up a bit.
Rile you up? You having me on?
Yeah, like, this is like debate foreplay, no? Like, you gotta get me in the mood. You gotta, like, say something that really, like, puts me on tilt, so I'll engage with you.
Oh, I don't care.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna be all dried up.
Yeah,
right?
we don't care.
I mean,
I don't personally care.
Yeah, we really don't care.
I mean, the other guy kept saying my name. I think he cares. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Just out of curiosity, maybe a couple of years ago, are you the IQ guy, Nick, that used to come in with the high said he had this high IQ in chat, or do I got you confused with someone else?
Nah, I think you got me confused, man.
It's a fairly common name, Nick, so...
Yeah, no, you're all good. There's like, there's no hate. I don't boast about my IQ. I don't need to. I would never go in a fucking chat.
Please don't swear.
Humble brag, huh?
Please, that's prompted me beautifully. So, yes, I am a guest here. However, I do run a show in about... What time is it? About 40 minutes. I will go out to a live audience. Please don't swear. That's all I ask.
Did I swear? The F word? Is that it?
Yeah. But just as a preemptive warning, like I say, I will remind you at the start of the live show that we are going out live, and please don't swear.
Right,
What else,
fair.
Nathan?
I'll do my best. Like a bad habit of mine.
Yeah, just do your best.
That's all we can do.
And if you're not talking, go on mute.
Wait, who are you to tell me to go on mute? Like, A, the show is not started. B, I don't even know what the show entails. Can people stay on mute when they don't talk, or like,
Yes.
are you not
I didn't
invited
tell
to
you to stay
converse?
on mute. If
Okay.
you're not talking, go on mute because
Listen,
it causes
Neil,
feedback.
Okay.
That's all.
Yes, I can tell him that. But there's a way to do that. Ideally, if you're not talking in Discord, if you can put yourself on local mute, because one bit of audio feedback and inevitably the server mods will put you on mute anyway, because people want to hear what's said. So if you're not talking, like now, Nick, ideally you'd be on local mute, because typically like I say, server mods will just look down the list of who's not on mute when they're trying to figure out who's causing audio chaos of any description. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's logically sound and courteous. I'll go on mute.
But yeah, if you'd have said the same thing, Nick, about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months ago, that is to say, well, lay your standards down, you'd probably got a load of takers. But since 2024, it's like, we just tell people Earth's measured flat and show them how it's measured flat. Or if we are, by chance, dealing with somebody who's giving us a claim of their own and we have to be reactive to that, we would point out how the Earth's measured flat in their claim. But that's generally something that we, I don't have to necessarily labour to somebody who wants to retain a religious belief. If they want to, everyone's entitled to their beliefs. So I don't want to get you riled up, is what I'm driving at here, to summarise.
Oh, well, I'll mute then, since I was addressed. I mean, the riled up part is not so much an emotional state of inconsistence or, derived from all logic. It's more so like, wanting to engage with something or someone. And I think the position that you hold is false. And it would be a great conversation. I think we've had it before, but it went south. So, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Denying measurements.
what went south last time?
I know,
don't
that
remember having a
doesn't
conversation
follow.
with you, although I've already adjusted your level to get you roughly the same as everyone else, which tends to suggest we've had a conversation prior.
I think I spoke like a few months ago.
Okay. I can't remember who I spoke to yesterday, if I'm honest, Nick. But no offence to you, that's just me.
No, none taken. I changed my Discord name a whole lot, so.
Hello, Nathan.
What was the discussion last time?
Let me,
Measurements.
collect.
Neil, you're not
I
helping
think
much.
if I
I'll be
remember
honest. Hold on,
correctly.
I've just got to get my own panel in line pretty much immediately. Shocking. Neil, can you hear the two-way conversation that I'm having with Nick currently without any interjection from him, without any rumpusing from him? Just a normal two-way conversation with you jumping in the middle of it for no reason.
You asked a question. I reminded you what it was about. Fine. Ask him what it was about.
I didn't ask you, did I, Nick?
I'm not just listening. I'm waiting.
What is going on here?
Anyway, can you remember what we were discussing last time, Nick?
Barely, and I might be saying something wrong, but if I do recall correctly, we started off talking about NASA and space imagery and what a reliable source is, and we looked at metadata, and I invoked EXIF tool for image forensics, and then it kind of derailed into discarding all that, and then if you can perceive curvature, and I think kind of died out before we even got to end it right.
Metadata? That doesn't sound like something that I'd argue.
See, he's not telling the truth. It ended up in measurements, damn it.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Hey? Can you hear the guy?
Can I ask you a question?
You could after the
Nathan?
conversation's concluded with myself and Nick. I mean, if that's okay by you.
Huh?
Oh no, it's fair. It's fair. Go ahead.
Oh, we concluded.
I don't know what's going on. I just hear some guy screaming.
I haven't actually given you permission to have a chat with me yet. I was just in the middle of a conversation with Nick. But Nick,
All right.
I don't. My memory's not that well jogged from that. But if we've already had a discussion, and the suggestion from you is that the discussion was about metadata for images from space, that's what I gleaned. Definitely doesn't sound
Yeah,
like an argument. There we go. Try that again. Definitely doesn't sound like an argument that I'd have, because, the idea that we can have images come from a place that isn't real would be the position that I'd take regardless of what was put to me. Perhaps that was the position that you put to me. I mean, it'd be nice if you recalled some of the positions I responded to that with, which I'd have definitely done. Do you recall any of
yes,
the rebuttals that you had in regards to metadata from sky vacuums?
correct. So again, going off memory here, probably there is a log somewhere, but I think it was discarded due to the second law of thermodynamics. And then I tried getting out where the container is, but it kind of like got all sidetracked. And then somehow the conversation led into maps. And because I used Mercator map, or any map really, it kind of like derailed in this weird direction about how using a map, or the word map, automatically, if you use distance and you have mileage and you have kilometers, and those distances were derived from a flat earth model historically, therefore merely invoking them is a concession to the point that the earth is flat, which I disagree with. And then I got
Okay.
cracked. I think there was other guy in the panel too, but I don't know.
Okay, so if we just stick to one thing at a time, so you sort of danced past rather than steelmanned the position you had in rebuttal. So I had second law of thermodynamics, so you definitely had the rebuttal put to you. Then it was you took it way off the rails and then started talking about maps. Okay, well, it seems like you're projecting there, because I don't know if you've heard the term yada yada yada. It sounded like second law of thermodynamics, yada yada yada, and then there was the maps. Okay, do you feel capable to steelman what was put back to you in regards to the second law of thermodynamics, specifically with regards to images coming from a sky vacuum? Can you remember where that discussion would have ended? That would be to say that there'd been a conclusion made by me and a victory dance made by me, possibly with a few interruptions. I can't remember, but there's a good chance. But can you steelman that position
More than a good chance.
rather than just interrupting the ending of any sentence that I make before I've actually concluded with the question mark and the pause for you to respond in? Let's just try and keep it civil. So I'll just make it clear what I'm asking for. Could you steelman that second law of thermodynamics rather than saying it went off the rails and then talk about maps? Could you give me a rendition of why second law of thermodynamics would have come up in a discussion about pictures from a sky vacuum? Go ahead.
See, this is way better foreplay. Now I'm like almost engaging. We were like leaning into it. So, if I recall correctly, and I'm trying to steelman the rebuttal, right? It is, or it was rather, that because there exists a pressure, there must exist a container. You cannot go through this container. Therefore, it annihilates any possibility of any transition of a rocket or an astronaut or any other object. Therefore, any data claimed from the existence outside the container would be nulled. I think that's my best attempt at steelmanning that position. Oh no, we lost him.
I'm dealing with my daughter. Just give me 2 minutes.
The other guy on the panel was Adam the last time, Nick.
Adam, yeah, sounds about right. British guy, no?
Yeah, very smart. Very, 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 very good at math. Excellent in math.
Smart, maths, okay. Well, I'm a hop in the shower then. I need a shower, so perfect time, I guess.
I
Oh,
tell
sorry,
you a
I'm
trick.
back.
Just
Sorry about
stand
that.
still under the water. Don't hop.
Sorry about that. So, did he steelman sufficiently my rebuttal to him or not?
He went to go take a shower.
Yeah, I got that. Did he understand the rebuttal he had in regards to gas filling space, sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, why it was invalidating pictures of Earth from space? Did he steelman that or not?
I think he basically did, yeah. He may not have covered everything, but I think he understood.
You think he did understand?
Yeah, he just disagreed with it. But I think he was able to, what did he state? That anything outside of that containment would be a violation, yeah.
Right, so he stated the facts. I mean, stating I
Yeah.
don't agree. That wasn't how he said it to me. He said, like, I took it off the rails. You mean at the conclusion that used the second law of thermodynamics, law of nature, to debunk his claim, that's me taking things off the rails. And he disagrees. Because he disagrees, he can state that's me taking things off. It's an outrage. You know what I mean? He means he understands the position. He doesn't have a rebuttal for it. But he's off for a shower because I need to deal with something. Okay. So
He considers it off the rails because we got into measurements and how Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, that was after. But in this regard, it sounds like we had claims of images from a sky vacuum. No, we haven't got a sky vacuum, gas-filled space. It's a law of nature. It's the end of that discussion. Those pictures are automatically debunked. Disagree, you say? Like I care. You disagree, yeah. Okay, based on faith. Because you haven't got a rebuttal to a law of nature. So unless you've got a rebuttal, me taking it off the rails is not what happened. You disagreeing with the law of nature is what happened. Like anybody cares if you disagree with the law of nature. Gas-filled space, it's entropic law. You disagreeing means nothing. I still win. Gas-filled space, your pictures are rubbish. That wasn't off the rails. It was concise, direct, to the point. Debunking outer space. Hope that's clear. What was the other thing? Something about measuring linear distances in miles or kilometres being flat. That's right. Yep, correct.
You got it. Now you're on track.
What about the law of pure Earth? You disagree with that law of nature?
Say again, P?
The law of the sphere Earth? You said he disagrees with laws of nature, but you're disagreeing with the law of the sphere Earth.
What law would that be called? What's its full name? Do you know it in Latin? What's the name of the law?
Are you religious, Nathan?
Well, like, some of the laws show the Earth is a sphere. Some of the laws of nature.
What's the name of it?
Like,
second time.
Like the law of gravity would prove the Earth is a sphere.
That's not a law of spheres.
That's
not a law of spheres. That's a pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's not a law of spheres. Next.
Nathan, are you religious?
You're ignoring laws of nature, so I don't know how you're criticizing.
You said law of gravity. Number one, it hasn't been a law for 109 years. That's the first point. Right? Let's try the second point. Second point is that currently gravity is the fourth dimensional bending of space-time in a pseudo-Riemannian mathematical geometry. It's not a law of nature and hasn't been for 109 years. So you replying to my concise... True. Now you're going to chant through me, P? Bit scummy? Feeling a bit scummy today? Feeling like you need to chant through the end of my conclusion because you lose? Yeah, would that be your win? Is this your win, P? Is you chanting through me taking apart your claim a win when you talk through the conclusion? No, it's not a win, Pete. You see how you've got server modded? That's not me. Simon Dan released a video saying I treat my guests badly, just while I get rumpus for about the fourth time. I'm a guest here. I've got no control over the moderation of this server. So when P got modded then, right, as he started yammering through my victory dance, that would be to say there is no law of spheres. Law of gravity hasn't been so for 109 years, and what we're left with is a geometry invented by Einstein. So P, while I was concluding that, decided that rather than take the loss, he'd chant through the end of the conclusion. Right, now Simon Dan suggests that I treat my guests badly. Now, he's saying that in a clip that's come from this server that is not mine, that I am a guest in. Yeah? Just want to make that clear. I'm a guest here. I've got no control over the mods. They decide when you're being scummy by chanting through the conclusions I make when I win. Yeah? Dan thinks that's me treating guests badly because you guys just decide to make up invented stories about how things actually occur. I'm a guest here. I've got no control of this server. The clip that Dan's using to say I treat guests badly, no, I don't. I just win and get chanted through.
Yeah, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it means a lot. Thank you, P.
Hey, Nathan, are you religious?
Does this have anything to do with the discussion above the door?
No, I'm just
Shut
asking.
up then.
Just to...
Then shut up.
Huh?
And shut
Oh, Jesus.
up.
I thought we could get know each other in person.
You're not like being ordered what to do by a flat earther telling you what to do. Has nothing to do with the subject above the door. If you continue, someone around you will go, what an arsehole, shut you up. Like forcibly, not me. I'm the one just giving orders, telling you to shut up. Yeah? You don't like that. As a guest, I'm doing that.
Nathan.
As a guest, I'm telling you. Not asking anybody to do anything. They'll do it anyway. For their guest, me. You'll be told to shut up, and if you don't, you'll be shut up. I hope that's clear. Sorry, P, what was that?
The atheists I talk to, when they think
don't
all
care.
flat
I
earthers
don't care. I'm not here to talk
are
about that. I don't
religious
care.
Bundies.
Don't care.
I try to tell them that not all flat earthers believe.
Go
in
to
God,
the
they don't
atheist
believe
server
in
then.
Okay.
Nathan, you said it hasn't been a law for 109 years. Gravity wasn't even a law before that.
Claimed to
What
be
is
law.
gravity?
Labelled as a law. Pretending to be a law, superseded 109 years ago. No longer a law. Never was a law because it couldn't be debunked as a law. It was never a law to begin with. Yes, absolutely correct, Neil. Good addition.
Now, can you explain what is a law of nature?
A description of that which occurs always without exception.
Yeah, so gravity don't fit that.
Well, that was fun.
I think Nick is struggling with the fact that we can't produce a container.
Not here.
Yeah, but I was listening to what he said before he went in the shower.
Okay. I dealt with Nick already. You know, if you're going to say you took it off the rails, is that globe speak for you took a giant steaming dump on the claim I made? That's translated in globe language to took it off the rails, when what we actually had was a rendition of his position with not a single rendition of any rebuttal he had. So he rinsed and repeated what happened between he and I as only what he said. And then when we got to the take it off the rails, actually, you mean a concise demolition based on natural law? Oh, well, no, that was taking off the rails. Because, I didn't agree with that law of nature. So therefore I summarise what you said as being you taking it off the rails. Well, really? Well, that got corrected, didn't it? Job's a good 'un. We're all square now. Meanwhile, space is fake. You numpties who think it's real in defiance of that natural law. It was called taking it off the rails or something. Yeah, it's a natural law, gas fills space. If the sky was just a giant space for gas to fill, it would be filling it. We'd never have gas pressure to breathe. So, yeah, got a fundamentalist religious belief in an area that men in little suits float around, haven't you? Wow. Easily duped much. That's why you will hate me, because I make you feel stupid when I point out how unbelievably ignorant it is to believe that you can have men floating around in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. That makes you feel dumb. Therefore, you brace against me.
Actually,
I hate
that's
to
not the
correct
case
you.
here, Nathan.
Sorry, is this Neil trying to get in? Not Neil that's on Nathan's Discord, but Neil that's on the top of the Discord server. Is that you? Notice your light flashing. Did you try and say something there, Neil?
No, I was just going to say the vacuum of space is fake. The
Not
vacuum.
You. Yeah, not you. Somebody in the Discord server who's also got the name Neil.
Oh.
I think he's just top micing.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries.
That Jedi?
What's up, my friend? How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
How are you? Good.
Yeah, good, man. It's just this Neil character in the side chat. It's just put it in quotation marks. I find it quite interesting. if you ever feel like an idiot, just remember there are grown men who believe the Earth is flat. It's interesting, Neil. I noticed you put it in quotation marks. Is that a quote from somebody else? Is that a quote from you? It's interesting. It's just fucked off. Guess we'll never know.
Nice spot, Jedi. Missed that one.
That was brilliant.
It
Thanks,
was
Mary.
actually, yeah.
It's interesting what people chat skank with when things are going on in a live stream. Happens all the time, but especially when Nathan's around. Some interesting characters that come in and say shit.
So used to it, we missed it.
No, I was reading the one underneath where he said, "Are you flat too?" To Daz Studio. So I thought, oh, he must be flat earther, but I missed the one above.
Well, like I said, he put it in quotation marks. I'm not sure if he was quoted himself or somebody else, which would probably be more correct. But it's just an interesting statement. I still get trolled with this type of stuff. You know, God, bloody hell, if you ever think you're having a bad day or, you know, you're stupid or whatever, just remember there's people who think the Earth is flat. Yeah, okay. It's because it's measured that way, right? We all know this. It's just measured horizontal flat. Okay. Yeah, we're the idiots.
So, Jedi, you going to Antarctica?
Hell no, it's too cold, man. Why would I ever want to go to Antarctica?
You assume you're antipodal.
Let's see if I was upside down from where I was in the beginning.
Well, you assume you are. That's the only point to go down there.
Yeah, I've heard about this final experiment stuff. Going to Antarctica to see if you can see a 24-hour sun. Okay, and... So what? Doesn't change the fact that the Earth is still measured flat. Whatever you can see up in the sky is whatever the sky is. But the Earth is still measured flat. You need a measurement of curvature to remove that idea.
Well, you're going to find out who's who now. The fools that go there, you could just write them off. I've written them off a long time ago anyway.
Yeah, interesting characters that are going.
In all honesty, if they offered me a free holiday, I'm going down there just for something different. But I feel sorry for the Globers on the plane on the way.
Maybe they'll take you to the hot pockets that Admiral Byrd found.
Be nice if the pilot was on our side. Ladies and gentlemen, if you care to look out the left-hand side of the plane, you'll notice no curvature.
It's been a big swing lately. Like, I was talking to my family from Connecticut yesterday about it, and it went better than usual. It went better, and they were more susceptible to it. They understood, you know, and they didn't look at me like I was fucking insane. Even though they, they're northern, so they definitely talked like they thought I was crazy, but they know. It's really easy to explain that level is flat, especially when the people that you're talking to are carpenters and laymen of any sort, electricians. It's not hard. It's just reminding the world that, there are facts, and then we're taught for years to ignore those facts, but it's changing.
I agree.
Like, we didn't make the world flat. We didn't tell us people how to measure. We haven't, made words. We didn't make the words that they used all mean flat. It's starting to get very obvious again.
Yeah, well, you have a lot of prominent figures looking into it, like Candace Owens, right? Now, the paradigm has already shifted. Now comes the acceptance part.
It's hard. It takes a long time for a lot of people. I think about that, and I think about the why now. And I have been telling people for a long time that uh, election time was going to be big for flat Earth, and now seeing it come into fruition, it's like, is this just being used as a distraction? Is that why we're a card in the Illuminati card game at all? Because there's nothing more distracting than finding out that the whole world is a lie, and you've been lied to and brainwashed and robbed your entire life. That's a heck of a shock to a lot of people.
Illuminati card game.
Yeah, have you not seen that card? There's a flat Earth card, that's pretty much used at any point that you want a big distraction for people. But they do say, what does it say? Flat Earthers. Like, people make fun of flat Earthers, but they know something. Something like that.
Are you talking about the Illuminati cards? Sorry, I stepped away to get coffee.
Yeah.
The flat earthers know something, is what it says.
Yeah, I was thinking about, this year is election year, and things are getting heated, and not just in the politics area. Now we're there too, we're in the discussion whether we even want to be or not. And that I was thinking about the fact that we're the card in the game, and that politics is what distraction. It's just using the tools that you have. And I was just thinking about it, man. It's a fine line between saying level is flat and being that are there yet.
What?
It's a fine line between the truth and the fantasy that they want to replace. But if I replace their fantasy with more fantasy, then it's just lies. Then I'm just being a liar.
Exactly. So trying to replace things like gravity with ether, you become a liar.
And it's just something that we have to pay attention to lately, especially now. The whole thing, it fits together like a puzzle. Election year, and then all of a sudden, all these political places want to talk about it. Why? To get us on their side, probably something like that. But there's reasons, and you think about them, and then you get conspiratorial, and you can get you get lost in the weeds, or you can stick to the facts. And so far, we've been sticking to the facts. I like that, and I think that's why everything's coming around. It's definitely a shift.
What facts are you sticking to?
Levels flat, gas fills space. We're measuring flat everywhere, anywhere, every time.
Singing my song.
Yeah, the globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that.
The Greeks all knew that.
That's the end of it. I mean, that's what they've got to start saying now. They've got to admit, well, yeah, the globe is flat, and that's how it's measured. You've got no choice.
The globe is measured flat.
Yeah, Neil, and the
Y'all
Greeks
are
all knew that.
retarded hell, bro. Silly hell.
Come again?
I didn't get that. Come back.
Alrighty then.
He might have fell over the edge.
Speaking of edges, we've always been accused of falling off the flat Earth edge, when in reality, they have the edge.
Yeah, we debunked Earth Curve in 2020. But that was the edge that they were falling over.
Yeah, but they still claim boats disappear over the horizon.
Over the edge. Yeah, we debunked that in 2020.
Yep.
Okay, so first and foremost, those of you who've just joined us in the politics server, thank you for having me. Thank you for the moderation team, doing a wonderful job as always. However, in about 10 minutes, I'll be going out to a live audience. Please do not swear. If you do, there's a good chance you'll just get removed immediately. Other than that, hopefully fun will be had by all.
In order for them to not swear, Nathan, means we can't start talking about latitude measurements and how the Earth's measured flat, because they tend to get a little bit angry and frustrated at that point.
Yeah, that's when they start swearing at Nathan.
And start mentioning latitude and how they may have used maps themselves over the years and grid systems to navigate around the world and finding the way around, you know, on a hiking expedition when you're plotting where you are using the maps and the looking at the grid system. Actually, not realizing that you're using a flat Earth grid of a latitude system, thinking that you live on a globe where you're plotting where you are using a flat Earth grid.
What do you mean? You're not using a globe as a map? Why not a globe?
Don't you jump in and speak? Have any questions?
You can read my chat. Basically, what I said was the Earth is not flat. It's actually bumpy. If you look outside, I'm not gonna walk in a straight line in a straight flat surface. I'm gonna be walking up and down. So the Earth is not flat. It's actually bumpy. And you, if you disagree, you're going against my objective reality.
Okay. How do you measure how bumpy it is? Did you hear my question?
With a book.
You flat earthers are very delusional. It's actually bumpy.
Yes, I heard you.
You can't say flat is also considered bumpy.
I asked you a question. Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
How do you measure the bumpiness, as you put it? Do you know how that's measured?
I don't know why you guys are not agreeing with me here.
Did you? I've asked him the question twice, moderators. I don't know what else I can do. Perhaps one of the moderators would like to reiterate the response he's had. Earth not flat because bumpy. My response. This will be the fourth. Okay, bumpy. Yeah.
Okay, Xantham, let's make it really simple. There's hills, there's valleys, there's rivers, yeah? So how do we measure the height of, let's say, a hill or a mountain? How do we establish that height of this bumpy terrain that you're talking about?
It's simple. You walk up a hill, right? That's what you do.
Sorry, that's
You
what's
walk
not
up a
done.
hill and then you go down a hill.
Thank you. Thank you for getting him back on track.
What is
Thank
flat
you.
to you?
I heard your
Let's
rebuttal.
define
Thank
what
you.
flat
I
is. What
heard
is flat?
your rebuttal. Yes, I heard you. So when asking how we describe how bumpy Earth is, you say the way we measure it is to walk up a hill. That would be incorrect. The measurements of hills, valleys, mountains are all described with respect to sea level. It's elevation profiles on maps. Their heights above sea level. Okay, no rebuttal to that. I'll conclude. In summary, how bumpy Earth is described with respect to Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. That would be to say you're describing how high or low the valleys and mountains are with respect to a single plane of reference. Earth is flat to describe how high or low these mountains and valleys are because they're described with respect to sea level. That's a level plane of reference, a flat Earth, to describe how high or low those mountains you're appealing to are. So Earth is still measured flat to give you the heights with respect to how flat it isn't, because it's a height above a flat plane.
Yeah, elevation changes.
Neil,
that's all.
nobody asked you anything. Dude, you were telling me Earth not flat? Well, it's measured with respect to how flat it is, or isn't, in elevation profiles on flat maps. They're with respect to sea level. That's a level plane of reference. Earth being flat to describe the mountains and valleys. Could I get a response? That's my conclusion. Victory dance. It'd be nice to just get thanked. I'm telling you how Earth's measured for your mountains and valleys you appeal to. You could just thank me. We can move on.
It looked like he went AFK.
Who was the guy that was just talking? Was that you, Chris?
Yeah,
I'm not going to respond because I'm going to get muted.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm inviting a response after telling you that what you appeal to is...
You guys seem to just mute people for fun.
No, my friend. I'm inviting a response based on your appeal to how bumpy Earth was, and then me responding to elevation profiles with respect to sea level. That was the response in rebuttal to your claim. I described how Earth is measured flat in response to your claim. That's what's happened. Now you're being invited to respond to that.
Xanthi, your mic's open, dude. If you're not talking, you're self-muting, and you can't later complain that you were muted. There's your opportunity to get your say. The floor is yours. You got
I
the
was
mic.
literally not talking, and you muted me. And you're deleting my pictures here.
Sorry, do you need me to repeat what I've put to him? Because it seems like he's
You are
just
literally
avoiding it
deleting
by
my
talking.
picture.
Now you're talking through me.
We can't hear
Now
you.
you're talking through me.
Yeah, but you talk over him too, so.
I don't
Okay.
think that's happening.
I've
Hold
invited
tight.
a response
Sorry,
4
Nathan.
times. What else can I do? So it's discussions about whether or not he's muted. He's being invited to give a response, and when he's got the mic, he's saying, I'm getting muted. You're off mute, moaning about being muted, while I ask you to respond to the flat Earth that is referenced as a plane to give you the heights of the mountains and valleys. 5th time. No? Okay, fine. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. Seems the response was to just moan about being muted, apparently. Not that I'd know, I'm not doing it, it's not my server, I'm a guest here. Just in case Simon Dan's listening. He's under the misapprehension that I treat my guests badly when I'm a guest in someone else's server. Because he's an idiot.
He's a Bev Earther. He's got a whinge about how it's bumpy. Well, guess what, mate? Your ball is bumpy, so therefore it's not a sphere. Game over.
Xanthem, no one's going to mute you unless you're speaking over people.
Right, so I've asked him in the side chat. He says he couldn't hear Nathan, which is what I was thinking. Something, can you hear me? Someone's snoring, AJ.
Curse.
Trying to see who it is.
Curse.
It's haunted. Yeah, there you go.
That's funny as fuck.
Please don't swear.
Right, so let's try. Sorry, I do apologise, Nathan. Sam.
Yeah. Let's get it on.
Greetings, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hopefully one of my mods in the YouTube chat will
I
stick
love
a link to
air.
Politics server so you can join if you do want to join this server. We are guests here today and typically are like running guests on a Friday. So if you did want to join this server, you'll have to pick it up from the link that one of the mods posts in the YouTube Lives chat. So I've saved my preamble that I normally give before the show. Can you pop yourself on mute, whoever it is, immediately into the live show? Off mute, causing audio chaos. Thank you. That's my track and train of thought immediately as soon as we start live. So I normally give this preamble before we start the show, which is to say the reason we come regularly as guests to the Politics server on a Friday is to point out that in 2024, as flat earthers, we don't have to go through the usual rigmarole of having to explain why a globe doesn't work on the back foot when we know Earth's measured flat. Number one, if you're a long-standing flat earther and have had a belief up till now, you don't need to retain that belief where you feel like you're in a defensible position, needs to be ranted and raved at your opponent whilst telling them how their globe don't work. Meanwhile, Earth is actually functionally flat. That's how it's dealt with. And that's a position that can put a lot of you at ease. And if you happen to be the ilk that wants to go out and debate, obviously learn all the arguments and learn how the globe doesn't work, because you will eventually end up on the back foot. But knowing that means you can move on with your life, potentially. Or, if you're a long-standing debating flat earther, know how to win. Their claim of a globe also comes with flat earth measurements in tow. That is to say, the genesis of their globe is flat earth measurements. So with that, like I say, there might be some prolonged silences, as there were in the pre-show. We'll see while we're live. But that being said, I'm more than happy to let the Discord server that we are guests in flow through their motions with us here as guests, as we do.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
I would like to ask you, and it's my only question. I don't really plan on sticking around here for too long. So we can, we can't observe air is there, right? But we can breathe it in, right? We can interact with air, right? But we can't observe air. So how do we know air is real if we can't observe it?
How do we what?
How do we know air is real but we can't observe it?
Still didn't catch it. Say it one more time.
My question is that air, you can't observe air, but we know it's real.
It's a statement of fact, as opposed to a question.
Statement of fact. So, but obviously to observe air, you would need a special tool to do so, right? Like a special scope or whatever it is. Same
Right,
as
I'm a bit
if you were
confused.
to observe.
Is there a question anywhere in our future?
Well, yes, there's a question. A lot of times I hear arguments about observational reality when it comes to, the curve of the Earth. Saying that we can't, exactly do it with our naked eyes. We need certain tools, but then people don't trust that. We know that air is real, so we kind of exactly see the curve of the Earth with our naked eye, but we need tools, same as we do if we want to see air. And like you said, air is a statement of fact. So then, how is let's say a curve of the Earth fake? My whole argument is more about debunking observational reality.
And you can measure air pressure, and you can measure the Earth, mate.
We physically interact with gases. I answered this before Nathan started this show. It's because you can see some gases, butane, for example. There's a couple of others that you can see, but oxygen and nitrogen, no. But you can physically interact with them. You breathe them. You can impart temperature to them. You can put them under pressure in a container.
That's the same with the curvature of the Earth. We can interact with it. We can see it.
We can interact with it. We can see it. How do you mean we can interact and see the curvature of the Earth?
If we're on a boat, we're going over the horizon. It means we're technically interacting with it.
What's the horizon? What's the horizon?
We're going to bog down the conversation. I'm just saying that we can interact with the curve when we go over the curve. So we can also interact with the gases, and we can also observe it. If we look, let's say, through a telescope, we can see that there's curve, especially when it comes to like a horizon with the boats.
Sorry.
Okay, so you're saying the horizon.
Yes, you can. Can I just get a grip of what this guy's suggesting? So you're saying you fall over an edge. That's your claim, is it? We debunked that in 2020.
What?
Your claim is that you fall over an edge. That's just stupid.
I never claimed to fall over an edge.
That's the. You said you were going over it in a boat. We go over it in a boat, you say?
Yeah, we can interact with it when we're on a boat.
So
if we're going over.
To summarise, your stupid claim is that you go over an edge. Okay, that's your claim, and I'm suggesting that you are unaware that we debunked that in 2020 with the black swan.
Okay, then how did you debunk it?
I was in the middle of stating how I debunked it when you started asking. The black swan.
You're gonna tell me how you debunked it?
Yeah, black swan. Are you unaware of the black swan?
No, but I want you to tell me the calculations and the way you debunked black swan.
No, black swan is a fallacy to suggest that all swans are white. The modus tollens that we debunk Earth curve with is as follows.
Okay, but how does that have anything to do with
through me. I'm not going to continue.
Hugh.
I'm not going to continue this. He's
It's
literally
in the,
just within
it's in
20
the side
seconds
chat.
of asking me, telling me, through the top of me, what I'm not going to be doing. How do you debunk it? Well, with the black swan. Well, what's the black swan? Okay, well, it's the argument as follows. I get 2 words into the actual modus tollens argument. He's talking through me. He doesn't want to listen to me, does he?
No, I do. I'm actually want to see what you're going to say, but you keep stopping halfway through what you're saying.
No,
so I got to try and jump you.
You asked me.
Hugh, in the side chat, I've posted the black swan image with the modus tollens at 11 minutes past the hour. If you can just remain silent for a minute while Nathan runs through it, and you can have your rebuttal time after.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't want to talk to this guy. He's not interested in listening to me. Next.
I'm not even talking.
Morning, guys.
All right, we can move on to the next caller.
Yeah, bye-bye. Black Swan.
No, I know. I want him to explain Black
Shut him
Swan.
up.
I want him
Shut
to
him up.
explain the
Just shut him up. No, you were disrespectful and talked through me as I tried to go through modus tollens with you. You talked through me, then the moderators had to politely say, Oh, please shut up while he's talking. Now I'm saying I don't want to talk to you. Go and study the Black Swan. It's been posted by one of the mods. Now sod off. Now I haven't got time for your stupid games. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't want to talk to you. If you think you're going to talk through me so that you can, what, end the rebuttal midpoint? No, I just don't want to talk to you anymore. You're not interested in listening to what I got to say. You're interested in chanting your garbage through the top of it to frustrate me. So I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. Go and learn what the Black Swan is. It's been 4 years. Next.
Four long years since the claim of a geometric horizon went bye-bye. Oh.
It's because people think they want us to fight with them, that they want me to be asked about something and start rattling off an answer, and then literally, not even before I've started giving the answer in the rendition of Modus tollens, which I can do in about 25 seconds. No, he doesn't want to hear it. So why bother communicating with these people? You know, Eric Debay's right. I'm not going to enter into a debate with you. I'm telling you this stuff. It's been around for 4 years. It's not a question anymore. It's a statement. If you want to hear it, I'll tell it you. If you want to just challenge it in the middle of hearing it, you're not here to listen. You're not interested. You want to be a zealot chanting your faith about a globe at me. I don't want to communicate with you. I don't want you to convert me. Yeah? I know it's flat. You still have your faith in a globe and feel that chanting through me telling you how your faith in a globe's undone with your own geometry, well then, if you don't want to hear it, then go away. You're asking because you want to hear it, I assume. No, you definitely aren't. You just want to frustrate me because I'm the one undoing your religion by chanting through it before you've even heard it. Making you totally unreasonable as a person to have a discussion with. So no, I'm not going to debate you with you. Debating isn't you chanting through someone putting something to you. Yeah? You guys have got a distorted view of what a debate is. You think that when you ask someone something and they start replying, the bit that you don't like, if you talk through it, or maybe open your mic in the middle like this guy who's doing it in Discord now, just opened his mic. You can obviously hear me, but in the middle of me talking, I'll open my mic. Yeah, that's not debate. That's unreasonable dickhead behaviour. I don't want to tolerate it anymore. If you behave like that, I'm just going to go, no, I don't talk to this person. Take it as your victory. I'm sure that'll give you a lot of pain relief. I rumpus the Black Swan, therefore I win. Get lost.
He had a little more than a face. He said we interact with air, and we also interact with Earth curve.
But his point, Neil, is air's there, but we can't see it. And we live on a globe, but we just can't see the curve.
Pretty much it. It's pretty much exactly what he's trying to say.
If the conversation is concluded, do you mind if I go?
No, please. Who are we talking to? What's your name?
That's Nick, who was chatting
I'm
to us
Nick.
earlier.
I went to take a shower before. Yeah.
Yeah. Good to have you back, Nick.
Thank you, man. I'll keep it short since I do have to go in like 15 minutes. So I hope we can have a conversation in that time, but I will have to leave by then. So just letting it be known. Cool. So I guess I'll just start off with asking, should you present a position or should I present mine? What do you prefer? And am I talking to Nathan only, or is it like the whole room?
I don't mind either way. You got the mic.
All right. So I guess I'll just present a Modus tollens, and then we can go from there. Cool. No rebuttal. So the premise is that if Earth was not spherical, then space imagery from multiple independent sources would consistently show this, and it would show that it is not a sphere. The second premise is that space imagery from both NASA, ESA, and SpaceX and Blue Origin, so both private and public companies, that they consistently show Earth as a sphere. Therefore, the conclusion must be that Earth is not flat, so a sphere. And to support this Modus tollens that I created, I have 3 links for the chat. I have one from SpaceX on their Instagram. I have an ESA short, and then I have a NASA long-term video from the Epic satellite. They're all in the side chat now.
Cool. What's the logical form of Modus tollens?
It's just in the inverse, you could say, of the ponens, where it's if something's not, then well, it's kind of like proving the opposite, I would say.
Was that the logical form that you just gave me? Whoever's interrupting from G+, please, can you not do that? Sorry, was that the logical form?
Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, that was definitely, absolutely not the logical form of modus tollens.
It was.
Do you want to try again?
Not really. I gave you the two premises and the conclusion. That is
well, that
the
would be a false
precise form.
dichotomy then.
How is it false?
Sorry, it's not modus tollens. I'll ask you a third time. No, let's just not ask. Let's just tell you. You don't know what modus tollens is. Yeah, you don't know the logical... He's chanting through me, ladies and gentlemen. It's not long before I'm pointing out that he doesn't know something that he's chanting through me. Is this what you now call a debate because I'm telling you you're wrong and you feel that that's painful enough for you to start talking straight through the middle of me, Nick? No, you don't know the logical form.
You can attack
no, it's okay, Nick. I'm making
form.
a conclusion. It's not your invitation to immediately make me correct when I say that this chanting zealot Fundy is going to chant through me pointing out how wrong he is. No, you see, there's plenty of people around watching right now that know the logical form of modus tollens because they've had it stated to them for 4 years with the logical consistency and the form attached to the argument with the P and Q statements formulated in a logical consistency that is in line with the definition of what modus tollens is. You, sir, gave a rambling, nonsensical, garbageable statement that didn't make any sense when I asked you if you have the logical form for modus tollens. So let's just get that out of the way before we move on. That was not... I repeat, not modus tollens. You don't know what modus tollens is. That's not up for debate. Not, oh, well, I think I... No, you don't. Or you'd have given us the logical form. Then, if you had, which you didn't, I'd ask you to formulate your false dichotomy into the logical consistent form that you gave when you gave us the logical consistent form that you failed to give. So, now I've unpacked your garbage that this is a logical consistency. It's not. It's fallacious. It's a false dichotomy, as pointed out by me. And as the failure to state the logical form has come from you, we can basically disregard your claim to be logical consistency. Globe versus flat is a false dichotomy.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. Great. I'm glad you got that off your chest. So I'll try not to interrupt this time. Please don't interrupt me. So it's incorrect to say that I used it wrong. I gave two premises. I said if the Earth was not spherical, right, then space imagery from these sources would not show it as a sphere, right? So if it's not a sphere, it wouldn't be shown as a sphere. That's the first premise. If P, then Q, right? Second premise was that space imagery from these independent sources and government sources that I listed and linked, that they assert the result Q not to be true. And they do that. I provided it, right? And so therefore the necessary conclusion, and I hope you follow still, is that it cannot be flat. So you're incorrect in your assertion that I didn't know what modus tollens is. I corrected you, and now we can hopefully engage with the actual argument. Thank you.
So give us the logical consistency without the argument inserted. That is to say, what's the P statement? What's the Q statement? What's the conditionals around those? I'm still talking. Did you just demand that I don't interrupt you, only for you to interrupt immediately? And there's him interrupting as I'm asking him whether or not he's going to interrupt me immediately. That's why you're getting muted, you total scumbag. Now, number one, before we started this live show, I spoke to this guy and pointed out that we've already had a discussion about the second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum that imagery would have to come from to take his false dichotomy claim to be a modus tollens argument. He's got to completely ignore that which was discussed both on a previous occasion 2 months ago, according to him, and 2 hours ago, or whatever, how long we've been live now, an hour ago. He's completely ignored that. In order to formulate a false dichotomy, call it modus tollens. No. You've got to completely ignore a law of nature to put this into false dichotomy. The law of nature that was gone through with you that you said was me taking the argument off the rails. Then when I asked you to actually steelman my position in response last time we spoke, you said second law of thermodynamics. And then you took it off the rails, end quote, you, about me, when discussing how this argument, false dichotomy, not modus tollens, would be a violation of natural law. So you're going to completely ignore everything I put to you in the pre-show then? And previously, when we discussed this last time. You're going to ignore all that in favour of putting up a false dichotomy, claiming it's modus tollens. You're just going to ignore everything I've put to you in regards to second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuums. Because I heard your rebuttal. You don't agree. That was your rebuttal. It was also, what, a justification for calling it me taking the argument off the rails when you repositioned all of your photos from space arguments without in any way steelmanning the rebuttal or even mentioning it. Just said that I'd taken the argument off the rails. Now you've had it reiterated that I didn't take anything off the rails. I defeated your argument with the second law of thermodynamics. Now you're repositioning a new argument in false dichotomy with the same exact fallacy and violation of natural law in tow. What's going on? Were you deaf last time I put it to you? Did you just hear yada 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 when I said second law of thermodynamics debunks this claim that we've got pictures from an area gas would be filling in line with entropic law? Just going to ignore that in favour of a false dichotomy, eh?
To the question, am I deaf? No. But am I mute? No, but I am muted most of the time, so I'd appreciate not to be. And to answer your question, no, I didn't ignore anything. I asked if I should present something, and you said yes, I have the mic, so I did. It shocks me that you would revoke or invoke rather a prior conversation that is out of context for this specific argument. It shows that you're deceptive in your argumentation. You're not engaging with what I put forward. I empathize with you, but please stay on topic. Now, I gave you a very consistent modus tollens. I outlined to you, since you didn't really seem to know what it was, which of the variables were P, Q, and the natural conclusion that followed, and I backed it up with evidence. You haven't even looked at the evidence yet, or at least you haven't engaged with me with the evidence. So how about you do that, and then maybe we can get the historical context and beef out of the way after.
So is your evidence from a sky vacuum?
Is my evidence from a sky vacuum? Well, it's almost a perfect vacuum. Sky vacuum? I don't know what that means.
So it's a violation of natural law. So you have completely ignored the rebuttal that came previously, reformulated it, rinsed and repeated it, put it into a false dichotomy, claimed it's a modus tollens. You haven't defined what that is with the logical consistency statements a modus tollens needs, but you're still claiming it is, in defiance of me asking you to define it. You haven't. Meanwhile, yeah, you are ignoring everything we've discussed previously then, to rinse and repeat claims that come from sky vacuums, that you've now called perfect vacuums, presumably because, what? You want me to debate about what type of vacuum the sky isn't? No, it's a violation of natural law. We wouldn't have any gas to breathe if there was images or information of any sort coming from that area. There is no area above our head in violation of natural law that could be described in any way as being a vacuum. Because gas fills vacuums. Space is just area that gas would expand into as it expands at high velocity into whatever area it has available. If that is an area available to the gas at high pressure we're breathing, then it would be dispersing into it. We'd have never developed gas pressure. We'd all be dead and suffocating. Nay, we'd have never survived or been here to breathe gas because none of it had developed pressure. I've already dealt with this. You just said it was me taking it off the rails. This time it's you completely ignoring it, even though it was discussed less than an hour ago with you.
All right, maybe give me a cue when you're done, and just so I know. I think this is when I can talk, just so I don't overtalk and get muted again.
You're a smart ass,
Cool. So I'm going to respond now. So I will engage with the second law of thermodynamics and the natural laws, although I will say if that is your counter to the argument that is being put forward, then you have the position where you have to defend that as it stands. Now, you haven't done that. You've referenced speculation that life can only evolve the way that it did, and we can only have breathable air and pressure because of this, but you haven't demonstrated that. So until you do so, that is not really a logical argument. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, actually, no, I haven't made any claims about this. It's not my claim that the sky does anything. It's a heliocentrist's claim that we have a sky vacuum called outer space. That's not my claim. My rebuttal, my defeat of your claim as a heliocentrist that the sky is a vacuum is to say no, it would violate natural law. Now, my demonstration for that isn't required when it's an antecedent consequent. Gas requires something to press on to be pressure. That's what pressure is. Now, if you're saying there's just an area above our heads that isn't capable of being pressed on, in fact, it's an area the gas can disperse into, that still stands as a second law of thermodynamics violation. What are you saying? I've got to prove that law of nature. No, it's a law of nature. Gas fills space. Entropic dispersion.
So, I mean, if you're going to say and posit the claim that it's an antecedent consequence that we can only have this phenomenon exist because of natural law, then you still have to demonstrate it. You haven't done that.
I could give you a citation. NASA.
I'm not going to grant that.
I could give you a citation if you like. NASA. Pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container.
I wasn't done, so I don't know why you're talking, but okay, you can go on. If you can't hold your temper,
because you said I need to prove
ahead.
a law of nature because I said it was antecedent consequent. So I said I'll give you a citation from NASA. Pressure, like we're breathing, yeah, gas pressure, is the force exerted on the walls of the container. End citation, NASA. So that's a citation from NASA about how gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. So we're going to need the walls of a container to press on to be gas pressure. That is ipso facto the third rendition of the same thing. You seem to object to me reiterating something you've hand-waved, like I've got to prove something. I'm not claiming the sky is a vacuum. Don't need to prove jack. You could respond to my second law of thermodynamics violation, pointing out that your area of volume is just an area gas would fill, and in order to have containment, we'd have to be pressing on something. You've demanded that I prove laws of nature, and I've cited NASA. Okay?
Not okay. So here's the thing. You cannot cite the source that you're refuting. So, and you cannot cite the source as if it defeats anything or it holds any credence at all.
I did.
I wasn't done. Why are you over talking? Are you?
You tell me I can't cite something. Yeah, I can, and I did.
Yeah, I mean, you can be rude as well. But canned is not your ability or even your agency to be able to do it. It's rude as fuck. So, yeah, I mean, you can absolutely be rude.
Don't swear at me. Number one, don't swear at me. That is not a rebuttal. That is non-responsive. Meanwhile, I'm now talking. Maybe I should tell him about his projection. That's non-responsive. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. You demanded that I prove it, and I've given you a citation from NASA, and you've told me that I can't. So, in response to my citation from NASA about precisely what I stated gas must be in order to be at pressure, it's got to press, and then I cited NASA at the behest of this guy. No, I'm not having to prove anything when I'm not claiming the sky does something. You are claiming it's a sky vacuum, telling me I can't cite NASA because they're part of your claim. That's garbage. My response, I did cite NASA. I am going to use NASA. You don't have to like it, but gas still fills space. It's a law of nature. Your claim is therefore debunked. There is no necessity to explain anything from Narnia. There is no area above our head that gas could be, but isn't filling, because not filling it is a violation of a law of nature. He did say he'd only got 15 minutes, and that 15 minutes, it seems, is up.
No, I got muted.
Maybe you were talking while I was talking.
I don't think that was the case. I think you interrupted me.
Gas fills space.
Talking, and then I was muted,
gas
just
fills
like
space.
now, like you just
gas
did
fills
right
space.
now, and you're
gas
still
fills
doing.
Space. Gas
and
fills
everybody
space.
can see how you're over talking me like a kindergartner. That's fine.
Gas fills
but that's
space.
probably why I was muted. And you're
gas
still
fills
doing
space.
Cool.
We're waiting for a response to that. Gas fills space. Entropic law of cited NASA. Respond.
All right, get it all out. So where's the link of the citation again? It must have been lost on me. Did you link it?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
Gas fills space. It is a law of nature. Second law of thermodynamics has been discussed with you on, this is the third separate occasion. Now, you're telling me I've got to cite it. Now, can I acquire a citation from NASA? I'm sure my mods are all over it, to be perfectly honest with you, and it's not a rebuttal to a law of nature. Saying, I've got to prove it, I go and get a citation from NASA. Well, have I actually had it posted? Yeah, you can actually deal with it. Yeah, gas does fill space. The implication of NASA saying that, yeah, pressure, is it pressing? That's not really that profound. I don't need to go and get a damn thing. Your insistence is merely a stalling tactic. Meanwhile, it's a law of nature. I don't have to address anything in your claim because I've debunked it. It can't be real. It's in an area that isn't real. We'd all be dead.
Okay, so you cited something that you didn't link, so that's not really going to hold any value in this conversation, and I'm very sad that this is the level we're operating on, but let's go ahead and continue. So you said you don't have to back up any claims that you made as a refutation to my argument, but you also want to just hand wave them and say, well, it's a law of nature, therefore I don't even have to engage with this. Well, the problem is that quote unquote law of nature that you say is outlined on NASA's website that you didn't link or couldn't link. I don't know if you're not able or what's going on there, but you're saying because of this, you don't even have to engage with the photos. But here's the problem, right? We have video. There exists. Yeah, I linked something. I don't know if you're here for it. There exists.
You mean pictures?
No, I mean, there.
Whoever that is, shut up. Just let him get his sentence out. Shut up. Go ahead, Nick.
Right. Yeah. So I appreciate that. So I linked multiple sources that are different agencies and even different companies, private ones, right? And there seems to be a lack of a container in all of them. And the problem with you saying, well, there must be one because it's a law of nature, and you failing to demonstrate that just proves to me that you don't have a counter. And so until you can demonstrate either how far out the container is, what it's made of, where it is, why you can transcend it, or that you could say that all these photos are fake, that you have some form of like system to demonstrate that to the audience, then I think you lost.
Okay, so you're saying because I'm not showing you the second law of thermodynamics description of entropic gas dispersion, I lose, correct?
I've posted it in the
can't
side
demonstrate
chat.
it. If you can't demonstrate it, then I can't take it for anything of value. And then why are you over talking again?
Because one of the moderators is trying to get your attention. Because one of the mods is trying to get your attention.
I posted it in the side chat for you to back up what Nathan's saying. I'll very quickly read it out. I don't want to take up too much time. But this is from BBC Bite-Sized GCSE Education. So this is how we are educated with regards to what gas pressure is. Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of that container. Pressure is force exerted over an area. Gas pressure is the force exerted by a gas on a specific area. End quotes.
I appreciate that, Jedi. I will say this. If this is a form of assistance to Nathan's claim, then this is not from NASA. So this is a different link, a different site, and a different citation.
Who cares?
I can't engage with this, but I will ask first, what does this site have of any value to the discussion? Why would this have more credence?
Your hand wave because you don't like the citation that I'm not prepared to give you. I don't care if you trust in the second law of thermodynamics or not. Gas ipso facto fills space. It's a law of nature. Now you're saying, I've got to prove that law of nature for you to accept my argument? No, for the audience's benefit, ladies and gentlemen, that's not a win. Me describing entropic gas dispersion, a law of nature, something that is described and demonstrated because it occurs always, that is to say it's a law of nature, this numpty must deny the second law of thermodynamics and gas dispersing into volumes. He's denying the second law of thermodynamics based on the quality of the citation. I've said, I don't care if you've got a citation from me or not. I'm telling you, NASA say that. Someone else has got something different. I don't care if you take that as a standard either. Gas still fills space. It is a law of nature. And if the sky was a space for gas to fill, it would fill it. Now, you not accepting that as one man in defiance of the natural law that I've quoted, cited, who cares? Still a law of nature. Okay, take it as a win, son. No worries, I'll appeal to my audience. Gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas would fill the space. What's my proof and evidentiary standard for that? Well, the law of nature, known as entropy. That would be gas dispersing into space by the description of entropic gas dispersion. A law of nature this guy thinks isn't up to my snuff because I haven't given him anything? Yeah, I've given you a defeat. You don't have to like it. You can tell me you don't like my standards, but gas does fill space. Your pictures are bunk.
So
36 minutes past the hour. NASA link citation. Nick, please read it for the audience.
Could you read that NASA citation out for us there, Nick? Because that was the standard that you wanted to deny what I've just already taken a victory dance with, just so we completely annihilate your objection. Do you want to read out NASA citation that was got by one of my mods as expected? Go ahead, read it out.
Looking for it. Is it the Viking?
36 minutes past the hour.
ego slave, right? Hello?
Please read.
Begin reading.
Yes, ego
Okay.
slave at 36 past the hour, and I've also dropped one below that as well. Same NASA. Go with ego
All
slave there.
right. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand and fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confirmed.
Is there a
Can you
container
link
in your
something
pictures? No, there is not.
that I will
Therefore, they
link?
are a violation of natural law. If we have no containment for gas to press on, we don't develop gas pressure. In the heliocentric world of sky vacuum images in areas that gas can fill but isn't filling is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Having a numpty with a zealot globe belief tell me that he won't accept it because I haven't personally provided him with a citation from NASA that explicitly details there must be containment doesn't change the fact that gas fills space. Undermining and debunking this man who's just about to start chanting through me. Maybe he'll quiz why he's been put on mute as he starts chanting through my victory dance. All of you, not just this man who didn't accept my standards based on the citations I didn't even care to give him. Meanwhile, outer space is fake. Me addressing literally anything, regardless of if it's stacked up in false dichotomy, regardless if it's claimed to be a modus tollens, without the claimant even being able to define what that is, with the logical consistency form being given before the argument, regardless of if you get a hand-wave dismissal to this law of nature. It's a law of nature. Gas fills space, and if there was an area of space to take pictures from, we'd all be dead. Outer space,
No, not in
a sky
accordance to the link.
vacuum. Hey, zealot, is this painful? Maybe I'm being rude. Maybe you can appeal to why you're getting muted by the server operators, as I am a guest here. You listening, Dan, you complete clown? I'm the guest here on a Friday. That trimmed out clip that you didn't give me credit or put a link to was me in this server as a guest. Yeah, telling your audience how I treat my guests. Au contraire, you clown. Can't even get the fundamentals of your claim right, can you, Simon Dan? Meanwhile, I got an audience. Not just Nick. Not just numpty idiot Nick, who defies the second law of thermodynamics to retain his false dichotomy claim of pictures from sky vacuums. His complete hand wave of that being put to him now 3 separate times. You as the audience can understand this. Yeah? Yeah, you don't have to accept anything that I give you. You can go and look it up, regardless of how much the chanting zealot wants to neutralise this by chanting through me, by undermining my victory dance and telling my audience, not him, one man, one idiot man who doesn't understand laws of nature, like gas dispersion and entropy, one idiot man who's trying to relieve you of this information by chanting through it. He doesn't matter. You, the audience, matter. You in this Discord server, the rest of you. Not this one man trying to preclude you from hearing me. Gas fills space, it's a law of nature. That makes space and all claims that come from it fake. There is no sky vacuum, there is no images, there are no trips to the moon, there are no trips to Mars, there are no men floating around telescopes, there are no men in spaceships, there are no men in space suits outside the spaceships. It's all fake. We'd have no gas to breathe. That's the end. That's the conclusion. There is no rebuttal to this. You telling me you don't agree or that my citation ain't good enough ain't gonna cut it. Hope that's clear.
No, the citation goes against what you just said. So your own evidence that sort of supports the argument that the second law of thermodynamics is not violated here, well, that's poorly framed because in the same citation that was linked to you by your moderators, right, go on to say, well, the actual container, quote unquote, is gravity. And it goes on also to highlight how different altitudes present different pressure gradients. And so it's very emotional of you to just go on this long rant and tangent about how you defeated anybody. I mean, you're not victory dancing. You're victory crying, I think, in your own head.
I see.
It's like,
when you're done ad homing
and I hope
me,
you're here as well.
When you're done ad homing me, I'll respond. Seems you don't know the difference between a reference and a citation.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely do.
So when I heard it read out, it included the words gravity that you've just now added by getting them from a different part of the reference. Correct?
It's the same article.
So article, that's the same as citation, is it, you stupid idiot? You don't know the difference. Excuse me, it seems like me telling him how stupid he is going to get interrupted. Maybe he'll appeal to a mod for why he's getting muted as I berate his ignorance. This stupid clown, this ignorant fool, this dumb globe believer, someone who you might align with in belief, doesn't know the difference between a reference / article and a citation. He's so stupid as he's going to try and chastise me after he goes outside of the citation to make his argument. Wow. Let me just be the first to correct your stupidity and ignorance. No, son, what you seem to have done is gone outside of the citation I didn't give you and requested you personally read. You feel you can chastise me for that, do you? Oh, maybe you'd like to get a new citation? Something that's maybe from the same article or reference that we can debate about as a new claim that works outside of the citation. Maybe you'd like to look up the definition of citation, you stupid, ignorant clown with the nerve and gall to berate me after he goes outside of the citation. You don't even know what the word means, son. Don't feel that you've got some high and mighty reason to start chanting through your beration. You're being told off and demeaned by a flat earther. You don't even know what the word citation means. You're in no position to berate me, and furthermore, that's not a rebuttal to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, where your claim originated with a false dichotomy claimed to be a modus tollens, something you couldn't define either. Yeah? You don't even know what a citation is. Why are you even here? You're too dumb to be communicating with us on this level. You hand wave natural law and base your hand wave on the quality of citation. You then tell me that my citation undermines me when it's not mine. And you work outside of a word you don't understand, citation demonstrably making you foolish. You're not worthy to talk to a stupid, ignorant clown. You still feel that even though you've appealed to why you'd have to be muted, as I still haven't ended this statement, that's me berating you and your stupidity. Yeah, for your lack of English acumen, you don't even know what citation means, you stupid boy. It's not an invitation to start responding. You just attempted to tell me off. Now you're getting berated. No, you're in no position to tell me off when you work outside of the citation I didn't give you and you personally read out. No, son. No, what's happening is I'm righteous in telling you off. That's right. You were wrong, ignorant and foolish when you attempted to tell me off. Now you've got someone with righteous indignation telling you off. Demonstrating to a massive audience of... How many people's watching? Probably less than 100. How stupid you are. Yeah? Clear? Comprende?
This is like some ASMR fall asleep.
Like that's not a rebuttal. So not a rebuttal. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it. Mute him. No, telling me about AMSR, or whatever you've just said, is not a response to gas filling space.
ASMR.
Not
sorry,
gas filling space. Gas fills space. Your argument's been defeated.
But the problem is you haven't defeated anything because you said, well, in order for me to take what you say as anything of value, you provided a citation, right?
That's we heard all this. We heard all this. Yeah, I just summarised all this.
Then you...
Yeah, just summarised all this. I don't need to hear it again. I gotcha. You're telling me the quality of my citation's not good enough.
You're over-talking me all the time, but you try...
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm talking over you. In victory... The guy just attempted to tell me off.
Nathan.
Sorry, excuse me, mister, I don't know what a citation is. Yeah, you're going to be talked over and talked down to with justification. You don't even know what a citation is. You feel you've got the right to hog the mic. No, Dumbo. The ignorant fool's going to get shut down by me. Yeah, I am going to talk over you. Not because you've suddenly got a winning rebuttal to gas filling space, because you're telling me about ASMR. As opposed to a rebuttal to gas filling space. That's not a victory. This is a victory. Yeah? Gas,
saying that you got a victory is a victory?
space.
Nice.
No,
I
you
won.
chanting through the
I have a
victory.
victory.
You
Yeah, I'm gonna chant
chanting
over you
through
and
the
do the
victory
Nathan, okay?
isn't a victory.
I got a victory.
So it's just
I'm doing
causing
my
audio
victory.
chaos, ladies and gentlemen. That's all he's going to give me in rebuttal to gas filling space when I try and conclude the conversation. It's never ending. He said he got 15 minutes. It's
Well,
been
you're
half an
trying to run
hour.
away from the
Because he's not going to
conversation is
take
what's
a
going on.
conclusion. Rumpusing. I
lost.
didn't take a breath, and here he is chanting. Maybe appeal to why I'd be muted by you. This is you muting me, by the way. I'm taking a victory dance after your stupid, ignorant display of lack of acumen with English. Yeah? Citation. Look it up, you stupid bonehead. While you're looking up that stupid idiot nonsense you thought you had a right to tell me off with, I'll be summarising the second law of thermodynamics, your hand wave, and are attempting to rinse and repeat the same hand wave by saying my citation wasn't good enough. We heard it. I summarised it. Now I'm doing a little victory dance while you go and look up what citation means. That means I've given you a demand, an order, something to go and fulfill. In the meantime, bugger off and keep yourself occupied looking that up, son, you stupid idiot. While you're looking that up, not chanting straight through the middle of me telling you that I've won. Yeah, not you ignoring it because it's me derailing. No, that's you projecting. What you mean is when I won last time, you attempted this little trick where you chant through the victory dance. No, son, gas fill space. You sky vacuum with your little men in, you NASA men. They're lying to you. The men who say they're in space, it's Narnia. Gas would fill it in line with entropic law. You didn't have anything in response to that. ASMR, telling me my citation ain't good enough, putting it in false dichotomy and calling it a modus tollens. Are all defeated now. That's the end. You said you'd got 15 minutes. That was a lie. This is half an hour in. More than half an hour in. 40 minutes in.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to work out, so I just have to do supersets. But that's better because I'm getting some workout done here defeating you. So, I mean, I don't
Not
mind.
a rebuttal. Non-responsive. Not a rebuttal.
So here's
Not
the
a
thing.
rebuttal.
Wait, you just asked. You said I only have 15 minutes, and I reply, yeah, well, I did, but I gave you an explanation as to why I stayed longer, right?
Not a rebuttal. This is non-responsive. None of this is a rebuttal. It's non-responsive. Get rid of him. I don't care.
Thing, Nathan,
I don't
right?
want his
Here's
summary. I don't want him.
Right?
Just get rid of him. He said he got 15 minutes. He's a liar. Now he's just chanting through me. I've taken my victory dance. I don't want to talk to him anymore. He's projecting his chanting straight through the middle of me. I've got a right to. I won. You think telling me how the conversation's gone is going to undermine that? No. No. Telling me how the conversation went when you lied about how long you got, presumably so you got an out. 40 minutes in, no, bugger off to work, son. Or look up what citation means. Now, unless you start defining citation or give me a response to the second law of thermodynamics overcome to your claim the sky is a bleeding vacuum, to have pictures and images and claims to come from, to put in false dichotomy, to claim a modus tollens, unless I get a response to any of that, I don't want to hear how the conversation has ran. Those are the arguments. The ones you lost with. Incessant waffle about how the bleeding conversation's taken place isn't a response. It's non-responsive.
Oh, I'm unmuted. I'm glad. So I'm just going to finish off by saying this, right? You did a poor job at defeating the argument. You
Listen,
said nothing of
stop him,
value.
stop him,
You
stop him,
cited-
stop him,
you
stop him,
cited
stop him.
something.
He's telling me I'm doing a poor job. Like he's going to get to have a fucking victory dance after this. What an outrage. I've done a poor job. I've done a poor job isn't a response to, not a modus tollens, false dichotomy. Gas fills space, it's a law of nature. Citations is ad forum, being hand-waved, non-responsive, constant attempts to undermine the actual victory that's taken place. Therefore, when he does it again for the fourth time, no, not going to allow this. You will not undermine me by discussing with the audience in conclusion how the conversation went. Like, that's the thing to focus on. No. Gas filling your sky vacuum you believe in is the conclusion. Unless you've got a response to that seventh rendition of the victory, who cares about anything else? It's not going to be tolerated. Unless you're going to tell me what citation means by definition, I'm not interested.
Cool. So citation by definition is a quotation from or reference to a book, paper, author, especially in scholarly work, right? And so by extension of that, when you cite when you cite something, it is a reference, right? You're referencing something or to someone, right?
Sorry, was that?
And so when you
sorry,
have
is
a
this what you're adding
citation
on after the definition?
So
sorry,
wait,
it seems. Stop him.
You
It
add
seems. Stop.
something, and now you're over
Stop.
talking again.
Stop, Dumbo. Yeah, I'm righteous. You've proved how stupid you are. Now you're doing it within the definition. So outside of the definition, you're going to add what you interpret that to mean. No, it said quotes. You know, it's how I asked you to quote what it said. So therefore, it's absolutely categoric what sits inside the citation by definition now by you. Now, you adding your numpty dipshit interpretation to what that means after you read out what citation means, yet within the confines of that quote only. That would be what got read out. Now you have decided to keep reading and go and get something else after the fact. Now, for my audience's benefit, I'm going to explain why that's not reasonable. Let's pretend we're in court and the prosecution presents the claimed murderer's diary, where he explicitly details on page 5 exactly how the crime was committed in such detail that it could only have been the murderer's words and knowledge that could get those words on that page, proving beyond all doubt that that man is guilty. However, on the very next page, he says in bold letters, "I am not a murderer." Yeah? When you read out the previous citation in quotes, the bit that gets cited, and then say, oh, but I'm going to work outside of that citation because he says he didn't do it in the next sentence. Yeah? That's unreasonable. It's working outside of the citation. That's why the citation sits alone, and everything else I couldn't give a crap about. But that's what you did because you didn't understand what citation meant. Stupid. Yeah? Now, given that you've been here for, 15 minutes or almost triple that? Yeah? I'm pretty sure that you just gave that excuse as a justification to hand wave indefinitely every demolition of your sky vacuum claim to be pictures and claims that I have to argue about in false dichotomy with you, even though you've ignored 3 times the fact that gas fills space.
Oh, I'm unmuted. So where is the container, Nathan?
Sorry, did I make a claim about the sky? Oh, no, it's your claim that it's a vacuum that's been overcome with this law of nature.
So this law of nature, well, it requires a container, no?
According to NASA, the force gas presses on that container is pressure, according to NASA.
So now you're
Oh my god, triggered zealot globe, believer much. Perhaps you'd like to ask why you're being muted as I'm in the middle of this sentence. Perhaps you'd like to appeal for I think it's the 6th time he's appealed to it. Yeah, I'm a guest here. We're having a reasonable discourse till you start chanting through me like you're doing now. Then the server moderators have to step in because you're being unreasonable and chanting through your opponent. Another guest here. As a guest, unreasonable. Like behaviour that won't be tolerated. Meanwhile, we're on to this non sequitur again, aren't we? Meanwhile, gas fills space. What, you say there's got to be a container? Nah. No, NASA say it. It's a necessary antecedent consequent is what I said. Obviously, you hand-waved that and said that the standard of citation, not that you knew what that was, you don't know what that word means. Yeah? And even after reading it out for yourself, started to work outside the confines of the citation when you defined citation. Unbelievable. You guys are clowns. Gas fills space. The sky vacuum, the place they get these images you wanted to argue about from and the stuff that they say they're doing up there, it's all fake. All violating a law of nature. Well, that was fun. I'll do some shout-outs then, if that's the end of that. Shout-out to Jardo. It says, if P, I hand-wave dismiss all flat Earth proofs, then Q, the Earth is a spinning globe ball in space. P, I hand-wave dismissed all flat Earth proofs, therefore Q, Earth is a spinning ball in space. Very good, Jardo. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Flat Out Truth. It says, space is as real as Narnia. He is in pain. Indeed do. Thank you for the super chat. Another shout out to Jardo. Says, Nathan, I really want to hear how gas doesn't fill space. But you keep blocking him. Thank you for the super chats.
Is this what y'all really got in 2024? Pictures from space?
No,
that
I'm
all you
unmuted
got?
again. Is it all I got?
Not only
Well, it's
that, they
something
got
that I got, and it's
Cavendish.
something that we haven't even touched on yet because it was hand waved dismissed without any actual evidence
was
to
actually
suggest that the
destroyed.
second law of thermodynamics even hold. And when pushed on it, well, you just proclaim victory and do a victory dance. I guess that's the way you do it. It's cool.
As soon as you brought up a place that cannot exist, that goes against the law of nature, you destroy yourself. You don't realize.
So here's the
that.
problem,
Well,
right?
listening to you, destroy yourself the entire time.
Problem is, you're a moron. That's the problem.
So the problem is, I show you something, just like you are
You ain't
probably
show us
familiar with the
anything.
black swan. Wait, why are you
Shut
over
up.
talking? Don't be like Nathan,
Shut
right?
up.
So
You're done.
when I
You're
show
toast.
you a picture of a black swan, and you've never
Shut
seen a
up.
black swan before, and I know you
Shut
guys,
up.
I don't know.
Shut up. Piss off.
Can you get rid of whoever's got a
Nathan.
crying baby on an open mic?
Yeah,
Hey, Nathan.
we're sorting it out.
Thanks.
You hit him with the murderers.
So I don't know why I was muted with that baby crying, but so here's the thing, right? You guys love to bring up black swans,
he
right?
still
Or
talking?
a black
No,
swan.
why is
And
it?
the fun
It's
thing,
like,
why
sorry,
are you
just
over talking
moving
again?
on.
This is crazy. Can you
Stop.
not contain
No,
yourself?
no, stop.
Are you not
Stop.
an adult?
Stop.
What is going on?
What's going on is you're ignoring us. It's like, if you just carry on, in your mind, you'll create the impression that because you've summarized with, well, you just hand waved. Okay, so hand waved means completely ignored it with a wave of the hand. But then you say, hand waved with a law of nature. Now, that's a contradiction in terms. Now, it'd be nice if I actually got to refute what you've done, which is attempted for the 8th time to completely undermine the victory. Now, once you've managed to let it get into the airwaves that, no, hand wave, law of nature, therefore, let's move on to something else. No, you lost. I debunked space. That was the end of your argument. All you've done in the meantime, in lieu of a rebuttal to those things, is attempt to discuss the argument. Appeal to how many times you've been muted on a server I'm also a guest on. Yeah, maybe you can do like Simon Dunn and make a video about how badly I treat guests in a server I've got no control over. Maybe you can appeal to that. Stupid non sequitur nonsense that isn't a response to gas filling space in line with entropic law. You haven't overcome that. Now, I know that that's why you're still here 50 minutes after you said you'd only got 15, because you need to subtly undermine that win I have had. Now, I'm in no doubt that the moment I reiterate for the 9th time my victory when debunking your claim of a sky vacuum to have images to argue about in false dichotomy claimed to be Modus tollens, you'll try and subtly undermine it again by saying, now you just hand waved. Your second law of nature is just a hand wave. No, it isn't. It's a win. But you don't want it to be a win. You need it to be undermined immediately, don't you? You may respond.
That's very courteous. So here's the thing, right? I would like a rebuttal, but there was given none. You stated there exists second law of thermodynamics, therefore GG, essentially, right? But you didn't do anything. And when you even wanted to show that the second law of thermodynamics hold and pressured on a citation that you just pulled out of seemingly nowhere, the moderator, which I suppose is on your team, linked a source, a reference, right? With the citation. Wait.
Shut the hell up.
And I'm just
You're a
saying, if
moron.
that's your way of persuading me, on the same source,
Shut
longer
up.
down, it explains that there is a gravity component to that second law of thermodynamics that you are not engaging with on your source, which goes against your whole rebuttal, essentially. And you haven't even looked at the pictures I provided. You just said, well, there exists something else that other people have thought out that I believe to be true.
Yeah, second of law.
With no circumstance variables at all. gravity doesn't exist in this, or at all, perhaps, right? I don't want to straw man you, but it doesn't exist in this, and it cannot explain this, essentially, right? But the problem is it can, and the source that you linked says it does. And so here's like what we call a problem with the gear.
Yeah. Shut
Okay,
up.
okay, thank you. Was that it? Are you done? So no, the second law of thermodynamics isn't a belief I have. That was the first thing you said. No, I don't need to look at your pictures because they have come from a place that I can debunk. The area they are claimed to come from is debunked by the belief I hold. Was it a belief I hold that debunked that area? Oh no, it's been recategorized in an attempt to undermine my victory for the 9th time by calling it a belief. No, let me just get this absolutely clear while the chanting from the same funder who's failed to undermine me. Oh, maybe this is why you'd need to be muted, stupid boy. Because I wasn't finished. It was me retaking the victory that I've already had 9 times. Because you subtly tried to make a law of nature my belief. Yeah, in an attempt to undermine my victory, making a law of nature a belief I hold won't regain the victory for you. It won't prove that gas isn't going to be pressing on walls of containment to be pressure. It isn't going to be undermining the fact that gas disperses into an area of volume. But you have also subtly said that because I haven't done anything. Yeah, I can demonstrate this law of nature with a fart. Yeah, it will disperse into the volume. Yeah? I can easily demonstrate gas filling space, even when there's already gas impeding the gas I produce, because apparently I've got to do something. Yeah, okay, I'll pass gas, and as it disperses throughout the already existing gas pressure, that is to say, even with lots of gas in the way, it'll still expand in all directions, because that's what gas does. All gases do it. But you're suggesting that not only is there nothing to impede it, not like other gases at 14.7 psi, that my gas would have to disperse through if I'm to give you a demonstration, which I'm now doing. You know, it's retaking my victory with a, verbalization of an actual physical demonstration I could do to demonstrate by example how entropic law, that's laws of nature, claim to be by you a belief I hold? Definitely not. A pathetic loser's attempt to undermine a law of nature by calling it his opponent's belief isn't going to change that gas fills space. And therefore there's no need to discuss any of your pictures or even look at them. First question I asked was, are these claimed to be argument points from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum? And lo and behold, they are. But that's just my belief. No, I've swiftly and efficiently dealt with the last attempt to undermine a law of nature, gas filling space, the second law of thermodynamics.
Why do you ignore? The problem is not really that I say you believe the second law of thermodynamics on its own.
Spontaneously,
oh my God.
The bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy constant.
Why do you ignore other forces that play a role?
Sorry, is this a white knight talking? Is this a white knight sharing pain of a white knight? As a white knight stepped in to share his pain over the top of this annihilation. That was a demonstration.
Why do you ignore other
that was a demonstration. Excuse me, can you mute the white knight? Can you mute the white knight, please? That was a demonstration of entropic gas dispersion. Of course, a white knight from a globe side of this argument wants, what, to undermine the demonstration of gas filling space? Like entropic law being demonstrated by a university professor to a group of lecturees. I mean, I don't see why that would need an interruption from a white knight, other than it demonstrates the gas fill space. It's something they lecture about in universities. I mean, a minute ago, it was my belief. But there we are, gas fill space, it's a law of nature. It's perhaps the simplest description of entropic forces. It's amazing he'd use the same words as me, isn't it? Entropy. Yeah, that's entropy, gas filling space. He's just demonstrated it for my live audience. You heard the description of it. It's a law of nature. It's not my belief, and Nick's attempt to undermine my debunking of his area of volume gas isn't filling, defying this law demonstrated just now. Yeah, that's still undermining his sky vacuum belief with little men in it floating around. Yeah, getting pictures for us to argue about. No, we won't be arguing about those. No, because they're just liars in a sky vacuum.
Pancake, right?
Liars in a sky vacuum with a chanting zealot trying to undermine it at every attempt. Now, just making that summary you've attempted to undermine 9 times there, Nick. Yeah, you know, your shitty pictures from a sky vacuum.
It's 400.
Excuse me, Nick.
Point, right?
Is this gonna change the victory?
Seems to be increasing
is you chanting through me going to change this victory? Maybe as you chant through me, you'll puzzle over why you're getting muted by the server operator. Now that was me retaking the victory you keep trying to steal back from me with nothing to do it with. No, you see, that's a university lecturer. Maybe the third attempt to make this summary. Maybe this third attempt to make the summary will just get a non-stop zealot interruption from a chanting ball believer who cannot accept the reality of laws of nature as anything beyond my belief. It's just my belief in this law of nature demonstrated in this university with gas filling space described as entropic dispersion. Something you said was my belief a minute ago. But me making that conclusion would be best served with a large dose of interruption, a large dose of my opponent muting me. And then asking, why would it be that I'd have to get muted when this guy takes his victory for the 10th time? I want to be able to chant straight through that victory and tell him that it's just his belief. No, it definitely isn't a belief. It's lectured about in universities. And you seem to reposition it like my belief. No, gas does fill space. It is entropic law. It is the second law of thermodynamics. And we definitely would require containment for us to be breathing gas pressure, as we definitely do, as say NASA. Meanwhile, you say it's my belief. Definitely not. Gas fills space. Your sky vacuum's bunk. There are no images to argue about from that area. It doesn't exist. That's the same victory I've taken 9 times. I'm sure we'll have an attempt to undermine it again. Now it's come through nice and concise without the chanting zealot muting me.
Yeah, so I linked something in chat. You could read it in your head or not at all. I mean, you have agency, but it's from NASA. And since you said, well, NASA says, I'm going to say, well, they say something else too. They build on this law, right? And they include gravity. Now, the problem is you don't. That's why I called it a belief, because you have an incomplete understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. I'm not saying that there isn't a second law of thermodynamics. I'm not saying that there isn't pressure on and it cannot be contained by a container. I am saying, though, that sometimes on a macro level, gravity plays a role. This is well understood, and it's also in literature. Now, you citing a different weird black and white college professor that looks ancient, I don't see how that gives you any credence. You lost again and again, and I'm glad you say you're trying to retake your victory, because you lost it multiple times, and you're not retaking anything. And so here's the fact of the matter, Nathan. You have a lackluster understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. You haven't looked at my argument.
Sorry,
you've been defeated over and over and over. So at this point, I'm done. I mean, you're interrupting.
Stop him. He's just ad homing me, telling me I don't understand. You have a lackluster understanding is a glorified trumped-up way of saying you just don't understand. Why the hell do I have to tolerate this? Yeah? Saying I've got a jumped-up understanding of something you fundamentally denied 10 minutes ago, and then 5 minutes ago told me was just my belief. Now, oh yeah, well, I do understand and accept now, after 9 attempts to undermine this law of nature. This started out with him telling me that yada, 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 you derailed this argument about pictures, and then he just reiterated his own bloody argument that he lost with last time. Now we're into the same exact thing, over and over again. So long as I can undermine Nathan as not understanding as an individual, my lackluster understanding of the second law, I just had it on screen with a guy demonstrating it. He demonstrated gas filling space and then quite categorically said it's a law of nature entropy. But we're still into Nathan's got a lackluster understanding. That's just an ad hom. Ad hom in lieu of an argument response. He's not undermining gas filling space. It does. It's a law of nature. He's just telling me I don't understand. Pathetic.
Can I ask a question? Can you build on a law of nature?
He's finally gone to work, if you're asking that question, Neil, to Nick or whatever his name was. He's left the call.
Yeah, of course. About, what, an hour after he said he had 15 minutes, at the point of complete loss and 9 attempts to undermine the victory from me, he then says, oh, no, this is the point I've got to step out with justification. Obviously, oh, yeah, I was an extra 3/4 of an hour.
Jedi. What's up, bro? How you doing, my friend?
Evening,
Yeah,
guys.
good chocolate. Yeah, always good, man. Hope you're keeping well, brother. That was an interesting conversation with that guy. I'd have kept muting him. He wasn't responsive.
I thought he had a fantastic point. Why would you trust anybody giving an accurate demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics when they give it you in black and white? It's got to be wrong.
Second of law. I caught that too.
Okay, let me do a couple of quick shout outs. Jardo, QE joins. Live viewers dropped by 15. Mr. Personality. Jardo, how dare you?
hey, I got a response. Did you read my response?
Was it by Super Chat?
No, it
Well,
wasn't. Here's my response to Jardo.
Well, if you're not paying for it.
Can I get my response, please?
Hold on. Super Potato, Super Chat, Super Computer. Excuse me. Uncle Ben. Shout out to Uncle Ben. Please jog this loser on. My ears are bleeding. Thank you for the Super Chat. Also, another shout out to Jardo. Is this going to be going for QE as well? We'll see. I'd rather listen to Brenda talking about shoes than this. And you got 3 likes. Thank you for the Super Chats. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah. Can you read his previous Super Chat out before so we can have some
QE
continuity?
joins. Live viewers dropped by 15. Mr. Personality.
Jardo, your sister never seems to mind.
That was awful. That's not even a good... That's terrible. Jardo said you weren't funny as well.
With the setup and everything.
I think he's one of us, right, Jardo? So I think he's starting to push his like a little test where or out close to the gap between the ribs he can poke. he's I like him. He's one of us already, Chocolate. So this is in the best of humour.
I point out I've joined and we're back up to 92.
What was the peak?
Those are the drunkards from the bar you came from.
Are we still live, aren't we? God, man, how easily we forget.
One of a pair
Jardo wants peace and harmony.
Yeah, and good on him. More power to him. And I do respect his opinion when he gave it. It did resonate with me. Yes, you can't keep everyone happy all of the time, but knowing that some people are distinctly unhappy about something is always worth knowing.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. If Brian came up with some nonsense, you'd be going after him too. It's not personal.
Go ahead, Adam. Adam had something to say. He had a comeback, but you over-talked him. I was just saying. Want to appear popular, bring your own viewers, don't you? Yeah, fair enough. Did you hit that crayon muncher with the murderer's diary?
I did. Can I just play the Entropy video again? I think I've still got it up.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that, Chocolate. Good timing.
I don't accept that. It's in black and white.
Yeah, I figured I'd share it, being that being told laws of nature are our belief or something. That's very weird. So, I don't know. Apparently, he's never experienced a can of Coke. Like, seriously? It's a belief? Come on, man. You guys got to go better than that.
No. Then he agreed. He agreed on it, though. But you have to understand that it's built upon.
Can of Coke. He never did a research paper in high school either. So back to the murderer's diary.
Yes.
For the third time.
Yes. All shout out to QE. That was a direct use of one of QE's examples. Perfectly timed by me. Therefore, I take all credit.
I was going to say you went old school on him. That was a long time ago, boy.
It's not often. You're normally here when someone gets that wrong. Whereas I look down, you're not here. Well, someone's got to do it. Especially after you just told me off. You're like, oh wow, that wasn't a smart move. But he's got an MO. The guy wants to undermine what I've said just before his exit, before his departure. And at the point that wasn't going to happen, I'll just count him off every time he attempts to do it. Eventually, after an hour, he was like, all right, I'm never going to get this undermining in and then move on, so that the perceived conclusion is that didn't really matter that much, though. But no, I'll over-dramatise my victory every time, and I'll escalate that over-dramatised performance each time you try and undermine it, and get more and more concise in reiterating your loss. And it'll just get more and more concise every time you try and undermine it. I don't mind.
Hey, Brian, you finally get in here after 20 minutes.
Were you trying to get in?
It's like I wasn't allowed in, QE.
Oh, here we go. Martyr time.
Well, I'm just stating the facts.
Yes, that is true. I was a bit distracted.
When I heard him say, and some other guy in here saying that they built on the laws of they built on the second law of thermodynamics by adding in gravity. That just shows. It's either anyone who says that, just so you know, I hope you're still listening, you're either totally lying or you're so unbelievably thick that there's no scale that we can place that on.
Wait, was that before or after you said it was just our belief? Did they build on our belief? Is that what happened?
Exactly.
Wow.
That's a good point, Chocolate.
Just for his sake, next time you want to present an argument, maybe you want to be sure of what argument you want to present, because you started it off with, I got a Modus tollens, and somehow or another that got changed into a Modus ponens. So, I don't know. Never stated the form. I don't know. That all sounds problematic. Maybe be sure of what you're trying to present, Modus.
Yeah, it's the second of law. His proof was pictures from space.
I like the way he tried to shove his fourth dichotomy into a Modus tollens. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
if P, the Earth is a ball, then Q, then space is the thing that you can take pictures of a ball from.
Yeah, but he started with if not P.
Yes.
I'm like, what are you doing? You don't know what Modus tollens is if you're going to start with if Earth not a ball. You're like, so if not P. Oh my God.
No, it's if not P.
What's funny is that someone like this guy, Nick, comes along, and when he's shown to be wrong, there's no acceptance that you're wrong. He doesn't understand the difference between a reference and a citation. He doesn't understand the very thing he's claiming is just Nathan's belief, as Chocolate just pointed out, right? Suddenly became something that was built upon by adding in gravity. And no matter what he's told, he still has this belief in his belief. This is the problem. He believes that he's smart and that we don't know what we're talking about. Because obviously, someone tells these people when they're growing up that you're really clever and gives them a pat on the head. Someone is telling them that when they're kids. So now that when they become, 24 or whatever, 30 years of age, they still think that they are, when they never were. The people telling them that were just making them feel good when they're younger. You were never smart. You never knew what was going on. They were lying to you.
Oh, he thinks he's clever.
Yeah, because he wants to start dictating to people about the second law of thermodynamics and how they added in gravity. How did they add general relativity to the second law of thermodynamics? Because that's the current gravity within his paradigm, and soon that's gone to be replaced by quantum gravity. So what's he talking about? He does. None of these people even know the origins of, the birthplace of the second law of thermodynamics. That what he just said there, like what he's basically saying there is that they added gravity to temperature, the study of temperature. What has gravity got? Could you give me one claim concerning temperature where gravity is added in by anyone? Anyone? Ever? No. That was the birth of the second law of thermodynamics, the study of temperature. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity has nothing to do with temperature. So the fact that one of these people will claim that they built on the study of temperature by adding gravity. How does gravity control temperature? What has gravity got to do with temperature? What's gravity?
That's what I was just going to ask. What is gravity?
Before he said that, though, he seemed a little upset that after reading the NASA citation that was provided to him, that, I don't know, it contained the word container, maybe like 5-6 times, I don't even know. And then after that, he said, well, NASA says that gravity is the container. I'm sorry. How is gravity a container?
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the actual document and see if it actually said that. Now, I know if it's from NASA, gravity is going to be in there somewhere, but I'd like to see that it actually said exactly what he said. So NASA are claiming gravity is a container. I don't know if NASA would state that. They make a lot of claims, but I don't know if they'd state that. That would be a bit of a stretch for NASA now, I'd say.
It's posted somewhere. I think Jado posted it. He thought he had a win.
What's the percentage chance that he actually verbatim quoted what he was reading out of that reference?
I think he did because he thought he had a win when he read further on.
I mean,
he didn't realize that wasn't part of the citation.
Yeah, does it matter either way?
No, it doesn't. It's just it's not you. Nathan. It's not your fault that NASA contradict themselves.
Yeah,
in their own reference. You know what I mean?
Sure, but I'm just saying, in terms of what's in that citation that I didn't post, one of the mods dug it out. I'm like, fine. If someone else is going to get it, and someone's going to take ownership of this, it's not going to be me. I'll get him to read it out. So he did. Well, that becomes the citation that we're using in this instance. How would you phrase this, Q? I couldn't give a crap outside. If you read on long enough, NASA say there is a container. On 3 pages on, they say, oh yeah, there's a giant container made of unicorn pixie dust. Okay, so?
Maybe he was trying to be helpful in pointing out the contradiction from this place called NASA that says that you require a container for gas pressure, but also shows you that there is no container for the gas pressure that we have. Maybe he was just trying to be a kind fella and pointing that out for us. Thanks, buddy. You already know. Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Most of what I was hearing was him trying to reverse the burden of proof. You were supposed to prove, Nathan, when I was listening to the live show, you were supposed to prove that gas requires a container for there to be pressure, right? When he was directly claiming that it didn't. I mean, why would you need to prove that? He's making the claim it doesn't. It's on him to claim to demonstrate this. You know what I mean? It's like, why does Nathan need to prove that? You're claiming it doesn't. You're claiming that gas pressure is possible without a container. Right. That means it has nothing to press on. So it's up to you, bold person, to demonstrate this, which will never happen because his claim is untenable. But they have some neck. You were supposed to prove what the existence of an inflated balloon. What?
Hold on. There's a claim against Brian. Brian, why are you making speculative videos on your YouTube channel? We should start calling you Brianism. What's he talking about? Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Well, the speculative videos are to do with what Hervé, the sailor, said. and to do with the ratio between nautical and statute miles. Something I think I've gotten to the bottom of last night. That I'm going to make another video on.
Okay.
It's actually so obvious what I think they've been doing. It's so obvious what they did. It's just out in plain sight, and it works out exactly as they needed to. But yeah, but why am I making a video and calling it speculation while I'm making it and stating it's speculation? Because I want to. Look what I want. I want to make a video about doors. I can make a video about doors. My channel, I can make that I want. Yeah.
So Jason Dean says, deny the container, realize the container, then gravity is the container. Thank you for the super chat.
In that citation, it says nothing about gravity being a container. It says, in the atmosphere, air molecules near the surface of the Earth are held together more tightly than the molecules in the higher atmosphere because of the gravitational pull of the Earth on all molecules above the surface molecules. Yeah, that's it.
That's completely
So gas
debunking
is only
itself.
gas.
Yeah, it's debunking itself. How did the molecules get up above the other molecules that are down? You know what I mean? You have people. Come on, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, has NASA ever heard of the water cycle? What does it rain where NASA is?
Yeah.
No, rain is gas. Rain is gas coming down from the clouds, which are basically the gas factories. Rain is gas.
Well, the implication of what they claim when they're trying to claim gravity as a force of attraction between masses, whatever masses are, is the implication is up weight. That's what they're trying to claim. When they're trying to claim gas has weight, they're claiming up weight. When they're claiming gas has mass, they're accumulating all of the gas as one thing. When gas molecules, gas atoms are unbonded, so they're independent entities, but they're calculating them all as being one mass, kind of like water, and stating that they have a downward only vector. But gas goes up sideways in all directions, so what they're actually claiming is up weight. I just go straight to it. So you're claiming up weight because gas goes up, yeah, yeah. So that's up weight. If you're claiming gas as weight, then you're claiming weight as an upward thing. QE, how much up weight do you generally weigh on your weighing scales?
200 kilograms.
Of up? You weigh 200 kilograms of up?
He asked.
Why not?
Because he's not floating up against a scale stuck to the ceiling?
Why not?
But that is the basis of their claim. When they claim that a force of gravity is giving weight to air and gases, they're claiming up weight. They're claiming weight is an upward vector force, as well as a downward vector force and a sideways vector force and a diagonal vector force. But if we just use just up and down, they're claiming weight is a downward and upward vector force. That's the implication of their claims.
It's just stupid.
Yeah.
But Brian, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Oh.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. They want to equivocate between gravity being a force and not being a force. But no, there is no gravity that they can prove. Outside of specific gravity, that's the only one that can be proven, and that's just relative density. But the point being is that when they're claiming a force of gravity is giving weight to air and gases, they're claiming weight is an upward vector as well as a downward vector force.
Anybody in Discord believes that we live on the outside of a ball spinning around in a vacuum? Anyone want to tell us all about it?
Yeah, all that
hit him
weight. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, why don't you hit him with the vacuum chamber, Brian?
Yeah. Vacuum chambers require containment. You can't have a vacuum without containment. You can't have temperature without containment. You can't have gas pressure without containment. They're literally violating those three things when they claim they're on a rotating globe in a vacuum that has gas pressure and temperature.
I was talking about the weight in the vacuum chamber.
Oh, the weight, yeah. Well, see, there you go. It's like if I weigh something, right, and then I put it in a vacuum chamber and weigh it again, according to their claim, then the thing should weigh lighter. But it doesn't. It weighs heavier. At high altitudes, things they weigh heavier, not lighter. So if we're removing the air that they're claiming has weight, then the object has to weigh lighter within that claim. But in reality, the object weighs more, not less.
So to test,
because you're removing the buoyancy.
To test that claim, we'd need a container to test it in, though.
Yep.
It doesn't in any way affirm that the sky is a vacuum without any containment for the vacuum that is absolutely required to even infer that there's a demonstrable premise to demonstrate, which undermines their base premise that if you remove the air from a vacuum, then in their imaginary world of a ball in a sky vacuum, it would weigh less, when in reality it doesn't, it weighs more. Meanwhile, there's no containment for either the gas pressure that we're all breathing or their claim to be vacuum of the sky. Neither has got containment. Both are absolutely in requirement of that containment to achieve anything in the first place, to start even thinking about making demonstrations. Any more from Discord? Any more?
Well, if anyone wants to claim up weight, again, like the last guy, Nick, and everyone else.
Well, what happened to the white knight that jumped in and said we don't acknowledge any other forces? Where'd that guy go?
He only wanted to talk while I was concluding my victory.
He's sellotaping the weighing scales to his ceiling.
I muted that guy and then he left very quickly.
You say you unmuted him and then he ran away?
Yeah, the White Knight guy came in. I stopped him from White Knight and he left.
Yeah. He only wanted the White Knight at the point that I got that video that Chocolate shared up on screen with him talking through it. It being the conclusion. Sorry.
You got the mathematics professor in here, I see. I don't know. How many times does he want to say, yeah, you got a 90 degree, there's 90 degrees, there's a 90-degree angle. Yeah, there's no right angle triangles in celestial navigation.
All right.
But there's 90
there aren't any. Well, I would say you don't need any. That's the way I put it.
Yeah, you said, yes, there is 90 degree. About 6 times.
So if you do celestial...
Just everyone else, just Matthew and QE, please. Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, maybe I can explain what I meant by that. If you do celestial navigation, you just need the zenith distance multiplied by 60 nautical miles. So those are the two things you need: zenith distance and 60. Technically, you don't need right triangles or the horizon or right angles to do that.
I just wish him good luck with that, really. It's not worthy of a response, is it?
Well,
it's not got
It's
anything
true.
in it. It's just designed to goad. And at best, it just shows his lack of understanding.
Well, it shows that a mathematics professor is denying that a vertical that he's going to use for his zenith angle, that will require a horizontal. That means the vertical meeting the horizontal at 90 degrees to determine the zenith angle. Because the zenith angle is exactly the same as an elevation angle. He just denied the need of an elevation angle. But the zenith angle is an elevation angle, just read in the opposite way. So why would a mathematics professor be claiming that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. In order to get the direction of the zenith or vertical, you could just hang a plumb bob without reference to the horizon.
No, you can't determine the angle. You claimed an angle. So you're going to need the angle to multiply by 60. So how do you have the angle without referencing horizontal?
Because you're referencing your plumb bob, the vertical instead.
Yeah, but what is the angle between? It's between the vertical of the plumb bob and the horizontal.
No, it's between the vertical of the plumb bob and the line of sight to the star.
It's not. It's
on that
vertical
star,
and horizontal.
Fine.
Yeah.
On that star to your zenith, down back to you, what angle's that?
That's called the zenith angle.
Would that be a right angle?
No. You're measuring it and using that to multiply by 60.
Up to my zenith and across to the star isn't a 90 degree.
Yeah, but
no, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about something slightly different. I'm talking about if you are taking a line from you to the star, that's one line, and then another line from you straight up, that's the second line, and then you're getting the angle between those two lines. That's called the zenith distance.
From you to your zenith to the star, that angle. Is that a right angle triangle?
I guess say that again. From your zenith to the star.
It's just a yes.
Just
from you up to your zenith, across to the star. Is that a right angle triangle?
Just for the audience's benefit, it's this right angle triangle that we're asking him if he's denying, given he said we don't need right angles. We're talking about this zenith distance, this right angle triangle that the audience can see. Do you still deny that right angle, Matthew?
Yes, you don't need a right angle. What I'm saying is you just need just one angle.
Using one, and Matthew.
You've just made one.
I'm not.
By virtue of hanging a plumb bob and taking the angle, you have just generated a 90-degree angle, haven't you? And you are measuring the co-angle now of your 90-degree triangle, which is the other half of the rectangle that you form when you do your elevation angle. It's the opposite 90 degrees that you're now working with.
But you can make 90 degrees off of anything. I'm saying you don't need it at all.
You can do lots of things, but you claim that this wasn't a 90 degree. You've now admitted it is.
I'm saying you can do it, but you don't need it.
Well, you can do all sorts of things, but what we were talking about was whether or not that was a 90-degree triangle, and you've just admitted it is.
I didn't admit it was. I'm saying that you don't need 90 degrees in order to do celestial navigation. That's all.
It's not a 90-degree triangle, then? The thing that you say, yeah? You're saying it's not a 90-degree triangle. From you.
There's no triangle. You don't need a triangle. You just need an angle.
To the star and back to you doesn't give you a 90-degree triangle.
Okay, so Daz posted something. Yeah, so I'm not talking about that.
Yes, it does.
Angle. I'm talking.
So it does.
Right. So an angle is the angle.
Does it? Can we just get a definitive answer? Then we can move on from basic geometry, can't we?
You don't need a triangle at all.
If I hang a plumb bob to get my co-angle, I am forming a 90-degree right-angle triangle. Correct?
Correct.
There we go. Let's move on then.
You don't need that co-angle to do celestial navigation.
Just corrected you, or do you want to not recognise I've just illuminated your ignorance?
Oh, I recognize that you illuminated my ignorance about what you were talking about. But I'm saying you don't need that to do celestial navigation.
Can I come back in there, Adam?
Well, by all means, because that's all I was there for, just to correct the lad on what a triangle is.
Yeah, thank you. Matthew, let's just say you have a 60-degree zenith angle, right? That's 60 degrees. Okay. What's that in relation to?
What that is in relation to is if you take a plumb bob angle to figure out what vertical is, that's your zenith, that's straight up. And then you take another angle.
You're measuring between what and what then?
Hold on.
1 second.
He's answering you.
No, it's okay. He did answer. No, I'm asking him. Leave him, Nathan, please, if you don't mind. Matthew, you're measuring between what? Vertical is what? Is vertical 0 or is
the opposite
90?
of down.
Is vertical 0 or is vertical 90 in your measurement?
Vertical is straight up 0.
Right. So when you measure 60, what's that in relation to?
It's in relation to that straight up. That straight up is how far down you're going. If you're going 60 degrees
So it's
down
not in
from
relation
vertical.
to horizontal then. So that vertical won't
doesn't
have a
have to be,
horizontal
no.
to it. So it won't be 90.
because
It won't be
you need
measuring 90.
right. You need
So you won't be
the you
measuring
need
in
the
relation to 90 degrees, is what you're claiming. A mathematics, a PhD in mathematics is claiming. Someone who teaches in
I don't have a
university is
PhD.
claiming. So you're claiming that you won't be measuring in relation to 90 degrees. That's your claim.
No. If you listen to me to exactly what I'm saying and
So
say
you will be. So you will be measuring in relation to 90 degrees.
no.
Wait, hold
So
on.
you won't be
Hold
and you
on,
will be.
stop a second. You can't both not be and be. You're in a violation of the law of non-contradiction currently, Matthew.
Right. There's never any 90 degrees anywhere in my claim.
Why is it in this diagram on screen for my audience then?
Because it's somebody else's diagram.
Well, it's from a navigation handbook.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. My claim is that you don't
one
need
way to do
90
it. Sorry,
degrees.
stop. You said it wasn't needed. One way to do it and not needed are very different things. But the navigation book... Sorry, stop. The navigation book specifically describes the acquisition of the ground distance parallel with this zenith distance in the co-altitude angle. It's got to translate to something, and it's a distance on the ground. That was what Brian was getting to, right? That means you absolutely unequivocally require 90. It's on this diagram, along the ground, with 90 meeting the zenith point of the star, or sun, that you're measuring. 90 is unequivocally required. It's on all the diagrams. I've had about 15 diagrams go up so far, while you've been denying it, just so you know.
You're right. That's a standard way of doing it.
Sorry, stop. Everyone stop. It is a standard way of... So you, Matthew, you're annoying me. You're telling me it's not needed, it's not done like that, you don't need 90s. Now, contradicting that is you saying it's a standard way of doing it with 90. Yes, Matthew. Yeah, Earth's measured flat because we're talking about 90 degrees to the zenith position of the stars, 90 degrees to your position, with that line with a 90 along it being the distance measurement that you're going to convert to the ground. It's unequivocally a flat Earth measurement because that co-altitude's going to convert to ground distance, isn't it, Matthew? 90 below the star, correct?
Yes. The standard way of doing it requires...
Stop. Don't need you to summarise this, thank you. You were denying it needed 90 2 minutes ago. Now I don't need your belligerence. I'll make the summary of you, you disingenuous lying scumbag who told us it didn't need 90. And it's now chanting through me. Yeah, you're not going to get to be belligerent. You're the student telling us that you don't need 90. How dare you deceive my audience, Matthew?
I'm not deceiving them.
No, shut up. That means stop talking. You have just told an audience that it does not need 90. Now you've just told them it's the standard way of doing it. On
the non-standard way
Excuse me,
doesn't
can
need
the
90.
moderators stop Matthew's belligerence? Because he seems to think, like the other chanting zealot, that feels that as I summarise and conclude, the standard way of doing it, end quote. Contrary to his lying zealot scumbag ways of telling us we don't need 90, because they prove Earth's measured flat. That ground distance has 90 on the end of it, like in this diagram. Right? He's denying it because it's a flat Earth measurement. And his zealotry leads him to believe that he can belligerently interrupt the conclusion that he had to fundamentally deny and then admit it's the standard way of doing it. You're here to deceive people, Matthew. Utter scum. You can't simultaneously tell us we don't need them, and then when we ask you about the actual method that's got 90 involved and a diagram with 90, with multiple diagrams of the process going past for a live audience, you have to admit at the end of that lie that it's the standard way of doing it. That's not your cue to summarise. How dare you? You're just here to lie to people. You know it's the standard way of doing it. You know it uses 90. But you're here to deny that, are you? How dare you? You should be disgusted with yourself.
Before you unmute him, Nathan, I'd just like to explain.
I haven't got control. It's not my server. I'm a guest here.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I'd just like to point out how he's trying to deceive people. What he's trying to do here is pretend that if you don't write the 90 down, you can just move forward with the angle that you've measured. You could, couldn't you? But of course, you wouldn't be able to work anything out, because to work it out, it's a y-angle. So we need to know one of the other angles, don't we? Because that's what we're doing here in celestial navigation. We're obtaining a side length from two angles, something you can't do in trigonometry. So whilst you may not have to write it down, you will assume it, and it will be fundamental to you building that triangle to apply the angle that you've measured to have any relevance. Because if the top angle is at 90, how do you know what the others are going to be? You don't. So I would concede, Matthew, in your smart arse, low intellect trolling, that you maybe don't have to write it down, but you do have to know it's there and use that 90 degrees to make the rest of your calculation, don't you?
I posted a diagram at 46 past the hour. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm saying if you...
Yes. That would be a yes, wouldn't it?
Non-responsive from Matthew.
Yeah.
Yes, in order to do standard... In order to do the standard way of celestial navigation, you do need 90. What I was saying is there is a non-standard way of doing it which doesn't require right angles, horizons, or 90 degrees.
But it's going to deny how you calculate the angles in a triangle.
So he's just
I'm saying there's a different way.
You were rumpusing him when you had to close your line, so he heard his concise. The standard way of doing celestial navigation is to measure a flat Earth. Yeah,
is to measure off the horizon.
I haven't finished. It didn't.
Yes.
You seem to think that while I'm in the middle of a sentence, it's your interruption point, Matthew. You seem to.
Sorry,
do it.
I thought you were
instinctually. You're doing it now. Yeah, haven't finished. Didn't take breath. Yeah, no. The standard way of doing it is all we're interested in. What's that? You say you've got a different way of lying to an audience about how it's not needed in the non-standard way that you do it. You as an individual, one lying man. Well, we deal with the standard. A standard that you aren't adhering to when you lie about needing 90, Matthew. What I'd invite you to do, rather than the non-responsive direction to a post that you've put in the Discord server, I'm going to ask Adam to re-ask his question and you can just respond to it.
Fair enough.
When we're doing these calculations and we're applying them, and if I wanted to calculate my elevation angle, there are certain premises that we are going to work with. Because we're only measuring one angle, we actually need to assume the other angle, knowing that the baseline is flat, or in this case, the sky is a flat plane between your zenith and the star. And it's that knowledge, that generation of the 90 degrees that allows us to solve the triangle. We wouldn't be able to solve the triangle if we were only measuring one angle and didn't know the others, would we? It's the fact that we know, whether it be an elevation angle or a co-angle, that the baseline is flat and it forms a 90 degree. Now, I don't have to write that down, but it's fundamental to the premise, isn't it, of working with triangles?
Yes, working with triangles, you would need to know the 90 degrees, subtract from 90 to get the other angle, the co-angle, that type of thing. But you only need one angle. You don't need the whole triangle, is my claim.
Because you already know the 90 that it relates to.
Oh, my God.
Otherwise, you would need to know the other angle. You'd have to measure it, which you don't do because you assume it to be 90 because it is.
No, you only need the
How you're
zenith.
able
That's the
to
only thing
resolve
you need.
your diagram. What you'll notice is that you're not resolving triangles, mate. You're doing this on the outside of the ball, and you can go to infinity. Yeah, and your
Bingo.
GP position will be the same distance away. By the time your two lines reach your star at infinity, they'll be the same distance apart. You are not drawing triangles in yours. Have a good look. You are not doing celestial navigation. You're trying some bastardized version strapped onto the outside of a ball. But I don't know what this is. This is Matthew Learn's version of navigation. It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation, what you're putting up there.
Yes, you're right. My
question?
diagram doesn't have any triangles in it, and the star is assumed to be an infinite distance. So that's correct.
And it's not celestial navigation.
Okay, what is it?
It's not celestial navigation.
What's the main equation in celestial
Sorry, you're asking me
navigation?
to define what your claim is. It's not celestial navigation. celestial navigation involves minusing from 90 what you described as the standard version. That's celestial navigation. This isn't that. You said it's non-standard. No. When you recategorize not celestial navigation as not standard, it's not celestial navigation. A response isn't to ask me to define what it is. It isn't the thing that you are fundamentally denying when you tell us that you don't need 90. What you actually mean is, I don't want to do celestial navigation. I want to do something non-standard, not celestial navigation, that won't involve the processes that celestial navigation involve, but tell the audience that 90 isn't involved. What you really mean is your bastardized version that isn't celestial navigation doesn't use 90. So you're disingenuous. Right. Excuse me, was that you chanting through the middle of me there, Matthew, before I finish my sentence? Is this what you do when you're teaching children when they highlight an error? Do you just chant through them? When you're in charge, is this how you keep your authority when you're disciplining your children when they've highlighted an error? You just chant through the conclusion. What you're doing with your bastardized, deceitful version that isn't celestial navigation is deceiving my audience by telling them 90 isn't used. Well, what about this 90 in this reference that is from a celestial navigation handbook? Oh, well, that would be the standard way of doing it. Yeah, so you're deceiving people. You're a scumbag, you're a liar, a deceiver, someone who wants to tell an audience, you don't need 90, what, in celestial navigation, that you're not doing in your version that isn't that. No, you don't need 90 because you need to believe you're on a ball. Meanwhile, celestial navigation absolutely unequivocally requires 90 along the ground, the flat plane that we're going to be doing ground distances on, because that's how it is done. Your version isn't that. Now, before you ask me to, for the second time, tell you what it is, I'd like you to acknowledge that your bastardized, deceitful version isn't celestial navigation, so we can just highlight how deceitful that is once you concede that fact. It isn't celestial navigation. Is it, Matthew?
It is. I do not concede to that.
Matthew, where in your diagram is your equatorial plane?
You don't need a plane to do celestial
You don't need an equatorial plane for celestial navigation. You just confirm that statement for me, Matthew.
Right. Celestial navigation, you're just getting distance to the GP.
Non sequitur. That was non-responsive. I'll repeat Adam's question. Can you confirm, as you have just stated, that you do not need an equatorial plane for celestial navigation? Can you confirm that you say, Matthew, say you don't need that? Can you just confirm that for us, rather than being a complete weasel, a liar, a scumbag, a deceiver?
Yeah, I confirm that you do not need equatorial plane to do celestial navigation.
Well, that's very strange, Matthew, because that's the purpose of taking your elevation angle to hell, to apply it to the equatorial plane that you place at the center of your presupposed sphere. Even when you're doing this on a ball as celestial navigation, not this retarded jumble you've put up, yeah, where the lines don't even meet to form triangles, they carry on parallel to infinity. Dude, you're supposed to be a mathematician. You should be embarrassed what you've put there. But let's just remind you, even if you're going to pretend you're doing it on a ball, you take your angle to hell and apply it to the equatorial plane, where, guess what? Forms a 90 all the way to the GP.
Right, can we just get
Matthew,
a concession that this is a lie? Please. It's not celestial navigation. It has no equatorial plane. So it's not celestial navigation. Third time's a charm.
It is celestial navigation. You're getting the distance to the GP. That's all you need.
1 second,
That
Nathan.
is not celestial
Matthew.
navigation.
Hold on, Brian, just let Adam go.
No, this will end it. This will end it. I guarantee you. Matthew, if you measure more than 90 degrees from your plumb bob, is that a vertical or zenith angle?
If you're I'm not sure what you're saying.
If you measure more than 90
degrees
from your zenith, if you measure more than 90 degrees, is that a zenith angle?
Yeah, but it would be below the horizon, so I don't think you could ever.
So it's no, that's
how
wrong,
do you get more than
Matthew.
90?
You said, yeah, it's wrong. That's called a depression angle. Once you go past 90, you just disproved yourself. You just ended yourself. You just ended your own pain.
Fine. No, I'll buy
what you
that.
just said?
If If it's called a depression angle, that's fine.
Yeah, but it's not a zenith angle once you go past 90.
Right. So you better,
Yeah. So you need the 90
in general,
for a
you
zenith
try
angle.
to,
So you
in
need the
general, you
90
try
for
to
a
use
zenith angle then. So you need 90 for a zenith angle then. Because once it goes past 90, you're not measuring a zenith angle anymore. So a zenith angle is only from 0 to 90. You concede?
You should generally stick with angles that are less
Do
than
you
90.
concede that a zenith angle is from 0 to 90? Yes or no?
Yes, a zenith angle goes from 0 all the way up to
you
90.
said earlier you don't need 90. You said no need for 90 with a zenith angle. That was your claim.
Right.
90 would be the horizontal meeting the vertical. The horizontal, very thing you denied.
In fact, you should
So
probably stick with something less than 70.
You just agreed to the horizontal that you denied earlier.
So your zenith angle should be less than 70 degrees, actually, because you don't want to get too close to the
No, a zenith
horizon.
angle is from 0 to 90. That's incorrect. I have, Nathan, I have a citation from surveying. If you go to vertical angle there in that citation in Master B, it describes it.
I think Matthew's finished, really. You know.
But he just agreed to a zenith angle needing a 90. Then he tried to change it to 70. He tried to say then first that the zenith angle, I think if I remember right, could be more than 90. Like, nah. This guy's supposed to be a mathematician.
Yeah, I'm a pretty good mathematician.
Who's paying you to teach their children, Matthew?
Right.
Yeah, right, exactly. Who's paying you to teach their children? Because if you're teaching my child and I heard this, I'd tell you something for nothing. I'd have you in court.
Ooh, yeah, we should take this to court and see who wins.
Oh, you wouldn't. If you were purporting the crap that you're showing as celestial navigation, you'd lose instantly.
Yeah, I would win instantly. If you want to go there, Matthew, you're claiming a zenith angle is what? Less than 90? You don't need a horizontal? You're claiming celestial navigation,
times
don't use a horizontal?
Equals distance.
You'd lose immediately in court. If you want to go there, we'll go there. Get rocking on that, buddy.
Zenith distance times 60 nautical miles equals the distance to the GP of the star.
That's
Just one sec. Just one sec, guys. Sorry. Just got a quick question.
You want to add some more stuff to that?
I want a question about your diagram that you posted.
I want you to specify why, when you keep parroting that, you think that is the summation of celestial navigation.
Because it is.
Okay, there you go. There's another one, audience. So the summation, the only bit of celestial navigation is 60 nautical miles times your co-angle. That's it. That's all celestial navigation is, guys. That's from Matthew Learns. The guy that's showing you celestial navigation. It's not celestial navigation. It's his version of it, tried to be strapped onto the outside of a ball. Not how celestial navigation is done. As we mentioned earlier, even if you're going to pretend you do it on a ball, you still take it to the center of the ball, to a flat equatorial plane, and then reproject it back out onto this nonsense. Not what Matthew's drawn here, which is just deception. Look at his lines. Look at his angle to his star from where his viewing position is, and look at the GP position to the star. Look at those two lines. They're parallel. How does that form a triangle in Matthew's world?
It doesn't. They're parallel. It doesn't make a triangle. You're absolutely correct.
When do the two lines meet at the same point so you to get your fix? Where are they meeting?
The two red lines never meet.
They never meet. Brilliant.
Aren't we supposed to be establishing positions and distances on the ground? Yeah, we are.
Distances, right? Just distances.
Okay. So
Matthew doesn't even. Sorry,
I just want to ask him a quick question. So, are nautical miles curved?
Yes. The distance to the GP is a curved arc of a circle.
You got a citation for that?
What a dog.
Yeah, celestial navigation is on a ball, and so the distance
is this a citation? Sorry, is this a citation?
It's just an assumption.
Sorry, did you hear me ask for a citation or an assumption? Is this another one of those? Excuse me, I haven't finished talking. It was rhetorical. For the audience's benefit, that was Matthew being deceitful. He heard citation and then gave an assumption. Well, that's not what I asked for, is it? So do you want to just try that again?
Right, I don't have a citation for that. It's an assumption.
Whoa. You've got no shame. You've certainly got no standards, have you? Absolutely
Sounds like you
none.
conceded.
Yeah, but you guys are drawing triangles, and it just doesn't work with triangles.
Sorry, it doesn't lie again. Sorry, does it not work with triangles, or are triangles the standard way of doing it, you deceitful shit?
So you're multiplying an angle by...
Sorry, it's we're going to get a non-responsive answer. Sorry, sorry, let's just try that again for the guy non-responsive to my question. Is it the standard way, or do we not need them?
You do not need triangles to do
so it's not so it's so therefore by conclusion it's not the standard way of doing it then. Don't need them, not the standard way.
You're not using triangles, you're not doing any trigonometry.
I didn't say trigonometry. Now he's got a straw man us. Sorry, sorry, is this trigonometry we're debating about? Guys, I'm a bit confused. I thought we were debating celestial navigation. Am I confused or something? Or has Matthew just decided to shift the goalposts?
Yeah, somebody trying to confuse us because he thinks we're as stupid as him. But no, Matthew.
Well, let me ask Matthew a question.
Just highlight
well done, Brian.
that you are deceitful, yeah, when you tried that switcheroo there. Listen, audience, to what he's doing. This is a deceitful man. He hasn't got an argument, otherwise he'd make it. What he's doing is trying to be deceitful and trick. And be able to make statements that appear true and have some relation, which is why he's tried to switcheroo to trigonometry. We're doing celestial navigation. You're a deceiver and a disgracer.
Exactly, Adam. He's trying to switch to a straw man that we never claim and is not claimed in celestial navigation. But I'm going to end his claim that they don't use triangles in celestial navigation now. Matthew, is an elevation angle a right angle triangle?
An elevation angle is an angle. It's one angle.
Is it an elevation angle a right angle triangle? It's a yes or no. I don't need your opinion. I need a yes or a no. Is an elevation angle a right angle triangle? Sorry?
An elevation angle is not a triangle. No.
Right. So, okay, 1 second. Okay. So you're not measuring a vertical angular height. So the opposite of a triangle is not being measured. That vertical is not being measured.
Right. You're not measuring any distance.
So you're not measuring a vertical then. It's not a vertical angle. So an elevation angle is not a measurement of a vertical angle. Or sorry, a vertical angle or height.
Yeah, an elevation angle is the difference between the horizon
and how high up you go. So it is a measure of a vertical angle or height then. So it is a measure of a vertical angle or height. So that would be the opposite then, wouldn't it, in a right angle triangle? Because it's measured off a horizontal. That would be the adjacent.
Are you talking about the whole triangle or just the angle?
Hypotenuse. So that would be a hypotenuse, an adjacent, and an opposite. The opposite is the very thing that you're denying the existence of, yet that's the very thing that's being measured.
No, you're measuring an angle, not a distance.
You're measuring the opposite, the length of the opposite
is
with an elevation angle. You're measuring, it's elevation, Matthew, above a horizontal plane. Elevation, that's up, vertical.
Right.
Yeah, so you're measuring elevation. That would be a vertical angular measurement. You're literally measuring the opposite of a right angle triangle. The opposite, the very thing you're denying. That's what's literally being measured.
So if the star is 40 degrees above the horizon, that means its elevation angle is 40 degrees.
A 40 degrees, it's a vertical angular measurement of 40 degrees.
What do you mean vertical?
Are you claiming there's a curved line being measured? Or are we measuring straight up? Is that measurement?
No, we're measuring just
up?
Angles.
Are we measuring straight up from the horizon?
No, it's only 40 degrees.
Are we measuring straight up from the horizontal? Are we measuring straight up?
If the star is 40 degrees, then it's not straight up.
Are we measuring straight up from the horizontal?
No.
We're not measuring straight up. So elevation is not a vertical measurement then.
I don't know what you mean by vertical measurement. We're just measuring
elevation. You just claimed that elevation is not a vertical measurement. That's what you just said. When I said, are we measuring straight up, you said no.
Yeah, straight above you is straight up.
I said, are we measuring straight up from the horizontal? And you said no. That means you're denying that you're measuring an elevation.
No,
the opposite.
He's turned it into your zenith. He said straight up is above you. So it's not.
We're doing a measure. We're not. You can't measure straight up above you, Matthew. You can't measure directly above your head. You can't do that. That's not possible with an angle. There is no angle directly above your head.
It's the angle to the
I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, I'll explain
I'd say
it for
you are.
Let me just explain it for
He's
Matthew.
not confused, Nathan.
Hold on.
Just look. He's
I've
at the
got an audience.
I've got
an audience, Brian. Yeah. Okay. So we've got an object that we're measuring the angle to, and Brian's asking, as on screen for my audience, the line labelled Y is the elevation with respect to the vertical. Now that's what he's trying to get from Matthew in concession, because he's saying no, straight up's just above you. I mean, it's not even in this diagram that's of elevation angle formula, but that's what he's saying, an unmarked line in the definition. But Brian's asking about this line, from object to the horizontal line Y with respect to the angle. That's a elevation, the height above the surface. Elevation, that's what elevation is, height.
Can somebody grab, sorry to interrupt you, Brian and Nathan. And Nathan, I know you just took that from Master B. He denied an elevation was a right angle triangle. If you guys in the
I'll grab
server
it for you,
can
QE.
Master B, yeah. Can you post them to Matthew? And Nathan, can you run through some of those screenshots that I just posted?
Yeah,
because he denied.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the audience, while Matthew's having those sent to him, we'll just remind ourselves of the base premise that Matthew's fighting for here, that 90 is not required when we deal with elevation angles with respect to an Earth that's flat, that's being used as part of this measurement. The flat bit is the elevation bit. It's with respect to the flat ground, because it's a 90 degree that he's denying. So his main purpose, for the summary of the audience's benefit, is that 90 is not needed. Now, also for the audience, my audience's benefit, lots of 90 degree triangles describing elevation angle measurement, because that's what it is. Obviously, that doesn't work if you're on a globe, so Matthew's got to deceit and swindle and turn, I don't know, celestial navigation into trig. Things like that. You know, being a deceitful man. That's what he's got to do. Deny the 90. Because his version that he says is celestial navigation, it's not the standard celestial navigation. It is still celestial navigation, it's just not standard. The ones that use 90 are standard, but you don't need 90 because you can do it in a non-standard way. Therefore, you don't need 90 in celestial navigation when you do it in a non-standard way that doesn't use 90, because his shyster replacement that does use 90 doesn't use 90 if his shyster replacement is accepted as being celestial navigation, when he lies and deceives my audience. Meanwhile, this elevation angle on screen for my audience, and this one, 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 they've all got 90. He's saying they don't need that 90. Okay, we're all clear what deceivery is. Let's carry on, I guess.
Okay, I see the diagram now. Brian, could you ask your question in reference? I see the one that says angle of elevation formulas that has kind of like the orange angle in the bottom left and the object in the top right. Could you re-ask your question based on, referring to that diagram?
Can I, referring to what I'm not looking at it, I'll re-ask my question. Are you claiming that an elevation angle is not a vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane?
I'm saying an elevation angle is the difference between horizontal straight out and then like 40 degrees up to the star. So it's how high above horizontal you are.
I ask you it again. It's a very straightforward yes or no. Are you claiming that an elevation angle is not a vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane? Yes or no?
I don't know what you mean by vertical angle.
Vertical angular measurement. Are you claiming it's not a vertical angular measurement? Are you claiming we're not?
No, I'm saying I don't know what you mean by vertical angle.
Above a horizontal plane. Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical height above a horizontal plane with the elevation angle?
A vertical height or a vertical angle? So what do you mean by those?
Are you claiming we're measuring a vertical angle? Are you claiming we're measuring a vertical height above a horizontal? Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical height above a horizontal plane with the elevation angle?
Right, elevation angle is an angle, not a height.
Elevation.
I didn't ask you whether the angle was. Hang on, Nathan. It's okay. Hang on, Nathan.
It's just said elevation isn't height.
I didn't. Hang on.
Well, I just need to confirm what he said, please. So elevation isn't height. Okay.
Elevation is high. Elevation angle is not.
And I now have to go off. You have to point on to his red herring, Nathan. 1 second. I didn't ask you whether the angle. I didn't ask you whether the angle was anything. I asked you with the angle when we're using the elevation angle. I'm asking you: are you claiming that we're not measuring a vertical height a vertical angular height above a horizontal plane? Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical angular height above a horizontal plane with an elevation angle? Is it yes or no,
You
Matthew?
keep mixing up angle, or you keep mixing up angle and elevation,
I'm not mixing anything up.
I'm confused about what you're
I'm
asking.
not mixing anything up. It's a straight question. Are you claiming that we're not measuring a vertical angular height with an elevation angle above a horizontal plane?
No, we are measuring. That's what an elevation angle is the vertical angular height, the angular height, not the actual elevation, the angular elevation to the star, like 40 degrees above the horizon.
With respect to a horizontal plane.
That's correct. With respect to the horizontal plane of where you are.
They are measuring the opposite.
Brian, so we're measuring this angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference?
Yes.
Earth is flat?
No.
No, Nathan, don't, hang on, Nathan. Yeah, don't leave him off with that. He's after just conceding to the very thing he was denying earlier on. He claimed the elevation angles are not right angle triangles. Now he's after just conceding that we are measuring a vertical angular height with the elevation angle above a horizontal plane. He's after just conceding to that. The very thing he denied was happening. That is the opposite, Matthew. That's the opposite of a right angle triangle that has been measured there.
I'm saying there's two ways to do it. You don't need to do
I
it
don't
this way.
care
You could
what
do it the
your
other
way
way.
is. Nobody cares about what you have to say. You've just agreed to the very thing you denied earlier. I've just shown that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Or
these
you're
are
just plain
opposite ways of
dishonest.
doing it.
So you've agreed to that vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane. That means you agree that that is the opposite of a right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's the standard way of doing it.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, so no, the way of doing it. There isn't a standard. There is just the way, and any other thing. Any other way is just rubbish.
Yeah.
So any way you come up with it.
Let me just rephrase that. That's right, Matthew. It is the standard. The standard is to use 90s along a flat Earth, the baseline, for the ground position and the ground distance along the ground with 90 at the base of the star, with 90 up to the 90 that you'll need for the co-angle, the co-altitude, the zenith distance. It's all in a box with 90s on a flat Earth. Of course, your version that's not standard, we'll just call that deceit and lies when you say, it is celestial navigation, and chant through me summarising what you've done here. Because it isn't the standard, is it? What you're doing is not the standard, is it, Matthew? Rhetorical, we know it isn't. We know it's not the standard. We know. We know.
It can't work, Nathan. Yeah, I've yet to see anybody out on a ship on the ocean rocking back and forth hang a plumb bob from their ship to obtain an angle for celestial navigation. It's what he's claiming is impossible to occur anyway on the ocean.
Meanwhile, we're measuring the angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, as he conceded. So we're measuring Earth flat with this angle. I'll just define what an altitude angle is, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. The other one.
When he pulls out a sextant, does a plumb bob drop out of the case with it? Is it dangling below it?
No, it's just he's here to lie about 90s not being used with his deceitful version that's definitely not the standard. The standard needs 90s along a flat Earth. Yeah? I mean, let's just define elevation angle from education.psu.edu. The solar altitude measures the angle between the central ray from the sun and a horizontal plane contacting the observer. So we're going to need a horizontal plane contacting the observer to measure this angle, because that's what it is, like on screen now, on this diagram. Just for clarity, for the audience's benefit, now we've had a few definitions and we're all clear what we're doing in the standard. That would be celestial navigation, not what these numpty liars who come here and tell you you're on a globe lie, and they tell you that you're not doing trig. Trig? Where did that straw man come from? Oh, a deceiver. Yeah, Matthew's a scumbag. He's a liar. He'll change the goalposts whenever it's needed when we're discussing celestial navigation. Not the standard. His version that doesn't need 90s and doesn't need triangles and isn't along the ground. Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, the standard is to use 90s. He'll concede that and then segue away, talking about trig when we're not doing trig. Yeah, that kind of deceit. Meanwhile, 90s along a flat Earth. 90 along a flat Earth. So it's done. The standard for elevation angles. The standard for celestial navigation that he tells you don't need a 90. Yeah, here's all these definitions of what elevation angles are. Yeah, they've all got 90, just so we're clear about how much a liar he is when he describes his non-standard version. If we just put his non-standard version back up so we can all see what the deceitful lying scumbag had to present for you, the audience. This crap. Yeah, where's the GP? Is it along this curvy line that's got non-distance being measured with dip below surface level? How are we getting a dip to below surface level? That seems really crazy. Why have we got a parallel light converging at the centre of a presupposed sphere? Where do we get the R value for this sphere? How are you establishing a celestial horizon in the middle of space? What is this garbage? Why have we not got a triangle like in the standard? Why haven't we got that in this? Oh, it's because it's garbage. It's just deceit. It doesn't work. It's not the standard. It doesn't function. Furthermore, you'll need a radial value to imply that we've got parallel light rays by assumption. End quote. Matthew learns. There's quite a few assumptions in here. Don't know what this is. Where are we getting this radial value? I mean, who knows? Who cares? It's not how it's done. It's not the standard. It's just deceit and lies.
Yeah, but Nathan, him claiming that something is the standard version is him implying that there is, to the audience, that there is a non-standard. No, there isn't a standard or non-standard version. There's just the way, and anything else is wrong. It's that simple. What he's calling the standard version is just the way. That's just the version. There isn't a different version. There isn't a non-standard version, right? There isn't a standard, just the way, and anything that is not that way is wrong. It's that simple. So if he's claiming anything that's outside of what he's trying to claim to be the standard, so he can then invoke his non-standard, that means he's just wrong. End of story. There's no standard or non-standard. There's the right way or the wrong way. The right way is the one he's trying to refer to as standard.
Can he give us the standard for dip correction? Matthew, how do you acquire dip correction? You just arrived on the boat, got out from the parking lot, got on the boat. You're cruising from Portugal to Texas. You're going to invade Texas. So you just got on, because you're a poor dumb bastard. So you just got on the boat. What do? Dip correction, please. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know much about how dip correction works. I think there's some charts for it or something. I don't know.
Well, Brian could probably explain it to you.
But to answer the question about standard versus non-standard, I'm saying there are two different ways to get to the zenith distance. So the zenith distance is the number you need for the equation. There's a standard way of getting to that distance, and then there's a non-standard way.
Matthew. You're at it again. You're lying to the audience. There isn't two different ways. There's only one way. You're denying the 90 degrees. You're denying the horizontal again. There isn't two different ways. There's only one way, and that's the standard way. There is no non-standard
I feel sorry for you guys.
There is no second way. You're at the line.
Made up by Jews, just sort of like all.
Can you mute the White Knight so I don't have to listen to him rambling about whatever he's rambling about?
So what's the non-standard way? Let's go back to the boat. You pull out your sextant. Go ahead. Walk us through the non-standard way.
You hang a plumb bob and then use a protractor to figure out what the angle is between the plumb bob line and the star.
You hang a plumb bob off the sextant?
No, you don't use the sextant. You just use a plumb bob and a protractor.
What you've just described, Matthew, what you're trying to do is hijack the actual way, the way you're claiming is the standard way. You're trying to hijack as if it's your own. That plumb bob is a vertical making a 90 degrees with a horizontal. And between that plumb bob and that horizontal, which is why you're using the protractor, you're using 90 degrees. That's the whole point of it. Every vertical.
I'm saying you can ignore the 90 degrees and go straight to the number.
Every vertical creates a horizontal. Every horizontal creates a vertical. It's always 90 degrees. There is no non-standard way or second way. There is only the way, which uses 90 degrees. So if you're talking about a vertical angle, it's from 0, which is above in your zenith, 0, down to horizontal, which is 90, or an elevation angle, which is 0 at your feet and up to 90 above your head, or vice versa, whichever. The point is that they both use 90 because they're both the same thing, just read in the opposite direction. You're completely deceitful.
Didn't I say you get on the boat and you pull out your sextant, go from step 1 now with your non-standard way. You have a sextant. Go.
You hang a plumb bob, and then you figure out how much off from straight vertical is the star. So you could use a protractor and say, oh, it's 35. Like straight up is straight above me, then this star is 35 degrees down from that. Without reference to the horizon.
You're on a boat.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do on a boat.
Yeah, no shit. So what do you think you actually... So sorry, so let me just get it straight. Conclusion time. According to Matthew Learns, right, this is the non-standard way of doing things. We've not even left port yet, and his methods failed. So just to be clear, to summarise, his shit that he tried to deceive the audience with is utterly useless. How does it work, Matthew? You dungle a plumb bob. Oh, right, we're on a bleeding boat rocking all over the place, you stupid muppet. Oh, yeah, that'd be a bit of a problem. Yeah, sorry, do you want to lecture us on your non-standard? The one that's not the standard that uses 90s, the one you've been babbling on about for about an hour? Because it fails miserably immediately, according to you, you stupid clown. Why are you wasting everybody's time deceiving them? Now, meanwhile, we understand how you acquire dip correction so you can use a bleeding sextant. Not a plumb bob, like this clown maths teacher thinks you use. Stupid man doesn't know what he's talking about. But he's here to defy what is and isn't used and give it a categorization as standard or non-standard. You don't even know how the standard version works. You don't know how dip correction's done. So you would get everyone lost and drowned at sea then, wouldn't you, Matthew? You'd be responsible for everyone's death as you sold them your non-standard version. Oh, well, maybe we've got a bit of a problem here. I'm dangling my plumb bob. Yeah, everybody would just be throttling you. You'd be the first to die as you condemned everybody on board. Okay, you pathetic man.
Can you imagine it? Matthew, as a navigator, he opens up the box with the sextant in it, says, no, we don't need that, tosses that overboard and pulls out his plumb bob and his plastic protractor.
Now imagine as the audience, now imagine you're on that boat with Matthew Learns, the navigator. What would you do to him? Yeah, you're condemned to death because this man told you, the audience, that it was non-standard. So I'm going to associate Matthew Learns' lies to a life and death situation, because we're talking about navigation now, Matthew. That would be you're out at sea and you need to find out where the hell you are or you'll die. And what are you doing? What are you doing? You're telling everyone that you're a good mathematician, end quote you. Oh, really? You've just condemned everybody to death, Matthew. What have you got to say for yourself, Mr. I'm a good mathematician? I've just condemned everybody to death, but I'm really good. What do you think the people on the boat are going to do to you next, Matthew? Matthew, you've just condemned everybody to death with your non-standard crap. So, Matthew, what say you, good mathematician condemning everybody on board this hypothetical boat to death? What have you got to say for yourself?
You better do it the standard way instead.
Oh, really? So we'll need 90s then? Let's just put a couple of them on screen, just in case this lying zealot denies them. So we'll need the standard version, the one that uses 90s. Your whole premise of not using them would condemn us to death. So now let's have some humiliation from this math teacher, the one lying to our children, the one who's do this when he's in control, which he's not here. He would lie to your kids in a heartbeat and then laugh about it afterwards. He's also laughed in this session here. Yeah, laughed about the non-standard version that condemned everybody to death, didn't you, Matthew? So we'll use the standard version with 90s on a flat earth then, Matthew, won't we?
Yes, it's much more practical. The point is it's not necessary.
Point is we'll measure Earth flat. How dare you make a conclusion, you unbelievable scumbag. No, you've just spent a significant period of time deceiving us like you would be deceiving the children you have control over when you have the mic indefinitely. You don't have that here. Here you are exposed as a scumbag liar who has spent a significant amount of time telling people how they can be condemned to death with your non-standard celestial navigation method. It wasn't celestial navigation. You also lied about that. You said it was. You're a liar, Matthew. No, your version that isn't standard that you said was celestial navigation condemned everybody to death. As you lied about it being the real method, the celestial navigation, everyone would rely on to not die at your hands. So given that your mathematical example condemned everybody to death, how dare you teach children anything? How dare you? What school do you work at, Matthew? I'm going to be expecting a resignation. Excuse me.
Los Angeles County, California.
Say again.
Biola University in Los Angeles County, California.
Given how deceitful you've been exposed to be here, when will you be handing in your resignation?
I will not be.
I will be requesting your resignation or your disciplinary action given how deceitful you've been exposed to be here. Now, given that you are in charge of these children you're educating, when you're not in charge, you're exposed as a fraud. Someone who will punt something non-standard. Something that hypothetically would kill people. Yeah, you haven't had an ounce of humility. You should be fired. I said this last time. I implore you as an audience to appeal to this man's employment status based on the fact that he is a deceiver. That's been demonstrably proven. No, we won't be using your non-standard version that you claimed was celestial navigation, you liar. How dare you educate anybody? You're just a fraud, a scumbag, a liar. Someone claiming something that is standard isn't standard because it won't comport to your zealot religious belief. Now, it would be a lot more practical and not kill people to not use your zealot sphere version. Can I just point out for the audience's benefit what that is? Let's put the zealot liar who would have killed everybody's version on screen. This version, this globe version, was just this religious man's punting of his faith. It doesn't matter to him that it would kill everybody on board. No, it would be far more practical to use the 90s I've spent all day trying to deny the need for. Yeah, it would be a lot more practical and wouldn't kill people, that's right. But you think you've got the right to call yourself a good educator? No, man, if push came to shove, you'd leave people dying at sea. You've got no right educating anybody.
Nathan, can I just say something to Matthew very quickly?
Yes, go
Matthew,
ahead.
when you... Thank you, Nathan. Matthew, when you try to tell people afterwards to try and save embarrassment that you were only trolling us, that means that you are directly admitting that everything we're saying is true. So before you go try to pull that one out of the bag, remember that.
But the funny thing
I'm
is,
not trolling.
isn't it? Right, I wouldn't go after a man's job because there's no need. But you just announced your school there.
I'm
If I
not
was
afraid
your
of that.
principal, right? If I was this guy's principal and I somehow heard this, yeah, I wouldn't be needing somebody to call for his job. You'd be looking at your employee and thinking, God, this is the guy that I'm letting loose on young minds, young people. This is the guy that the parents trust me to educate their children. I'd be really worried, mate, of going out. If I did that in my professional role and behaved like this and spoke in such contradiction to what my profession says, just for my own ego, I would have a professional body looking at me, and I would equal the same to you, sir. Anybody of any cognizance that would be employing you to teach minors would seriously bring into question your character for the way you behave today in the most deceitful and lying way. Is that somebody you want teaching your children?
Yeah, I haven't been deceitful or lied. I've been completely honest
Yes, you
about
have,
how
sir.
I'm saying.
Yes, you have. Hence why I've called it out. I'm not raging at you, but you know you have. You've humiliated
I have
yourself.
not.
You really have. You need to go back and listen to this, dude. Yeah? Either that or you've got real cognition issues. You don't know what went off this afternoon. You should be embarrassed.
I mean, I'll admit that it's hard to
if I
explain
was you,
myself in 1.5 sentences here and there, but I haven't lied about anything.
Genuinely, right? As an educator, you should be embarrassed at your performance today.
Yeah,
I'm not embarrassed. I stand by everything I
I
said.
know, and that's probably a bigger indictment than I can give. That you would then stand there and say, "I'm not embarrassed by that." Yeah, that's a bigger indictment than I could ever give, and all the audience can hear it.
Right.
Yeah, can I just lay out what Matthew claimed and what he was proven to be wrong, eventually had to admit to? He claimed first that a zenith angle doesn't require a 90. And he was proven to be wrong, and I had to admit it. He then claimed that the elevation angle was not a right angle triangle. And he was proven when he was asked, is the elevation angle a vertical angular measurement, which would make that the measurement of the opposite of a right angle triangle. He eventually agreed to that. He tried to say he wasn't using right angle triangles with his zenith angle. Adam showed that he had to admit that he was. So every single claim that Matthew has made today has been shown to be wrong, and he's had to concede it. And there's been more than that. I'm forgetting. I'm actually after forgetting all the things that he's claimed and that he was wrong about.
He claimed you don't use an equatorial plane by taking it to hell if you're going to do celestial navigation. He's just demonstrated his whole ignorance. Yeah. And then that was comical at the end when John took him to the boat and all he said, yeah, I'd use my plumb bob. Oh, but you're on a boat. Oh, yeah. Well, that'll be a problem then. That just showed the level of Do you want this guy teaching your kids?
And with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Matthew, time to get his band-aids and bandages. He's leaking bad.
Do you want Matthew's clip, Nathan? So you can play it. Or
yeah,
no?
Go ahead.
Hold on, I gotta go. I'll get it for you. I was gonna do it, but there was too much going on. So.
It just makes me angry. You know what I'm like with teachers.
Yeah. Righteous indignation.
Yes, indeed. I've been watching a videographer that says that quite a lot. That's why I end up saying it myself more frequently than perhaps is necessary.
I like it. It's so appropriate. So.
Yeah, I get it in the right place contextually, but when I hear myself saying it, all I can hear is the YouTuber that I've got into the habit of saying it because. Anyway.
I hear Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction.
I was going to say the same thing.
Sure you were.
No, the videographer I'm dealing with is a guy who deals with scammers. He doesn't just deal with that, he deals with all sorts on his channel, but one of the things he does is deal with scammers that are emailing him. And one of his responses when they get angry with him is to respond with righteous indignation. But he verbalizes that he's going to be responding with righteous indignation. He says it like that. In other words, he kind of repeats it. So by repetition, you end up sort of absorbing it. And then when you get to that point where, well, I'm going to take a stance of righteous indignation because I'm right. And I'm indignant.
I posted it in Masterby.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees.
Cheers, Jeff.
That's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
Yo, Nathan, are you
The
all right, mate?
baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh yeah, sure.
So Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
What?
There you go.
Thanks. Right. We've been in this Discord server for 3.5 hours, so I don't want to outstay our welcome, but if we say maybe...
I do.
we'll stay for maybe 20 more minutes, but just to announce, and in case it gets awry, thank you very much for having us, as always. It's been a great visit.
Kiri, you already have outstayed your welcome in the server. That's the rest of us.
By the way, your server's been made famous by Simon Dan. Not that he put a link to the video he used today. So today, Simon Dan's released a video of, I think it's last week or the week before, when, obviously, as always, you were fantastic hosts. But Simon Dan's misrepresented it as though I'm somehow bad to my guests when I'm in your server and you're doing a fantastic job and I'm thanking you profusely for having us. That's me mistreating my guests, according to Dan. And he doesn't credit me, he doesn't credit the server where I'm being hosted. He doesn't do any of that. He just says Nathan's bad to his guests. So apparently you're all my guests, according to Simon Dan. Just so you know, you're my guests, according to him. I know it's not the case, how dare I? But just want you to know how Dan misrepresented everybody in this server. Because he has. When he said that I'm mistreating you and you're my guest. You're not.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he said he wants to. He's got into such a habit of listening to people saying that Nathan doesn't go out of his echo chamber and he treats his guests really badly. That when I'm in someone else's server where I've got no control over anybody's mute button, Dan's saying it's an example of me treating my guests badly in someone else's server where I'm very thankful for them having me as a guest. Yes, that's right. And he didn't put a link to my video, which I was far more furious about. It's like the amount of time I spend shouting out my opponents and giving out their links. And he couldn't even be bothered to put a link to my video. He used a good chunk of it. We'll cover it on Monday, Neil.
Now everybody should go to his channel and leave a comment telling him how stupid he is.
No, saying, why haven't you put a link to Nathan's video? Given that a good chunk of your video is his video, why haven't you put a link to it? Miserable sod. Anyway, he's using seismology to claim Earth's been measured spherical. Couldn't make it up. Seismology, yeah, right. Oh, you'll need a horizontal... let's not spoil it. We'll cover it Monday. I almost spoiled the ending there.
Hey Nathan, just a quick. The standard way of people getting around nowadays when they're traveling the cars and is using the sat nav and all that. But obviously, sometimes you lose signal. That doesn't work. So maybe if that happens and you're lost, maybe we could, if you've got a bit of string in your car and a bit of duct tape and a protractor, you could dangle the string from your sun visor, sellotape it to the protractor, and find your way around like that. Maybe.
I mean, all that's going to give you, if you extrapolated that out, yes, you could do that, because you can establish on a road with a plumb bob a zenith or a vertical. With respect to horizontal, obviously the two are intrinsically linked. But then you can measure, with just a protractor if you happen to have one, the co-altitude angle Well, once you've got that, you can then calculate what would be the effective zenith distance, because it's identical. The two are parallel. But what's that going to give you? Well, that's going to give you the ability to draw a circle with respect to the point below the zenith of the star you've just measured the angle of with your plumb bob. That's it. Okay, you've got a circle now. Well, yeah, you've got a good start. You'll need to do that at least once more, though, won't you? At least once.
I think it's the beginnings of a good business, that one day. What could we call it? Twatnav.
Oh my God. You might have a Matthew Learns survival kit.
It's a rock on a string.
Now, Twatnav was perfect.
When AJ was saying earlier,
Yeah, AJ.
I was going to say, if he's got a rock on a string, he can tell the weather as well. If the rock was wet, it's raining. If the rock's sideways, it's windy. He's got all the information he needs.
if it's warm, it's sunny.
He's got the world. He's got the world on a string.
You guys are brave for coming in after Twatnav, because it doesn't get any better than that.
If he's got sweaty hands and the string slips out of them, it's really hot.
Flat nav.
We still in politics?
Yeah, we're going to hang around for 10 more minutes.
10, maybe 50, 90 minutes.
I've got 7 minutes before I've got to go to work. So just to make sure you're all acutely aware that I could just vanish with no justification at any minute.
Yes.
When AJ was saying earlier, if Matthew pulls out a sextant, right, that he's just going to throw it overboard because it's not what he's looking for. No, when he pulls it out and he doesn't find the plumb bob, he contacts the company and asks to know how come they didn't include the plumb bob with his sextant.
I like the concession we got out of Matthew. Well, we can just use the triangles. We can just measure it flat. Well, that would be a lot more practical, wouldn't it? Yeah, we wouldn't die if we did it that way. That's right.
Or you could use a sat nav. What does sat mean in sat nav?
No, not sat nav, twat nav.
Out in the ocean.
So you'd be one of those guys that crashes his $1 million yacht into a big rock wall somewhere following your sat nav, Matthew.
But they use this as a backup. Now, obviously, boats have got sat nav. It's not like we're in the Stone Age. Yes, we've got technology. But the point of having a sextant on board is, what if that fails? So you sleep under the boat. You're nicely positioned, and you're happy where you are. You wake up, and oh my God, I've drifted while asleep. Well, let's just turn the sat nav on. Uh-oh, it's dead. Oh, well, what are you going to do now? Well, there is this non-standard method. It might not practically keep us alive.
And sat nav. Huh. Are those from where's the satellites at?
You mean twatalites?
Yeah, where's the twatalites at?
By vacuum.
Well, what he also doesn't realise is how inaccurate it is out on the ocean, yeah? And you do lose it quite a bit. Spend a lot of time on the ocean. And it's definitely not accurate. And most of these rich guys who buy these big yachts and rely on their satellite navigation have crashed them into reefs or into rock walls because they don't know how to use navigation lights or charts or anything else.
What this?
Well, I was wanting to know where the satellites are in Twatnav.
They claim to be in the
space. Then I'll hand you over to Brian, and we'll get into GPS, and it'll turn out way better than your elevation angles are not right angle triangles, doofus. So where are these satellites at?
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't mention a mirror with his string and his protractor.
Are you trying to red herring fallacy away from this discussion, sir?
No, not at all.
And put a cork in it. Where are these satellites at?
In space, in orbit around Earth.
So they're in the vacuum of space.
Yes.
How are you still breathing?
Atmospheric pressure.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number one. Number two, I asked you how you're still breathing because you have a void, like the one between your ears. It's probably bigger than the one we're talking about in outer space. But the vacuum of space, that's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
The pressure is due to the weight of the air, not any container.
Really? Brian, are you here?
Yeah. So, Matthew, are you claiming that, first of all, define weight for everyone, please?
It's just the thing that makes, well, I don't know how to define it in a clear way. It's just sort of a common sense idea, something that makes things go down.
It's not common sense. It's basically mass combined with gravity.
Sorry, Matthew, we're speaking to Matthew.
No, it's
Sorry.
okay. Is he,
We'll get to you next.
Hold on. Is he happy with that? Are you happy with that, Matthew?
No,
yeah, that sounds good.
I want to ask Matthew something.
Sure, but if we can have a discussion and two or three of us can pile in occasionally, if someone else offers him a bit of assistance because he's like, I haven't got it at my fingertips, and someone offers it on the spot, I'm going to say, are you happy with that, Matthew?
Yes, I'm happy with that. We don't have to have one-on-one. Let's have a discussion. It's fine.
Well, what was it again? I only heard part of it.
Can you restate that, dumpster baby?
It's mass combined with gravity.
Yeah, W equal mg. Mg love you long time. All right, can we move on?
Yeah. So, Matthew, no, I don't. Obviously, I don't. That is not a I don't know where I'm going to go with that nonsense, but anyway. So, Matthew, do you agree that weight is a linear downward vector force?
Yes.
So it's not upward in any way. There's no up weight.
No, weight makes things go down, not up. Right.
Right. So you're claiming the air we live in has weight.
Right.
So if I weigh something, right, and then I weigh it in a vacuum chamber when I've evacuated the chamber, then within your claim that the object should weigh less then.
No, in the vacuum chamber, it weighs slightly more because it's not floating in the air.
So you just claimed the air had weight.
Right.
Which is a linear downward vector force, yeah?
Yes.
So that would mean that within your claim, if I remove the air with a vacuum chamber, then the object must weigh less. It can't weigh more. What you're trying to claim now is buoyancy. That's not weight.
Yeah, so the object weighs less because it's slightly buoyant.
Buoyancy is not limited to a downward vector force. Buoyancy is not limited to a linear downward vector force. Buoyancy has two directions of vector, down and up. So are you claiming buoyancy or weight? Are you claiming the air has buoyancy or are you claiming the air has weight?
The air itself has weight, but it causes buoyancy in the things that it surrounds.
So if it has weight, then when I remove it, then the object must weigh less.
No, it weighs more. Just like a steel ball weighs more in air than underwater.
So not weight then. So not weight. Yeah. So buoyancy then, not weight.
Buoyancy affects the weight.
That's buoyancy you're describing.
Buoyancy and weight are not mutually exclusive.
You can't take away additional weight and have it weigh more.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can. You have a steel cannonball at the bottom of the ocean, and you weigh it at the ocean, and then you take away the water, and it weighs more because it's not
in the ocean.
We're not talking about water. Water does have a linear downward vector.
That's a false equivalence.
Just like air.
Yeah, it's a false equivalence.
No, it's just like air.
If I want to weigh a gas, will I need a lid on the container?
If you're trying to weigh the gas, then yeah, just like if you're trying to weigh water, you need to put it in.
So if I'm weighing water, do we need a lid?
You need a container to keep it from rolling.
Do I need a lid? Yeah. I need a container. I know you're agreeing that we need a container for both gases and liquids. That's fine. I totally agree with that. But do I need a lid on the water? that I'm
For the
weighing?
water, no. For the gas,
Right.
yes.
Do we need a lid? Do we need a lid on the air or gas that I
Yes.
have in a container? Right. So that would
Not
mean
for every gas.
you asserted earlier on. You agreed earlier on that weight is not an upward vector force. It is a linear downward vector force.
Right.
Why do I need a lid when I have gas in a container and I put it onto weighing scales?
Not
Why would
every
I need
gas.
a lid? If gas has
Some
weight,
gases are
if air has
heavier than
weight,
air.
sorry, 1 second. If air has weight, why do we need a lid?
Because it's bouncing all over the place, and it will bounce out
So
of
it's
the
not
thing if you
so
don't have
not a linear downward vector force then.
No, it's linear. It's
You keep
just
talking
it's
about
just
it.
that
Hold on, I just need to get clarity from Matthew.
I love
Again,
it.
you're into a law of non-contradiction violation. If it's got linear downward, it can't be then, well, it's upward. Okay, so not weight then. It's not a linear downward, it's going up. So it's not a linear downward,
That's
therefore
not. Wait, that's not the law of non-contradiction.
Swan again, Rumpus. I'm
Right.
concluding, I'm summarising based on what he
We'll
said.
get
with
to your dumbass next.
Based with a contradiction. Yeah, we'll get to you saying you don't need a lid for some gases. Yeah, we'll get to that. Meanwhile, you're in a contradiction. If it's a linear downward and you say, well, it goes not down, then it isn't weight, right?
it's not a contradiction because things moving up can still have a weight. So if you throw something up as it's moving up, it still has weight even though it's moving up. The same thing is happening with the Earth.
So what's the weight? So what's the weight of helium gas as it's dispersing away from the ground? What's the weight of it?
It's pretty light. I don't know the specific.
Give it me in grams.
Weight.
Give it me in grams.
Well, you have to specify
You
a
can't
volume
weigh it.
of
It's
gas,
going
no?
up. It's just not weight.
You have
Weight
to
is down.
specify what volume, and we can give you
Hey,
a weight.
dumbass! I told you we'd get to you later. Be quiet. We're
But
dealing
it's
with Matthew.
going up, so it's not down. It's not weight. That's the conclusion. That's a fact.
So wait, so you're saying that helium doesn't have weight?
White Knight. White Knight. I know you'd like to steal the victory. Matthew's just wrong. Matthew's
wants to
just
bring
wrong
it
when he
into a
says it's
vacuum
weight.
chamber.
It's not weight. He's defined what weight is. Linear down. It's not doing that. It's therefore not weight by his own standards. His self-defeating, contradictory argument's been undone by Brian. Well done, Brian. That doesn't mean White Knight gets to start the ball rolling again as Matthew takes a couple of moments off. No, it's a contradiction. If it's going up, it's not linear
It's
down.
not.
It's just that simple.
The two things are exclusive.
Huh?
You can
Are
have
we on to the
something have
dumbass
weight.
now?
Okay, yeah, I think so.
You can have something have weight and also be affected by buoyancy.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, things that have weight. Yeah, but the problem you have.
He's thrown something out there. We've got to deal with it first. You said there's
Like
not
a
all
thing
gases
can
need a
a
lid.
thing can be affected by
Hold
multiple
on.
forces at once.
Guy, we need order. We just need to deal with one claim at a time. So, blurted through the middle of Matthew, you said, not all gases need a lid. Oh, really? Pray tell.
Okay, well, we can get to that later. Right now, I want
No, you got to it first. You got to it first. We'll deal with that first. You brought it up.
Okay, so you want to move away from the thing I
Sorry,
just said
listen,
because you're
mate.
scared of
Stop.
it? Or,
Stop yammering
like-
through him. Can you just mute him so I can lay down the ground rules, rather than him just yammering through me as his entry to this discussion? His former entry was through the middle of Matthew when he said, "Not all gases need a lid." Now, it was so pertinent that he literally interrupted the flow of the discussion for it. Now he's saying I can discuss that later. So it wasn't pertinent when you interjected with it. Oh, right, what a wanker. No, given that you did anyway, it won't just be ignored. It was the first thing you interjected with, so we're going to address it. Pray tell, which gas doesn't need a lid? Tell us, which gases are transported in wheelbarrows? Off you go.
There are gases that are heavier than air, therefore they won't do what helium does. Helium rises, right? But I'm just like off the top of my head, I think butane is heavier than air. Might be wrong, but I know there are gases that are heavier than air.
No worries.
And if you put them in a
Thank you,
container,
Brian. Thank you, everyone else who's now
please.
rumpusing and making it inaudible. Okay, so they transport butane in open-top containers. Do they? They're like wheelbarrows.
Probably not, but like
why not?
if you
Sorry, stop. Stop.
If you
Are you in?
wait.
Stop. I don't need you to answer halfway through the question. Yeah, it's bleeding
you asked
obvious
the
it's
question.
rhetorical. I don't need. He's just here to piss me off, isn't he? That's all his purpose is doing. Right? Stop it. No, mate. No, it's bleeding obviously rhetorical because only a fool would think you carry butane around in open-top containers like wheelbarrows. Yeah, me asking rhetorically if there are examples of that. Obviously not. They carry butane around from here to there in sealed containers. Why, I wonder? Oh, so it doesn't disperse into the air around it in all directions at a rate of speed. Because that's what all gases do. So, let's just conclude, hopefully without a fundamentalist zealot who's been proven to be demonstrably stupid chanting through my victory, as I prove how stupid that comment was that interrupted Matthew. Oh, right, you thought it was worthy to interrupt to say that not all gases need lid because you think butane gets carried around in wheelbarrows, stupid man. That's right, me, I'm a flat earther calling you stupid. Why? Because you are! No, butane, they carry it around in sealed containers because it would disperse. Like all gases. Next time you interrupt with your stupid, ignorant, globe-believing remarks that are nonsensical, you will get chastised and berated by a flat earther for your demonstrable stupidity. Yeah? And it's not that I'm running the show or anything when someone around you who's not going to tolerate you yammering through every word of me telling you off mutes you. That's not like Simon Dan thinks that that's me being unreasonable to my guests. It's just me winning with fundy zealots who want to chant and mute me, being shut down by a very reasonable server moderator who won't tolerate it. No, Dumbo. This is a fact. You are stupid. You don't understand how gas behaves. To the point where you'll say that you don't need containment. Oh, no, not all gases need lids. Oh, really? Because butane? No, you cretin. Yeah, that's you being told off. That would be your cue to sit down and shut up. Not hand wave it and tell me I don't understand or some other unreasonable response. I think we're done here. We're going to outstay our welcome if we're not careful.
Oh, we're good.
No, I never said it like you. I never said the thing that you're saying.
Stutter for me. Shut up, that meant. It didn't mean stutter around your defeat, you stupid man. Sit down and shut up. I'm going to thank the moderators for keeping your ass in line, yeah, while I win. Yeah, we don't need some stammery, stuttery response after you've lost, telling you what you thought you meant.
Sure,
we know what you meant.
If you want me to...
Not all gases need a lid. End quote, you stupid man. Right? What you're doing now is interrupting the man telling you off because you think you're justified. Why? Because you're a wanker. That's why.
No, I got
No, mate, what wanker? Shut up! What part of... No, you were stupid and wrong, wanker. No, butane's not carried around in wheelbarrows. This is not your cue to talk. Yeah, this is what wankers do in defeat. It doesn't matter how demonstrably stupid he's been shown. He's now going to rage through the top of me. Right? Oh, no, how dare you show how wrong I am. I'm going to talk through you. Now, eventually, the mods will get sick of it and shut you up. Yeah? Not because I'm an unreasonable host. You're not my guest. Yeah? I am demonstrably correct when I say you don't carry butane in wheelbarrows. Yeah, you'd need a lid.
I never claimed that you did.
Yeah, you said you don't need a lid, you lying shit.
Yeah,
but shut up! What part of you've been shown to be wrong don't you understand?
I'm not.
Yeah, you think you need to keep stuttering through me. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you zealots think you can keep talking when you're proven wrong. Yeah, you can't. Shut up. No, I will continue to tell you off with ever more fury. Justified. Your stuttery response about how you thought you were right when you said it didn't need a lid. End quote. Yeah, that's wrong. That means you don't get to carry on taking part, yammering and stuttering through me. Idiot. It means you get to be called an idiot. With, hey, perk up, QE. With righteous indignation.
I was waiting for
it. Yeah, I'll have it up every time he does it. I can do that. But let's thank the server. We'll have a prayer. Oh, Lord Jesus, thank you for Politics Discord server. Amen.
Can I explain where the guy is misunderstanding things?
Yeah, hold on. Yes, Brian, you may.
Yeah, okay. Where this man is misunderstanding things, but you don't understand, sorry, I don't know your name, is that butane per inch cube, per cubic inch, is more dense than air, right? So that means its diffusion rate into air is slow. The more dense a gas is, the slower its diffusion rate. The less dense a gas is in comparison to air is the medium, the faster is the diffusion rate. So carbon dioxide has a slow diffusion rate into air, whereas carbon monoxide has a fast diffusion rate into air. Do you understand what diffusion is?
Mr. Baby.
Wait, are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to the other guy.
Yes.
Can you repeat?
No, I'm talking to you. Do you understand?
Yeah, can you
Did you
repeat?
hear
Sorry,
what I
I
said?
didn't hear it. No, I didn't. Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Where you're going wrong is you're mistaking that butane, for example, is per cubic inch more dense than air, right? Where something like carbon dioxide per cubic inch is more dense than air, right, as calculation, where molar mass calculation. Whereas carbon monoxide is less dense than air. The more dense a gas is, right, we're using air as the medium, the more dense a gas is, the slower its diffusion rate into air. The less dense a gas is, the faster its diffusion rate into air. Do you understand what diffusion is?
Yes.
Right. So let's just say there is carbon dioxide after seeping in on my floor in my kitchen, right? And it's after displacing the air, right, that was on the floor, now there is carbon dioxide after displacing it because it's more dense. Right. Once I stop that seeping of carbon dioxide, or even if I don't, it doesn't matter. The point is that carbon dioxide is diffusing into the air, which means it is going up. The only thing that's stopping that carbon dioxide from filling the room instantly is the fact that the air is in its way. So its diffusion rate from the floor into the air, which means it's going up, is slow because it's more dense per cubic inch. So how can it have weight and be going up?
You can't.
If you have density, you have weight. You can make the same argument for water. Water also
water is a different.
evaporates. Water evaporates slowly into air.
Water is hydrogen bonds. That's different. That water is not a gas. Water vapor is a gas. Water is not. Liquids and gases are different.
Vaporizes.
Right? Yeah, it does, and it becomes water vapor.
If you had water in an open container,
Brian, hold on.
But it becomes
Brian,
that's the red
Brian, hold on. Go ahead.
No, like if you have water in an open container, it would eventually evaporate into the air also.
When it evaporates, where does it go?
Down,
into
right?
the air.
Down with weight, right? Because it's weight.
No, Nathan, you're after allowing him to. You're after allowing this. Why, Nathan, did you allow this? No, water is a liquid, right? Liquid water is not carbon dioxide gas. Liquid water must become a gas to diffuse into the air. It must become a gas, right? So until it becomes a gas, it's not going to go up, right? Carbon dioxide is going up constantly. Carbon dioxide that seeps into my kitchen floor is going up constantly. It's just the air is in its way, and because it's of its cubic inch density in comparison to the air, right? Its rate of diffusion is slower than carbon monoxide, which is less dense per cubic inch than air. So the water must first become a gas before it can go up. It's not going to just go up as water.
Am I understanding you correctly then? That you're saying that gases don't have weight because they diffuse into the air, but water as a liquid has weight, yes?
Water does have weight. We don't need a lid on the container to weigh the water. I'll go back to that 1 second. I'll ask you the same question I asked Matthew. Do you need a lid on a container of water to weigh it?
Probably not, no.
Well, do you need a lid on a container of gas to weigh it?
Depends on the gas.
You do, otherwise you won't. You can't.
Oh my God!
You can't. That's ridiculous.
I mean, if you have a
Stop. Everyone, stop. Hello. Now we've got a crossroads, Brian. Do we go through? It's inducing a rinse and repeat scenario. So we're back to butaning wheelbarrows. No.
So, no, hang on,
Brian.
1 second.
Just one question for you: Is it worthy of carrying on with the gentleman that is unsure about whether or not you need a lid on the container for water and or for gas. If a 5-year-old child knows the answers, do I need to put a lid on this to keep the water in the cup? No. Yeah. Do I need to put a lid on it to keep the gas in there? Yes. Yeah. This, if we're at this level,
can I explain
then
how
struggling
I'm
this
thinking?
much, I would suggest your energies are better spent. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Ned. If I have,
Brian, it's my third attempt. I've got to stop you. I'll try 3 times to thank the server for having us, so we can come back next week. But I really do want to do that because we've been here a good solid almost 4 hours.
Right, but I just want to say,
you can have the last word with this guy. I want you to understand that we must round out and thank him at some point. Okay, just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The butane that you in the container that you don't have a lid on is diffusing upward into the air constantly. So how are you going to weigh it when it's constantly going up?
Well, okay, so when you say diffusing into the air, I understand what you mean by that, but like as you say, some gases diffuse slower into the air than others. Certain gases diffuse very slowly, and therefore you could probably get a pretty accurate weight before it diffuses.
If you quickly
it doesn't take ages to get a weight.
That's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works.
Is it a joke?
Sorry, nobody's pouring gas.
I have a question.
Just for this guy, I just need to level it for him. Yeah, there's no commercial entity will ever be detailed to be, portioning out their gas supply on a scale that's open. Yeah, that's never going to be demonstrated. It's not how it's done. No.
No, I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying that's the most efficient way to do it.
It's not the way. It's not the way. It's just not the way it's done. It's just not the way it's done.
Is that not the standard way?
Not the standard. No.
It's a non-standard. Oh yeah, sorry. Let's labour this a little bit before we go. Sorry,
okay, whatever.
You're backing up Matthew, so we're just going to humiliate Matthew again with your words, which is to say it's the non-standard way. What, the wheelbarrow way? Yeah, the non-standard.
I never mentioned the wheelbarrow. You brought up the wheelbarrow, my friend.
Maybe you're chanting. Yeah, this is us just humiliating you, ball believers. As much as that's painful, I prefer you just didn't chant through the top of it. And it's unfortunate for you that you've demonstrably shown your stupidity with your open containers being weighed and that. No, definitely not. But that is undermining your sky vacuum belief, because forget about how gas disperses into air already at pressure. Your claim is that the sky is a vacuum. I mean, it's not like that's resisting it because of the already pressurized gas that it'd have to disperse through. Any gas, literally any, would disperse instantaneously into that sky vacuum if it was real. It isn't. It's just your fundy belief that you're prepared to argue from ignorance, making you and Matthew look silly when you tell us about the non-standard way of things to try and keep your sphere belief alive. That's why you're doing it. Now, because you're doing that, we're laughing at you and calling you stupid. Now, those are demonstrable facts that need painful chanting through the top of as we summarise those painful facts. The deceit of Matthew, the non-standard way of defining how gas might be dealt with. Yeah, when we deal with things in the standard way, your global belief is shattered into a million pieces. Because we wouldn't be breathing, and we wouldn't be measuring anything. Like elevation angles off flat baselines, gas pressure, the gradients, how high they are from sea level. None of this works on a globe. It's all debunking a globe. So you, with your fundy zealot belief in that globe, have to argue about how gas has weight, when your compadre, your wingman's just told us linear downward force. All right, so the gas going up you still think's got a weight, described as a linear downward force by your compadre. Yeah, you don't see that as cognitively painful or stupid or contradictory. No, it's still got downward linear weight when going up. No, you stupid moron. Yeah? This cognitive break in your worldview is just that. Your worldview breaking. You're not on a globe. There is no sky vacuum. No amount of rumpusing through me telling you this, stating facts, that leave you looking stupid when you try and defy them. Natural laws that are claimed to be only my beliefs when cited to other men like yourself. Right? These are just laws of nature. You haven't got a sky vacuum. There's no men in space. It's all stupid nonsense you've been duped with. Now, we've realised that. You haven't. But in so telling, you think that just by chanting through it or denying it or hand-waving it or questioning it will somehow result in you not having the defiance of your sky vacuum laid out. It will always be laid out. We aren't living in a sky vacuum-based world. We're not on a globe. It's all nonsense. You've just been duped. Now you're being laughed at by flat earthers for how stupid you are.
Can I ask this man one last question?
Definitely the last question. I thought that was my summary to round out and thank him, but go on.
One last question. If I take his container of butane and I put it into a vacuum chamber and evacuate the chamber and then remove the lid, will the butane fill the chamber instantly?
I mean, yeah, it would disperse out into the vacuum, yeah?
Yeah, like all our gas that we're breathing would all be dead. Space is fake.
Yes, which is Nathan's exact point, because there's nothing to impede it. There's no air to impede it, so it'll diffuse straight into the area of zero resistance.
What, you think the sky is? That's what all the gas we're breathing would do if the sky was a vacuum. It'd just instantaneously vanish. Furthermore, we'd never develop gas pressure, because like Brian described with CO2, comes out the ground and goes up. So the first particle of gas comes out the ground, goes up, and never comes back. Just vanishes into a sky vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's what gas does, disperses. So at what point do we develop gas pressure on a sphere Earth? We don't.
I mean, I would try to explain to you how gravity works, but I think you're not really reciprocal to it.
But you would try and explain it.
Please.
Oh, go ahead.
Gravity.
I don't think it'll do you any good, actually.
That's an ad hominem.
Well,
non-responsive.
You've been
He's just suggested
this entire time. What do you mean?
Explain. So the gas, whether you like it or not, if that was
You've been attacking my person this entire time, just
okay, dude,
ranting away.
You had your chance. You don't want to explain. Can I explain?
Is someone going to explain something to us?
Anyway, I thought that was the question. I thought you were running
Well,
out.
let's just find out what, for the audience's benefit, what's going on, right? Is that apparently there's an overcome to this argument in the form of gravity, but it wouldn't benefit me to be told. An ad hominem. He's inferring that I'm stupid and wouldn't understand it, or it wouldn't help me. Oh, really?
You've literally called me stupid, bro.
Sorry.
You literally said it out loud.
Excuse me. I will just reiterate why you're stupid then, because you seem to think that's unjustified. Well, I'll just reiterate it. Let's see if you can tolerate it, or if, like you're doing, you're going to chant straight through it. Oh, right. So if it's inferred that I was not justified, constant chanting. He's just put something to me, moderator, so I'd prefer if I just squared this away. I will call you stupid. You are stupid. This is the justification. Let's see if you can tolerate it, you stupid man. You suggested that we don't need containment for gas. I pointed out that there aren't wheelbarrows full of gas, making you demonstrably stupid for that inference that was wrong. Stating it as though it was applicable that some gases don't need lids. Now, that was where you were proven to be stupid. Now, you don't get to call me stupid because I've not done anything stupid, unlike you. I, the flat earther, have pointed out how fucking stupid you are, and you feel justified in telling me that I'm not allowed to do that? No, I will. I'll call you really stupid. Because you are. Now, you don't have to like how stupid you've been. And you could just chant through the conclusion like all stupid men who feel, what, humility? Is this your humility? I'm still talking, have a taken breath. Is this you having a bit of humility, you stupid man? Telling me off for how I shouldn't be calling you stupid. No, it was stupid.
Let's not call him meta, okay? Let's go to the topic. So what is the claim so I can have a clear view, like of either sides, basically?
Gas pressure needs a container.
Yes, that is correct. What else?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Bye-bye sky vacuum, the end of gas pressure on a sphere Earth. Gas needs containment, there's no sky vacuum. You're not travelling via a container to a sky vacuum. It's claimed that you can just traverse the high-pressure gas, wave goodbye at the Kármán line without containment, and traverse a sky vacuum in a rocket. No, that's all bunk. They're not traversing any containment which is required for us to be breathing.
Nathan.
I'm starting to feel more stupid after this afternoon.
Me too. Let's wave goodbye. Brian's my cue. He said it was definitely.
I'm just want to say something to you. No, I'm just saying.
We'll do it in the after show. I'll keep recording. We can do it. We'll go back to our server, but I do want to thank them because we're going to overstress their moderation team.
For right now. This is for right now. Nathan, remember the butane that man agreed would fill the chamber, or the vacuum chamber instantly if he removed the lid?
Yes.
Where's the gravity holding that into the container?
There isn't any.
Yeah.
Just disperses.
In the animals,
so you are claiming that isn't any, but you're not justifying there isn't any, okay? That's the big difference. You're making propositions that you accept everyone to be true, but they're not true.
What? Sorry.
Because the majority of the scientific community disagrees with you.
Scientific community, where are they at?
Appeal to consensus fallacy. So we weren't making any claims about what the sky is. There's an outstanding claim that it's a violation of natural law, empty space that gas isn't filling. So when
law?
my bad, it's not like this is the end of the conclusion that a zealot needs to interrupt. We urge a claim. Yeah, your appeal to consensus about what the scientific community thinks was heard. Nobody chanted through you. It'd be preferable that we just point out that you asserting that I've got what claims and standards that people must accept. No, the positive claim is that the sky is an empty available volume that gas isn't filling in violation of natural law. That's us overcoming the positive claim that the sky is a vacuum. Now, you're telling us about how gravity should be taken into account. Brian swiftly dealt with that. So we've got an acceptance. Yeah, you just put gas into a chamber, it disperses in all directions equally to fill the availability of volume, exactly like you say the sky vacuum is. No, because the gas would be filling it, dispersing in line with entropic law, debunking the claim the sky is a vacuum.
And he also appealed to authority fallacy. Sorry, you also appealed to authority fallacy by the scientific community that doesn't exist, by the way. When this isn't a scientific topic, it's a natural law topic.
Of course, it's not scientific. Everything this is like fairy tales, but that's not the point we are trying. We're trying to logically argue about something. Okay, so he said that it doesn't basically follow.
Not an argument.
Can I finish the point?
Is this logical gravity we're going to discuss?
Can I finish the point, please?
Well, the reason you're being objected to. Well, can I just answer your question? Can I answer your question?
No, I didn't finish the statement.
Well, you asked a question and I'm going to answer it. The reason you're getting
no.
interrupted,
You don't decide when I finish
one of the moderators take charge.
You
He asked me why he wasn't getting a chance to talk, and I'm now answering him, and he was not allowing me to answer his question. Why am I not getting an opportunity to talk? Oh, right. Well, that's because you've just denied a fundamental premise that's been put to you in regards to gravity in terms of what it does and how it behaves. You're ignoring how gas behaves when it disperses into a vacuum chamber, how it would disperse into the sky vacuum that you believe in. Meanwhile, sky vacuum claim overcome. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Yeah, there is no sky vacuum. There's no men in space. Gravity doesn't affect how gas behaves. Law of nature just disperses into volumes. The claimed volume it would disperse into would leave us all dead. That's the conclusion.
Well, he claimed the scientific community, didn't he?
Yeah, then he said it was logic. Then he said it was logic, making him seem very stupid because he claimed it was a scientific endeavour for the community in appeal that he had. Then he changed it to a logical question. Oh, really?
Yes.
Can I just point out, Nathan, that the container of butane that instantly fills the vacuum chamber when you remove the lid, that is closer to the surface of Earth than the air that's supposedly way up in the sky.
Oi, stop throwing gravity nuts to the monkeys. Stop it.
Yeah, right. I'm going to thank the server. Right. All of you mods, you are fantastic hosts and very tolerant of us staying over what typically a lot of time is as guests here.
I got one more question.
No. Thank you very much for having us. You've been an absolute sensation as always as a server. I hope the YouTube moderators for my channels put out lots of links to your server and people come along and join. So thank you for having us.
Yeah, more than welcome, Nathan. It's a pleasure having you here, guys.
Thanks,
everybody else on your G+ server as well. So pleasure to have you over.
Indeedy.
Especially me.
We will toddle along to our own server, but we will see you next Friday, and thank you very much again for having us.
Take care, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Jetty.
Later.
See you, Jetty. See you, everyone.
Right, Neil.
Matthew Learns is such a scumbag. I want to thank him for at least taking part. Sorry, Brian, you had a conclusion you wanted to make, and Neil had a question.
No,
sorry.
Just getting in the way. Go on, I'm messing.
Oh, right.
No, I was being sarcastic.
Oh, you were. Oh, well, that was beautifully timed then. I almost played the Entropy video through Neil. Whenever you two talk together, I mix you two up for some reason. I don't know why. When Brian was talking to that guy, I thought, would it be comedic if I started playing the Entropy video over the top of him? I didn't.
I'm back.
Oh, thank the
Brian
Lord,
was
D.
ace today. Well done,
Did you miss
Brian.
me?
Yes, we did. I'm glad you got your mute that you'd obviously done yourself and then can't remember doing. I've never pressed that mute button. What, that manually controlled mute button for QE?
Oh, sorry about that. But hey, you know what I was saying? I put a question to Master B. You know me, I'm always coming out with the jokes. I'm sarcastic. I said, ask dude that what other gases that consist of our flatulence? It's methane and probably some other stuff that I know. But ask him, methane is definitely denser with a different diffusion rate than, the nitrogen and oxygen we breathe. So when he breaks wind, does his flatulence go out his pants, up his back, or does it go down his leg like a doodle bird?
Gross.
That's basic.
That's gross, man.
When I do it, it's classy. When you do, it's
They
just
gonna be
gross.
shock humor. I'm a shock humor. Shock humor.
Hey, I just want to be recognized here as starting an argument, right? And then as soon as they got to the point where they're going to train wreck themselves, this is discipline. And I handed it right off to Brian. Who else does that?
That was fly, though. No,
It was almost.
Brian did a brilliant job.
If it was anybody else, it was so beautifully done that if it was anybody else, they'd accuse you of not knowing how to argue for that point. Obviously, we know that's not the case, but it was admirable and beautifully done.
Thank you.
And I know
because everyone knows it.
It was like an epic cross from a footballer. Like the chances are the guy who's headed the goal in at the perfect angle because it's been delivered beautifully gets all the credit and all the praise. But that's what it was. It was the perfect cross to Brian.
It was a cross. Thank you. You're welcome.
Huey, that was a triple double for you, bro. That was a triple double for you, like they say in the NBA. That was dope.
Yeah, what it was is that everyone knows you could have scored the goal yourself. You didn't need to cross it. Do you know what I mean? But nobody ever questions whether you can score that goal.
Yeah.
Because they're so used to scoring it for years.
But isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how people know they're being recorded? I'm sorry.
All right.
Are you gonna let me or you going? Oh. No, I was gonna say it's just amazing how people first they forget that this is being recorded. Secondly, they can blatantly come out their face and say not all gases need to have a lid to be weighed. And then when they're presented that, they then try to sidetrack and say, no, let's talk about something else. But that was the first thing you brought up and you interjected rudely rumpusing. So we're going to address that. Then when you ask them and then they say, okay, butane. They use that as the example. We don't give them one. They bring it to the table. And then we strip it apart and reiterate how dumbfounded they sounded. But then they lie and say, I never said this and that and the other. It's amazing. This is a globe-tard shenanigan tactic.
What they try and do is go falsely equivocate butane or something like it with water. When they can't claim air as like water because we've just shown this, and they then try and go to butane or whatever dense gas and try and equivocate that as water. That's why you start going into water. If you leave water there long enough, that goes up. It's like you're debunking your gravity, but the water needs to turn into gas for that to happen. Water on its own as a liquid won't do that.
Exactly.
Just to let you know, the moral of the story is when I start in on someone, you now know that you must be prepared for the handoff. So you better up your game.
Yep. You better
me personally or everyone.
Everyone.
And Q expects you to truck them like Earl Campbell did back in the day in Okoye for the Chiefs. Remember that, Neil? They were like 275-pound running backs, took the handoff, and they bust up all the line and got their
and
first
everybody
down.
stepping out of the way.
Exactly.
So you ready then, D-Rose?
Yeah, he's going to hand it to you, D-Rose, someday.
if I can get on the freaking show, or if I can get heard, because every time I come in, I'll be like, "Can I say something?" Shut up. That's all I hear. Shut up.
You know, there was a few times there now I kind of stepped over people. I stepped on Nathan a bit, and I stepped on Adam a bit, and I had to kind of put me. You know what? Your ego does get it. You want to get out there and tell this boy all about whatever, but it's hard. You know, I'm not going to deny it. Like the ego gets in the way. You know, over enthusiastic.
It's not ego, Brian. It's your benevolent heart of trying to teach them. You'll be twice as effective if you don't try and explain. If you just hold them to task. Yeah, you are too kind.
The way I see it is that the audience who hears it, someone out there is listening to it, and they'll go, "Oh, hang on," and they look into things like diffusion, just that word diffusion, and they go, "Hang on a minute, that's what he's talking about," you know, something like that. So I'm kind of going, like, even if the person I'm talking to, if I know that there's no educating that person, someone is listening to it, because what happens if I do what you're saying and what you will do. As an audience member, I'll know you know what you're talking about, but I won't know what it is, if you understand what I mean.
But you've not got the full battering win. You don't need to go into explain it for the retard, yeah, which is useful, but just get that retard to have to take back the fact that what he's just said was incorrect. That's the only important bit, that you do need a lid for gases, don't you? Yeah. I wouldn't have wanted to let him. That's why. Same with Matthew Learns. Yeah, go off, but hold him to the fact of his 90s. Yeah, that's what he came in, being a dickhead, making the statement, and that's all I was focused on: to destroy that first statement, hold him back, pull him back to that. Whatever continues, keep pulling back to that. First. Nathan did it as well. It's the best way to deal with them.
Well, I go by my feeling. With Matthew Learns, I know he's just a lawyer. He's just a deceiver, right?
Thank you.
That guy the guy that came in after him, that other guy we were talking to after Matthew Learns, before that very last guy, he actually, I got the feeling like he just didn't know what he was talking about. And that me going into stuff with him, that's why I kind of said, do you understand this? That way, it's not a combative atmosphere as much, and he's actually listening and taking on board.
Now,
what he does with it after that is up to himself.
No, I've got to challenge that. Do you mean Mr. Butane in a wheelbarrow?
Yeah. No, the guy before him.
So that means
that guy.
Yeah, no, it does mean that guy.
However salient your point. Now, if you're saying I'm talking to the audience, fair enough. But got to get past this pretense that anything we say to these fucking shill trolls is going to be recognised by the second they do recognise, they'll make sure they obfuscate away from it. I recognise explaining to the audience, there's times for that, but trying to in any way educate these guys, for me, gone way past. I'm just straight on to what's their grift? What is their grift? What's their angle? How have you come in? What are you going to, because they're always going to sound truthful. There's always going to be a lie. And that's all I want to spot. Like with Matthew Learns, there's no right angle. I showed you two. The one at the top of your head that goes across to the star, that it gives you your distance, and the one that you wouldn't even draw when you have to take that angle to your equatorial plane at the center of hell. And that's what he came in with. No right angles. And that's all I don't want to educate anyone. I just want to show that this man is duplicitous. And once we've done that, which is why I then put my headmaster's hat on and gave him a dressing down, a professional dressing down. So I didn't call him, just said you're a disgrace, and I wouldn't let my children near. And if I was an educator and I heard this guy, I'd be very dubious and worried if the parents of the institution I'm making a living from heard that this is one of the teachers. Listen to the man. And that's how...
Yeah, but in my defense, very quickly.
I'm not attacking you. I'm outlining what I would do, not...
I understand your position. With Matthew Learns, I know he knows better, because I know he's a PhD mathematician. He definitely knows better. He's just bullshitting and lying, right? But this other guy, it was obvious that he didn't know what he was talking about. And that's why when I asked him, do you know what diffusion is? And he said, yeah, I don't think he knew what diffusion was.
He probably you got to be nuts when Brian's asking questions these days. Because when Brian's asking questions, he's looking to set you up and snatch your head off. I love
Yep,
it,
and
Brian.
Yep, and Brian, Brian Adam, I agree with both of you, and I want to speak on behalf as an audience listener. It's good that Brian asked the guy about diffusion, and it's good that he defined it because there are listeners that don't know, and there's people who are humble enough to say in their mind or to profess it, like myself, that they have an idea but not really clue. And I appreciate if you put it out there. Where you got this guy that lies and said, yeah, I know what it is. He didn't know diddly squat about it, because if he did, he would not even be presenting the argument. And if he did know the definition of it and knew what was going on, he would be considered then a fraud and a liar, like Matthew Learns. And I agree with Brian. Matthew Learns is a fraud. He is nothing but a perpetrator of a fraud for the mainstream heliocentric narrative. He knows better, but he's going to continue to lie because he's saving his paycheck and he's saving face and grace. Maybe when he's on his deathbed one day, when he's 100, if he lives that long, he'll then say, like the way the guy did before he died about the Psalms 91, whatever that Psalms was. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think that guy knew anything about diffusion or diffusing.
Okay, I've got a question for you guys. If you were listening to Brian, then tell me about the density of gases. So when you guys go out there and argue this, tell me what density of gases means.
Well, from what I just learned just now, for the brief time he said, there's a difference in the cubic inch density per cubic inch of density. I don't know if that's a weight. I guess that's a weight measurement. And he was explaining how carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and carbon monoxide, I think he was talking about, and how come it takes longer for it to diffuse into our room once it escapes and it's at the lower level of our room.
To do with density?
Huh? Well, the density, I guess it's because of the molecular makeup of carbon monoxide.
Tell me what the density of a gas is.
The density of a gas is, I wouldn't say, I would say its components. I mean, whatever makes up that gas, the components, the molecular components within that gas makes up its density. And it makes it have not weight, but I guess density, like different from, I'd say, what's a good example of the different density? Even though these things, you can't do solids. You can't do solids and liquids because that's not fair. Like you can't do mustard and water, even though they're both liquids.
Well, let's start there then. You can do solid. You can tell me what the density of a solid is. You can even give me a formula, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's within milk compared to water or mayonnaise compared, whatever liquid is denser, viscosity, the viscosity of one liquid compared to the viscosity. I know the difference between a rock and a ping pong ball.
How do you work out density? Weight divided by,
I would say
volume.
Weight and volume. Okay, weight and volume. But then if you say weight, don't you start to concede that gas?
Slow down.
Huh?
So we can do that with the solid, can't we?
Okay. Yeah, density and volume.
Can I weigh the solid and figure out the volume of the solid?
Yes.
So that's its density?
Yes.
What about a liquid?
You do the same thing.
So I could take its weight divided by the volume it occupies. That's its density. What about gas?
He knows he's about to get train wrecked.
I don't know. I didn't say I knew. You asking me as if I'm a glober opposing Brian's.
Stop with the nonsense waffle. Go ahead.
I'm not attacking you like that. I'm pointing out.
No, I know that. Well, Huey, shut up, because he's asking me a question, and I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn, but I'm not going to give. I'm not going to give her. Yeah, I'm not going to give a dumb. I'm not going to give a dumb answer.
I'm trying to learn.
What did you say? 3 CPO? I'm like R2D2. Use robotic.
Adam, go ahead.
Now I like the fact that he doesn't have to know anything, right? But he knows after Adam said, okay, the one thing for the solid and then the liquid, and then the way Adam did. What about a gas?
Well, that made me.
You have to be some type of retard if you don't know that your ass is coming to you next. If you don't give
But that's what I'm saying, though, and that's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking the right answer is that you cannot do that with a gas.
Okay, so why would we use the term then in relation to a gas?
You mean the term density?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Y'all were using it when y'all was talking to the dude. Well, he was using it.
Crescendo.
He was using it.
Who was?
The globe.
Oh, he was using it also.
Brian was.
Brian used it, but when Brian used it, I think he was doing it to kind of like step on the level.
The correct way.
The correct way with diffusion.
It's not an
Brian, just 1 second.
Yeah, you would.
Go ahead, Adam, for God's sake.
We're on air. I wouldn't do it, would I? Yeah. All right. So Brian said this, didn't he? When he used it, how did he use it?
In the diffusion ratio.
With
diffusion.
So when he's saying that, he's talking about the density of the molecule and the shape of the molecule. Right? He's not talking about the density of the medium, the solid, the liquid. Make the distinction. I don't like the word density per se. It's more its molecular size. That's the kind of divider here. But when Brian used it, he's correct. Yeah. But I would just urge anybody, if we're going to talk about gas as a substance, an individual entity outside, as in quadrillions of molecules, then we never use the term density to describe that. We use the term pressure.
Well, let me ask you. How do you do it then? Hold on. Come on.
Let me explain it to you.
Wait. Me and
Shut
Adam,
up. We want to hear it. We didn't hear Adam's ending to that.
Yes, and then I want to respond and ask the question.
Shut the hell up.
That wasn't me. That was
again, Adam.
Yeah. So we use the term pressure. Okay. That's how, if we're going to describe these terms in terms of the amount of molecules in something, we don't have an equal method of description between the different phases of matter. We have to recognize that. And this was the only point for you guys to recognize when Brian used that word density. He was talking about the molecular makeup of the individual atoms, which is how they will then interact, and diffusion will be different through the medium of air. If you introduce an individual molecule, its diffusion rate will differ to different molecules. Okay, and you may describe that as density. I just want you to recognize that point so you don't get mugged off.
And may I respond? Even though I could not articulate that to you, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's why you heard the first words coming out of my mouth was molecular structure, the components, the molecular components that defines in the layman term what the density is related to the diffusion rate that Brian was explaining. Because I remember us talking about gases and how we was talking about something, and we was talking about how gases go up against a wing of a plane and all that. And we were saying how it has resistance and all this stuff. And we had a big argument back and forth. And we were talking about each individual molecule of that gas is why it affects differently on certain mediums, whether it be air or when it's carbon monoxide released into a vacuum and everything like that. So I just couldn't articulate it, but that's why I kept on saying the first time I said, and that's why I paused when you said about the air, because I mean about the gas, because I couldn't articulate it. But the first thing I said earlier when you asked me, because I said molecular components is what makes the difference of the density definition, even though you don't use that term, about gases. So I understood where it was coming from when Brian was saying it. I'm just not as good as articulating it like Brian and you are.
When Adam is finished, I'll go through it with you. And Adam can correct me if I say anything wrong, but I think if I had said anything wrong, Adam would have been already correct.
Exactly. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? If there was something egregious, there isn't. I just want people to understand. I don't think you misused the term. That's calculable in the way you were using it. I've got no problem with it. Slightly more complicated than just that. It's not just its density. It's you know, there's other things, but fundamentally what you were discussing there is that's actually how you separate gases, that via that principle, diffusion grating. Because you can't separate. It's like herding cats, isn't it? Trying to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. There is no density. When I say zeros, per cubic inch, right? The only way I can feature that in my head is a load of, let's say, carbon dioxide molecules, or right, within a cubic inch, right, will take up more space. The same amount of them will take up more space within that cubic inch. Let's say 50 of them will take up more space than 50 carbon monoxide molecules. Right?
Exactly.
They're bigger, right? There's more. They're bigger. And so it's purely calculation. That's the point. And I even use the term molar mass. Now, I'd never use the term mass, but I would in that way because we're talking from a chemistry point of view. Now, I'm not trying to be like Adam. I'm not trying to pretend I'm a chemist. I don't mean that, but it's just that's the correct terminology. And how they determine the only way they could add density or gas to a density scale or whichever is by the diffusion rate with air as the medium. So the rate of a gas's diffusion into air, right, determines like how dense they can say it is. That's how it. Is that correct, Adam? Yeah.
Yes, but no. Right, and this is my initial point, I suppose. And you've said it in all that you're using the term weight. We can't weigh gases, guys, right? And because of that fact, yeah, then if we can't have a weight, if we can't weigh them, then we can't calculate their density because density is weight divided by volume. Now we might have a volume. I can see what the volume of the balloon is. I don't know the weight of that. I can't weigh it, can I? So we can't have a density. And that's not how. If I want to know how much is in that balloon, I would describe it. I would have the pressure and the volume. Then I can still calculate how many molecules, just like I could with the density. But that's not how we deal with this phase of matter. When we're dealing with gas, we deal with it in the description and quantification of pressure. Because gas doesn't have weight.
I like hanging out with you guys, man. You guys are some intelligent, smart MFers.
I'll tell you what, though, there's another way, but it's non-standard.
Take the balloon to the bottom of the scales.
Just a question, Adam. Did you need a lid for that gas?
That was brilliant,
is it butane? Is it butane?
You know what stressed me out? Am I roboting? No, you sound good.
I wish you were.
Ah, shut up, Kiwi. They don't even get it. He said, I never said a wheelbarrow. They don't even get it when they're being dogged.
Right, that's not the point, right, Neil? Wheelbarrow. He picked out a word versus getting the whole paragraph.
That even furthers their stupidity.
He took advantage of your wheelbarrow.
And then
he took advantage of your wheelbarrow, Nathan. That's what he wanted to argue with about. I never said wheelbarrow. Fucking idiot.
And frankly, hold up. And frankly, with Nathan calling him stupid, he's right. That's not slander. That's not defamation of character. That's factual. Because if you do something stupid, if you do something stupid, then someone has the right to say you're stupid. Like if you go to a buffet and take everything off the buffet, and eat, people have the right to call you a greedy because you just performed greediness. He performed stupidity by what he was saying. So it's not an ad hominem. It's not
greedy. But no, that's not greedy. You mischaracterize it. That's gluttonous.
Oh my God, gluttony. Okay. But on another note, so I have a co-worker that looks like young Sheldon, Neil and Huey know what I'm talking about. It's a character in American television. But and so he pretty much walks around like he's very intelligent. So we had a discussion about science and pseudoscience, and I was talking about ologies and how ologies are not science; they're just study of things. And I broke down to him in a very concise, accurate, denoted fashion, the way we do. And he said, "Well, no, ologies it's a subsidiary component of science."
Yeah,
he said, for instance, like jazz. Jazz is not music, but it's music. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Excuse my language. I didn't mean to curse.
Right, stop praying.
Jazz music is
But
music.
yes, Young Sheldon is a spin-off series from. Do you know what the original series it's a spin-off from is?
Yeah, Big Bang Theory. Yep.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory. Well, if you watch either of those shows, Young Sheldon or Big Bang Theory, it is a non-stop abuse on your ears for anyone that's in this circle, because they're constantly reframing what science is in the guise of heliocentrism a lot of the time. Not always, but a lot of the time. So it's very infuriating to listen to either of those shows.
And you know what else he had the nerve to say in closing, or like to make sure that he thought he crossed the T and dot the I? He said, for instance, like Einstein said. I was about to kick him in his ass once he said that. I was like, dude, you are a straight up idiot.
See, I don't know. I'm not saying this is how it happened for you there with your co-worker or whatever, but the best way to go about that is not to bring up the topic of them. Is that when someone around you wants to start claiming something is science when it's not, that's when you politely correct them. And if they want to be a-holes after that, then that's on them. That's the best way. And maybe that is the way it happened. I don't know, but that is the best way for it to go.
No. I didn't outlandishly, verbally said ad hominem. In my mind, as he's talking, I'm looking at him like I'm very intrigued with what he's saying. But in my mind, I'm just cracking up, and I'm saying you're really
I'm only saying how to get how that thing should start. There's no point. I'm not saying you did do this, so there's not an accusation. You're saying for anyone, the best way to do that is not start the conversation. Wait till someone around you wants to make some bullshit. Sorry about the language. BS claim, right, to do with science that you know is completely wrong. Then you politely correct them. Say, actually, no, that's not correct because of blah blah blah. And if they want to go against you, then they'll only look stupid. Because when someone does that, what they're trying to do is look good in front of people. Well, actually, what Einstein said, and if we blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? This scientist, this geologist who knows all about, no, that you go sorry, but it's like you have every right then to correct them at that point. But I think it's best to do it that way than to have somebody, than to just starting a conversation with someone and then pulling them apart on what they don't understand. You're better off if there's someone who wants to boast or trying to make themselves sound like they know what they're talking about. That's the time to get them. That's when would QE do this? He'd be waiting for
what would QE do?
What would QE do?
No longer. What would Jesus do? Wait, how's it go? What would QE do? WWQED? Oh, that's funny.
Shall we all get rings?
I got you. I got
it. At some point, if it gets to that extent, they'll come seek you. They'll find you and try to bring shit. Trust me, it's fun.
You know what?
That's the way chocolate always did it exactly as I was saying there. Other people bringing up stuff and chocolate just putting it to bed, and then they're not happy. Isn't that right, chocolate?
Oh yeah.
But in the way Chocolate and Brian, it kind of went that way because this was around the lunch break where I listened to the show. And I think it was the day where y'all didn't have a show on Thursday, yesterday or something like that. And I was listening to it on YouTube, another show or whatever, and I was typing in the chat thread and I guess he overheard it. So it was like one of those right before going back to work while during the break, he brought up that conversation and said this how he engaged the conversation. He said, you know what? He said, science isn't real anymore. I think that's how he did it. So I had to let him know, no, you're talking about pseudoscience. I said, because science does exist and it is still utilized to this day. And that's when we started to further indulge and expound on the conversation.
The method of science, is it real? Scientific method, that's not real. That's what you're saying.
He conceded to that. But with that, in the same sentence, in the same breath, he said that's why science isn't, science has never been real. Huh?
Does he believe that science has proven that we live on a globe? Is he a glober?
No, we didn't go into that. We didn't step into that. I didn't step into that realm. But I think he is because when he brought up Einstein and used Einstein, the mushroom popper, as one of his sources of what he was trying to elaborate and prove his point at the ending and closing. That's when I kind of just scoffed and was like, "Oh, you're an Einsteinian."
See, these are one of those things you need to keep in your back pocket, because if you do ever get to that point, I'm pretty sure, can't be 100%, but I'm pretty sure he'll bring up how somehow science has proven that we live on a globe. And you can come back to this particular day and say, hey, aren't you the one that said that science isn't real? Science doesn't prove things? Was
Exactly.
that you? Was that you? My bad. I could be wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. So it
You can
exists and
just
is
think
real
about
when
it.
it convenes. Yeah, it's real and it exists when it proves your belief.
Yep. That's why.
Well, he was talking about how. Hold on. This is what he said. He said this is how science has been proven by us, humanity, about the plates. The the coat, what is it? The plates for the Earth,
tectonic plates,
shifting the type. Yeah. He used that, and in my mind, I'm like, that sounds familiar. It's like I've heard that before. And I said, could you please expound? And he was like, well, I said, tell me what the natural phenomenon, what was the observation? And he said, well, the type platonic plates, they shift and everything. I said, okay, so what was the independent variable? What was the dependent variable? And how did they emulate this? He couldn't elaborate on it. He said, well, I don't know the real details.
Did you ask him to show you a tectonic plate?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I didn't go into that. But
before you even get to the independent variable, his naturally observed phenomenon was the movement of a tectonic plate.
Yeah, actually.
Next question is, can I see one?
Yeah, can I see one move?
ask him, where are they? Where are your tectonic plates? Well, they're in the tectonic cupboard.
I didn't want to get it because I didn't want to insult him because we're pretty cool.
They're in my cupboard.
And
exactly. Cupboard, Neil. You don't keep tectonic plates in a normal cupboard.
Right. But that's what I wanted to say to him. That's what I want to say to him. I said the reason why it hails is because, flying unicorns poop ice. And I'm like, I wanted to say that to him. In my mind, this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, so by me saying that, I have to show you a unicorn, number one. Then I have to show you a unicorn that flies. And then I have to show you a unicorn that poops ice cubes in order to prove my hypothesis that hail comes from flying, incompetent, pooping ice cube unicorns. But I didn't want to go there.
Tectonic plates? Do you know how tectonic plates fit together?
No, because I never saw
only on a ball. They only exist on a ball, mate.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Interlocking thing only exists on a ball.
Got you. So it's a subsidiary. It's a subsidiary, nonsensical, false dichotomy to basically reconfirm and edify their globe belief. But it's not.
Do you know how you define what grid system you use to define tectonic plates?
Don't care neither. So the first answer is I don't know.
So you're going to need a flat Earth to define your tectonic plates. But it's a pile of smelliness, isn't it?
So you need, again.
You need longitude and latitude. Zeros. Longitude and latitude. Longitude and latitude. So you were over talking them while I was telling you.
No, I got it. I said, no, you're gonna need a flat Earth for that.
I don't know, because maybe it sounds like you need some coffee.
No, you don't need coffee.
I drink coffee. No, but I got it. I heard.
No, but
I didn't mean to cut him off.
Theros. I know. See, you and Adam are very different. Adam takes his time and very measured, whereas you talk a lot. You should think about trying to be more like Adam. Talk less, mean more. Because sometimes you're trying to over-explain yourself, and it's not necessary. Just say your piece and don't try and over. I used to have the same problem. I used to try and over-explain myself.
You still have it. You still have part of that disease, by the way.
You absolute bastard, QE.
You know,
hey,
Bastard, QE.
easy there.
Can I say why I do that? Because of my humble, intimidated framework, mindset.
There he goes again, Brian.
Listen to me. No. I don't consider myself yet a master. I'm still a student at this. So a lot of times I have to kind of go overboard, elaborate, and
Yeah,
prove
right.
myself.
So this is the point. The response is, yeah, because I'm a newbie.
Okay, yeah, I'm a newbie.
There you go. And we know you are, and we love you. Hence the advice.
Hold on, you think D-Rose only gets to come in at a certain freaking time.
Which is
So
why
he
he's
gets
given
excited.
a special exception for the very short, brief time that we have each afternoon to spend with D.
That was a great point, Neil. I have to make and take advantage of every second, minute that I have to get it all out that I've been retaining. The little bit of times that I get.
Don't listen to
then
Neil.
using
Don't
that
listen to what
logic-
Neil said.
Using that
Don't
logic,
listen to Neil.
Brian's advice, use your time to be more succinct to get more points in.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of say the same thing. Like, being that you consider yourself a noob at this, it would help. It would be beneficial to you to every once in a while slow down a little bit, think about what you're saying before you say. You know what I mean?
Be more
I get it. Your
classy.
brain is moving faster than your mouth, right? And you're trying to get all these things out, but try to think that you don't always have to, right? Sometimes a little bit of quiet can do a lot of good. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Think of it like this, D Rose. If I went into what you work as with the opticians, and you were sitting me down and doing stuff with me, you wouldn't be over explaining yourself, would you? You'd only be speaking and saying what you is required to say. It's the same thing. Like when you go home and you're speaking to your wife and family, you're not over explaining yourself. Only say what you know is true and leave it at that. And you can never be.
My wife would disagree. She'll tell you, nope.
Women's very
I'm my nickname is long-winded by my family.
Never.
My entire family.
No. That explains a lot.
Right, let's take this off critiquing D. Neil, you've got something to attack me with, apparently. So let's hear it, Bobby.
What? When?
Shut up, Neil Productions.
Love it.
No, I told you aced today. You had the one-liners down today.
Oh, you texted me yesterday. You know when there was no show? I've got some...
Oh, no. I don't know. Can we say... Yeah, I don't like what was said about you. It really pissed me off.
Oh, about me?
Yeah, it was about you.
I have to defend. Go on, then. Let's hear it. I thought I had to defend.
Somebody was boasting about you to a certain party. And this certain party turned around and said, yes, he's a chemist and he's very smart and I wish I didn't know him the way I knew him. And he kind of like shot you down. That shit really pissed me off.
Who are these mysterious people, dude?
You know who the mysterious person is.
Names.
And it made it sound like you were this evil freaking guy that he wishes that he did not get to know that way. And he said,
Adam,
you don't know him the way I know him.
Adam's an evil chemist?
Evil, ricin making chemist.
Ricin, I like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what I use is my terrorist connections off the mainland to fly over in drones. That sort of person.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem with that is the guy turned around and said, "Whoa, I didn't know it. I didn't know he was like that." And now that pushes that person away from getting the benefit of the Adam Meakin. That shit pissed me off.
Oh my God.
People have got to form their own views.
Yeah, if people want to listen to Arwen, then that's their own business, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't help
Is that
it.
what we're talking about? Come on.
This freaking parrot guy keeps sending me clips, and I keep getting clips from people, so I listen to it. All right, let me see what he said here. Most of the time he's dogging me, but it doesn't matter. But I found it very weird that he would say that about Adam, who was, if anything, the most kind to him and understanding towards him.
Yeah, you don't worry, mate. Shit stirrers. They're not real.
You know what?
people.
You know what?
Who in their right mind would call their
Oh.
child Carrot 9842, whatever it is? Yeah, no one. They're not real people.
That's nothing.
I didn't even know there was numbers.
You know what was truly shocking? The other day I was in 24/7, and about an hour into it, a new baller came in, and I sort of welcomed him, and he said he charged me with being overly aggressive. I was beside myself.
Wait, Neil, get him.
Better not be.
Neil, find them. Find them and destroy them.
That was a real disappointment. I thought I had something to rebut there, something to get your head into.
Yeah, you just
Can't
found
help
out
it.
the
I'm
same
loyal to
guy
my
was
friend.
talking.
If somebody says something about somebody that I'm with, they're saying it directly to me.
Yeah, because they know they won't get a reaction from me, so they'll try and trigger somewhere else in their pathetic little lives.
I think it's about time you release the tapes. Enough of this bullshit.
Look, if there's a point in that I would need to defend myself, I think I would. That there's certainly not a need to destroy somebody who's doing a perfectly good job on their own.
On a lighter note, MacTown commented. He normally avoids my channel these days. MacTown commented on that. I don't know if any saw the most recent video I made addressing your man Will Duffy. I don't know if he saw it, but I made a video, 13-minute video addressing the fact that he was only willing to look at the video conditionally, whatever.
Oh, Bill, yeah. The one we chatted about.
Yeah, the one we're talking about.
Yeah, I did watch it. I watched it.
Can I take a wild guess? Let me guess. The Pitts data will prove nothing.
Yeah, I don't understand physics from the fellow who said plasma is solid enough.
You won't be able to read it anyway.
Yeah. But it is good because of some people actually then in the chat or in the comments saying, yeah, we need to push this, which is what I wanted. But MacTown come swinging in saying, you just have a misunderstanding of physics. It's like, wow.
You just don't understand. Wow. What year is it? We're still getting, you just don't understand.
Hey, I got a quick question. Sorry, Gabe. No, I just had a quick question before I go back to cut my lawn. So with the constructive criticism y'all gave me, is it almost like when a guy's hitting on a woman to try to, get her back home, and the less he says, the more he has a chance of getting it? When my problem is sometimes I talk too much and I might talk my way right out of getting with the girl. Because I say too much? Is it one of them?
So you over-explain yourself when you don't have to.
Got you.
We got the analogy halfway through it, the repetition. Yeah, you've already pulled. You're fine. Chillax. An uncomfortable silence is only occurring in your head, not anyone else's.
Until you make them do the uncomfortable silence, then it'll be very comfortable for you. Trust me. It's fun.
Just think, when you're with that girl, what would QE do?
Lick his finger.
WWQED. I'm getting that bracelet made up.
You should send one to Paula. She'd love it.
She would not like it.
That's that nice, Adam. I understood what you meant, Brian.
Adam's an evil chemist.
That's
Remember?
it. See that? See that little twisting? Things I observe. If somebody's not made these things, how could I make that statement? It's just an observation.
Do you remember earlier, that Nathan, we were talking about little Sheldon, or young Sheldon, and that the Big Bang Theory TV programs. What they were instilling in people's heads was that someone who looks like, let's say, Simon Dan, someone like that, or McToon, that these are the intelligent, knowledgeable people. That someone looks like that and behaves that way means that they are intelligent and knowledgeable. And they're instilling in people's heads that these are the people with the wisdom and, all the rest of it, and all the information. So...
And they also have wearing superhero shirts.
Yeah, the nerds know what they're talking about, and you just shut up. You should just shut up because you're only one step above, an orangutan. You know what I mean? That's what they want you to. You know what I mean?
The thing is, Brian, nerds do know what they're talking about, and every bit of the mathematics that Sheldon describes with regards to and critiques with regards to Einstein is 100% correct. The trouble with nerds is they don't realise that all of that's not reality.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is that people listen to him that show promoted them nerds, like your man Sheldon, as being somebody, once he says something, then it's gospel from an intellectual and, scientific, in air quotes, point of view. It's like, he knows what he's talking about because he has all the maths and he's this, that, and everything.
That's
the scientific community.
It's not like that, though, is it? I didn't.
I don't know. Look at all the subscribers Streamman Dan has. Go on, man. Sorry.
I didn't continue in academia, but the guys we would that did, and even the professors that were teaching us, they're always going, "No, this is wrong." You know that this, they're describing this is just a new way of thinking. They're not saying this is reality. I say I'll go back to my first chemistry professor at uni, telling me that there's no such thing as mass. There's only weight, lad. Yeah, because that's all there is in reality. Don't listen to these physics guys that will then take what you can have from reality and redescribe it. Just realise you've only got mass. And this is when I said to him, surely, sir, if I was doing this titration at a different part on the globe, that's where I'm living back then, yeah. And I know, because I'm a geek, that there's different rates of gravity, and I know that weight equals m times g, then I know that the g here is different to the g there. So when I do the titration, I should come out with an issue. And these are the things when you get intelligent, God's waiting for you at the bottom because you work it out and realise, or you see that this is nonsense. This can't be true if this is true. Well, this is true because this is how we do drug doses accurately. We don't adjust them because we're on potato Earth.
Yeah, you're not accounting for the gravitational strength at that location.
I've gone to my professor thinking I'm a smart ass with this knowledge, and he's just fucking slapped me.
That's his point, like Sheldon does. Well, excuse me, Professor. I've looked at Wikipedia, and in Wikipedia, I've extrapolated blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you think you're smart, don't you, Adam, in this scenario? And then he just boils it down to brass tacks and says, look, lad, in reality, this is how we do it. Because that relates to reality. Doesn't matter how clever you can be with your maths.
All you've got is weight, lad. Yeah, I remember it. I'm in the Galen building, which is the oldest pharmacy building in the country. Yeah, 1800s, and literally knocked down there.
It's like Frankenstein's lab. It's got glass tubes and coils. It's got flasks.
Oh, mate. The most beautiful proper. When you think of like old school labs, this was it. And we only had it in the first year because second year they built this beautiful GlaxoSmithKline had built the new buildings, Pasteur lab and all this. And these were like pristine modern. It was so much prettier in the old labs. It really was.
Can I change the topic?
Yeah, because I'm just reminiscing like an old man 30 years ago.
Yeah. Did anybody get a chance to watch what I consider personally one of the most pathetically feeble, embarrassing performance I've ever witnessed yesterday.
Is that the one you sent me?
Yeah.
From
Yeah, I
who?
won't be watching that.
Performance of who?
Okay.
Performance of who, QE?
Boy Zero Sky Grifter. It was the first time I actually felt sorry for him.
Really?
I saw the quote
Yeah.
on the shared link. He said something like he's calling it ether physics.
You have to watch it. You just got to watch it.
Okay.
Should be kind of eye-opening. The reason that people don't acknowledge that there's an ether with a vortex in it is because it debunks the heliocentric model for no other reason.
Now, I'd like a disclaimer here. That was a random point that I just stopped, pressed play, and unmuted. Oh my God. I'm going to have to give it a J and ask you to listen to that random bit. Ugh, I see what you mean. Listen to the
He said
validation.
this before, though.
If there's a 24-hour sun, then it's a ball. Listen to why there's an ether. Let me just.
Sun, there cannot be an ether with a vortex. And so that's, of course, should be kind of eye-opening. The reason that people don't acknowledge that there's an ether with a vortex in it is because it debunks the heliocentric model for no other reason. There is no
other reason.
I just like chocolate, you bastard. Yeah? You deny ether because it debunks your heliocentric model, don't you? You absolute troll.
For no other reason, man.
No.
I mean, there could be no other reason. He just said it.
You've got to watch the whole thing in total from the beginning to the end.
I've nearly vomited a random 10 seconds that I just pulled out my backside, just pulled it. Where I thought I'll get over the waffle. No, I'm not sitting through that.
Is he speaking on a stage in front of people?
Yep. Flattoberfest 2022.
Oh, 2022.
Yep.
This was
Yeah, but his speech hasn't changed.
No, you got to watch it. I'm telling
their
you.
argumentation has, Neil. Their proofs have changed. Their understanding of things have changed. Electrons have changed since 2022.
Van de Graaff generators have changed too.
The particle accelerator.
Oh boy.
You know, when you want to accelerate those particles that don't exist, that's where you pull them out.
Your manifestation increasement device.
Yeah. You keep it in the garage next to the photon, next to the photon. What should I call it?
Next to the heliocentric model. Where is that model anyway, Mr. Whitsitt?
Not the model. You know, when we use photons to debunk, things when photons don't exist,
You know what you need for that, don't you? How do you prove the non-existence of photons? You're going to require a photon emitter and a photon detector, and you analyze that data and prove it.
Yep, and Bob's your uncle.
Boom. Bye photons. So what was the point? What is it, QE? Is it a frustration fest or
no?
You got pity in your bone, I hear.
No, I felt sorry for him.
This I have to watch. If you felt sorry for him, I have to see this.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Does he try a few jokes and they don't go down well, or what?
Listen, I can't describe it. You have to witness it for yourself.
Oh, it's like the Matrix. No one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Get experience.
I can't tell you how much your bum will twist, Neo. You've got to watch Witsit yourself. Really? Don't you put this on Ballbusters tomorrow?
No.
He's missing a main point. Mr. Heartless actually feels sorry for him.
No, that's a turn of phrase. Like he's so dumb I feel sorry for him.
It's not the dumbness. I'm telling you, you got to watch it. You just have to watch it.
I think he looks angelic. Orange and blue go really well together.
It's that blue aura that he got behind him.
Yeah, dude.
He's got that Mormon glow.
You got the glow.
So my wife got me this cool-looking.
I keep seeing those. I'd really like a knife like that.
I got one.
Are they good?
My wife's not very impressed with it, but I like it.
It looks cool. Magnets.
I can't hear anything. Is it just me?
Good. That's the best. Yeah, on purpose. I'm not listening to this. I got it.
Geometry, we were showed pictures and explained how it works, we would all understand it. We would certainly not be paying utility bills.
Oh my
Hey,
God!
Another 5 seconds, and
Did
I'm
he
about
just
to
say?
vomit out my ears.
Did he just say
Right.
we wouldn't be paying utility
Yes.
bills? Is that what he just said?
The energy, Nath. If we understood this, we wouldn't be paying utility bills. Yeah.
Man, I thought I hammed it up to make this point, but what he's saying is far more egregious than we're hamming it up with. He's literally saying, understand this, no utility bill. My God.
He's not the only one. Alex Jones also said it in the Candace Owens one, pushing that free energy.
Free energy, Neil, as you and I know, was only available, and it's the remnants of the buildings during the millennial reign of Christ. This is why the buildings don't provide free energy today.
Is that why they all turned into mountains?
That only the ones that were melted by death rays that are coming back today, which is why people in South America are painting their roofs blue.
When you say death ray, do you mean directed energy weapons?
Exactly, directed energy weapons.
I feel like that a lot of these people confuse free energy stuff with actually just being capable of having your own setups, being more, I guess, efficient with yourself rather than someone doing it for you. Because I tend to hear them say, oh, I can make this pump, and this pump can generate this energy and this and all of that. And it's like, yeah, if you did it yourself, if you actually, learned a couple of trades, I guess, but it's nothing is free. Like nothing.
Deny it. No. When I was a kid, right, in the 70s, they don't do it nowadays, but we used to have you on your bike, right? You pedal, and then the light would light up. You didn't need batteries. Totally free energy. All you did was get on your bike at night, and totally was.
That's
still pay for
it. It's not free. It's you using energy to get the bike, to get the light going.
No, ignore that. No, after the bike's going, completely free energy. Just ignore the bit where he pedals. You stupid idiot.
Go up, Nathan. It was totally free. Never cost me a penny.
Didn't
Is that what they
any
mean by
energy to
free?
do
I
that.
mean,
Just ignore the cake he had to eat. Forget about the cake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
A lot of things can be can be free or much less if you decided to, you know, get the certifications to do it for yourself. Like, I mean, yeah.
All I know, right, is that those directed energy weapons did not destroy the blue cars. So if I'm going to extrapolate anything from that, I would suggest that all of us should bathe ourselves in blue light. That's just all I'm saying.
Makes sense. If
I'm
you
gonna go
follow
out
the
on a limb
correct
here.
logical
Go on, hold
framework,
on, Adam.
then
Go ahead,
conclusion.
Flatsy. Hold on. She said twice I'm going to go out on a limb here and then didn't get to.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I think that Huey genuinely feels bad because he may see that Witsit might actually believe this crap that he's peddling.
It's not that. It's because Witsit's his adopted son and it upsets him. He's his Padawan learner. And look at the way he is just like Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, he started out like Huey's bright new white hope, and he's turned out now, look, in his mechanical suit, peddling crap. Yeah, taking down.
Yeah. And Obi-Wan's directly responsible for that. QE.
That's what QE gets for siding with him instead of me. Should have been buddy with me instead.
Does that make Neil C3PO or R2D2?
So now we got to hear QE say, I have failed you, Witsit. I have failed you.
Look,
Yeah,
free energy's
CC3PO.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, CC3PO and Chocolate's Jabba the Hutt.
Excuse me, that's Pizza the Hut. Thank you.
Well, if none of the black guys want it, I'll take Mace Windu. Badass.
It's a first law of thermodynamics violation, right, isn't it? The claim of free energy in any guise, in any form. Claiming you can extrapolate energy from nothing is a first law violation. You can't create energy. There's going to be a net input. There's going to be a conversion. That's it.
You can get it from the sun.
But if you're just taking energy that already exists, you're not creating it. You're just using it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the sun.
The sun is a great example. So is the electrical difference. The harvestable energy in the electrical difference is so negligible now after the millennial reign of Christ.
Oh, brother.
Chuck, you just don't, QE, you just don't know about those churches. Those what do you say the steeples were for? The steeples of the
Measure
church.
elevation angles.
The what? Sorry.
To measure elevation angles.
No,
some of them.
I don't know to direct the voltage. Oh God, you know nothing.
Nodes.
Oh, like Back to the Future.
Yeah, energy nodes.
Energy nodes. Sorry, does anyone see
Point
my
being,
toad
the
sandals?
QE made a good. This geothermal. All these things are there, and we suppose we can tap them for free. Just like if I ignore eating the cake to pedal my bike, I can pretend that the energy was free. It's not. I light up my bike because I'm pedaling. Now, I might be able to light up something else through geothermal energy or this thing called, we have it at the moment, it's called solar energy. Yeah? Nobody's burning anything, doing anything. They just wait for the sun to arrive and all this energy is provided. That's free energy. It doesn't require a medium to allow that concept to manifest. It's not something in the past that ancient buildings used to have or anything. Yeah.
The problem
free
is
energy in and of itself is to use the resources that Creator gave us.
Right. It's the net loss upon conversion. So if we were proficient in, there's another way I can put this. If we were godlike, then we could create a process like plants do to extract that energy at the minimal amount of net loss of energy to do so and convert it into something useful to end up with a net gain in terms of what you can put that to productive use with. Right? There's always going to be a conversion and a slight loss in the process, but you're going to try and keep it as efficient as possible, like a plant. Well, we can't do that. You know, as much as we can extract that energy from the sun, it's at a very, very low rate of efficiency. So to look at something that's far less abundant, like this differential in the sky, and go, oh well, we'll extract something from it. It's like, well, it's never gonna produce a net benefit. There's not enough of it. Now I know Adam's japing about the pre-Renaissance or whatever he said it was, but it's just not worth it. That's the bottom line. Yeah, you can say it's there, and yeah, you can show it's there, but it's like, well, so what? It's not actually useful. Now, if someone can harness lightning, like in Back to the Future, then maybe there's some use for this for the future, because there is a high degree of energy in things like lightning. But again, okay, so is it actually being extracted at some net gain that isn't deeply inefficient? No. And the same goes for these free energy machines. Every time I see a free energy machine, I smile, because I think, if I was there, right, at the beginning of this demonstration, and they go, here's my free energy machine, I'll just get it started. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa. No. What do you mean you'll get it started? I want to see it just produce energy. Get it started. What an absurd idea. It should just make it produce energy. Like, without you giving it any. And they always have to get it started. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. It's like with when the ballers talk about the Foucault pendulum, they must get it started before they can start making any claims about it. If they leave it alone, it won't do anything. Same thing, isn't it? You must turn on your machine. The machine you have to actually build. You have to put energy into. You have to expand energy. So it's not free. If it's free, you won't have to do any of those things.
That's kind of like a perpetual motion issue. The thing there is free energy. This is again raping of words, and like I say, the creator's given us all water mills, windmills. It's all free, right? Don't cost you anything, just arrives and you present. Even if you could harness lightning, it's all free. You can't go and gather it up. It just arrives through the natural world at no cost. Now, as Nathan says, you might not be able to harvest it at 100% efficiency, but it's free. Perpetual motion's a separate thing. And what's going off here, I mean, I've not watched this, but you know where it's going. What's going off is that knowledge and those systems that are measurable, demonstrable, as crap as they are, some of them, yeah, that's now being used. Those things we can demonstrate is being used to validate what. Why is this electric current available? Because the ether's rotating these electrons that I don't believe in to generate the electric current. Yeah, this is the purpose of the free energy grift, is to introduce a medium to generate it in, and we know what that medium is. I'm guessing anyway, Q, because
it's ether, but it's the replacement for the sky vacuum in essence, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's a false justification to accept ether as part of your worldview. Yeah. Here, look, free energy. Whoa, that's just nonsensical unless you believe in ether.
Free energy is impossible because entropy exists. That's about the size of it. You know, energy, you can, because the best energy that we have is thermal energy. That keeps on wanting to be hot, always wants to go to cold. So it's very hard to create and hold on to thermal energy. That's the problem. So, you know what I mean? The thermal energy will drive everything and anything. That's what drives a car, a steam train, all these things. Thermal energy is the energy that is the one we really require. But that's the very thing, because hot is always going to cold. Thermal energy is always flowing away from where you're trying to keep it.
Yeah, entropy's a pig.
Wasn't so much of what he said, which was incredibly stupid, but the way his mannerisms, I just felt sorry for him.
Oh, you mean it sincerely?
Well, God, Noah will be happy.
I don't know. So
No, I
I
mean,
genuinely hear disappointment, Dewey. You you don't sound sorrowful because there's nothing to be sorry about. You sound disappointed.
No, I felt sorry for him.
In what way?
Like feeling sorry for somebody,
But what
embarrassed.
validate why? Why? Because he dribbled, or he had a twitch, or what's
It's
the
hard. It's
sorrow
hard to
for?
describe. It's hard to describe. You have to watch it. You tell me after you.
You get, don't you?
Is it?
That's not.
It's
No,
the
I'm not having
kind
a
of
burden
sorrow
reversal.
you experience when you get a call from the local jail to tell you that your son's there on a collect call. It's that kind of sorrow.
On a collect call.
I've been on many of them.
You have a call from Pittsburgh County Jail. Do you accept the charges?
Is it about Huey? Is it about the fact that you know he's going to completely embarrass himself in the future, and there's no stopping that train wreck?
I can't describe it. Just you have to watch it.
You have a little bit more, Adam.
Yeah, who's this bloke?
Oh, he
Be
puts
reasonable
Feynman up
question.
there to make. Hold up. He puts Feynman up there to make fun of him because Feynman was struggling with the definition of magnetism. It was like an appeal to show everyone what great scientists they have in front of them, and he can't even define a word. But he forgot to tell him. Well, he prefaced it by saying that Mr. Feynman was a physicist and not responsible, but he was a major player in quantum mechanics. I can't remember whether he said quantum mechanics. He might have said quantum field theory, right? And then he played this, which is quite embarrassing for Richard. But what Whitsitt didn't do was tell them that Richard Feynman was a theoretical physicist. Has nothing to do with physics or natural science. But that wasn't that big a deal. I didn't have a big problem with that. I knew what he was doing before he did it. Because he's a numpty. But that's a small part of this. I didn't even factor that part in.
Why is Richard Feynman in a nursing home? That's a nursing home chair. Look at it, high backed, special side, so you can fall asleep and not fall off the chair. Yeah.
Nursing home, it's too late for free energy. They don't want it.
How many things is Whitsitt saying different now than in 2022? There must be a lot of things. He must be making a lot of different claims.
He's not saying much now unless you get a really big heater and some serious smelling salts.
Let's play.
Of course, it's a reason. It's an excellent question. Okay.
No, go back. Go back, Adam, before he starts.
He knows what it is, and quantum
there you
physics. You know that everything's comprised of little particles, and it's like, oh, what's gluons and buons, and just make up names, and then you're smart.
That's fine.
That's not fine, is it? Because that's wholly ignorant. Is that what they do at MIT?
According to him.
But that's my point. That, as an evaluation to anybody of any intellect, means you can dismiss this guy. Yeah?
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's freaking talking about. They just made it up. No. They constructed it from maths. You know, accept that and give that critique, but to just ridicule them falsely just undermines your position of validity, doesn't it?
Yeah, that pisses me off. He's the guy that Brian was talking about, that as a little kid he got patted on the head and told he was clever.
QE's fault, that is. I'll press play.
Oh, jeez.
This is him trying to. Someone asked him what magnetism is, and this is one of the most famous physicists in the world trying to tell you what magnetism is, and this should be eye-opening to you.
I saw the fingers
as
come out.
How poorly
You see the meat hook?
defined, if you can even call it that.
Yep.
He responds to this question. Let's check it out.
If you get hold of two magnets and you push them, you can feel this pushing between them. Turn it around the other way and they slam together. Now, What is it, the feeling between those two magnets?
What do you mean, what's the feeling between the two magnets?
There's something there, isn't there? I mean, the sensation is that there's something there when you push these two magnets together.
Listen to my question. What is the meaning when you say that there's a feeling? Of course you feel it. Now, what do you want to know?
What I want to know is what's going on between these two bits of metal.
Magnets repel each other.
Well, then what does that mean, or why are they doing that, or how are they doing it?
You're asking.
I must say, I think that's a perfectly reasonable question.
Of course.
Is it? Not with regards to magnetism. Anyone of any basic level has to admit. I assume he's now going to admit his intellectual prowess and say we don't know, really, do we? We can feel it, as you tried to invoke. What does it feel like? It feels resistance or an attraction, doesn't it? But this is the problem. So what are we going to do? Ridicule Feynman through intellect because of intellectual honesty, and then give a just so story to show that he's stupid because it's actually ether, and it's the constriction of a thought. You know, what is that? What's about to happen, QA? This is pissing me right off.
Hey, didn't I just say before? Some people just need to humble themselves and say, "I don't know what it is. I could just feel it." Just step down. Stop trying to be, I know it all. This is it. This is that, and making assertions and presumption. I mean, that's the problem with man. Arrogant ignoramuses. That's the word. It ain't AI. It's arrogant ignoramuses, not artificial intelligence. That's the problem with this world. That's why AI is taking over, because there's a bunch of arrogant ignoramuses.
Right there. I got to pause because I think Nathan's still recording, so why I keep pausing and not just playing.
Of course, it's a reason. It's an excellent question. Okay. But the problem that you're asking, you see, when you ask why something happens, how does a person answer why something happens?
Oh.
For example, Aunt Minnie is in a hospital. Why? Because she went out and she slipped on.
Well, why is that funny?
Don't know.
Just point it out. You're asking why. It could only be funny if you know why. But why do magnets do what they do? Ether? Is that what I just heard there?
On the ice and broke her hip. That satisfies it, people. It satisfies, but it wouldn't satisfy someone who came from another planet, knew nothing about things. First, you should understand why, when you break your hip, do you go to the hospital? How do you get to the hospital when the hip is broken? Well, because her husband, seeing that her hip was broken, called the hospital up and sent somebody to get her. All that is understood by people. And when you explain it, a why, you have to be in some framework that you allow something to be true. Otherwise, you're perpetually asking why. Why did the husband call up the hospital? Because husband is interested in his wife's welfare. Not always. Some husbands aren't interested in their wife's welfare when they're drunk and they're angry. And so you begin to get a very interesting understanding of the world and all its complications. In order to, if you try to follow anything up, you go deeper and deeper in various directions. For example, you could go, well, why did she slip on the ice? Well, ice is slippery. Everybody knows that, no problem. You ask, why is ice slippery? That's kind of curious. Ice is extremely slippery. It's very interesting. You say, how does it work? So you could either say, I'm satisfied that you've answered me, ice is slippery, that explains it. Or you could go on and say, why is ice slippery? And you're involved with something, because there aren't many things as slippery as ice. It's very hard to get. Greasy, but that's sort of wet and slimy. But a solid that's so slippery, because it is in the case of ice that when you stand on it, they say, momentarily the pressure melts the ice a little bit, so you got a sort of instantaneous water surface on which you're slipping. Why on ice and not on other things? Because ice expands water expands when it freezes, so the pressure tries to undo the expansion and melts it. It's capable of melting.
Just any comment? I'm lost. I'll do.
But other substances crack when they're freezing, and when you push them, they're just satisfied to be solid. Why does water expand when it freezes in other substances?
I think what Witz is trying to do here, I suppose you don't need to be any kind of genius to figure it out, is that Richard Feynman was asked, why does this happen? Magnetism. Why does that happen with magnetism? He just doesn't know. And he should just go, I have no idea. Instead of trying to go on with all these different analogies.
He's saying there's levels of why. Why does when you've got the two souths facing each other, do you feel resistance? Well, because it's a magnet. That's why. Why do magnets do that? That's a very different question. And that's what Witzig's going to answer, isn't it? Why magnets do this? It's because of manifestation within the ether.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what's coming up. Witzig is now going to tell everyone how a magnet works.
But is he not hanging himself? Because he's just put on Feynman showing intellectual honesty. Now he's going to either prove something or preach something. Or admit, like Feynman done, that there's a level to the whys that you can give explanations for. It was slippy because she was on ice. Why is ice slippy? We need a much more detailed explanation. Why do molecules do this? Why do molecules phase transition at the surface? That's another, you understand? That's what he's saying. Don't be so, what detail are you after? And what I think we're about to get is that final detail as why magnets work. Because it's a consequence of ether flow. I don't know.
Just don't expand them.
He obviously doesn't know the answer.
Turn them the other way.
I was just going to say, I just looked it up, and it's apparently because they're magnetic.
Why are they magnetic? Come on.
You got me, because they have a magnetic force. That's why they're magnetic.
What makes them magnetic?
Magnetism.
You don't have to prove it. Just make it up. Give me an alternative paradigm, please.
Oh, okay.
Because
it's a manifestation of the ether sensation in the vibration of the ether.
No, I got a better one. The molecular construct of the ether has magnesium in it.
No. You need to start with a logical framework to work your way out from if you're going to explain this sort of stuff.
Exactly.
You don't know the logical framework, so you've really got no place here.
It's in counter space.
Yeah, exactly, Neil. Counter space. CD. You'll learn something.
Let's see if we can.
Way they attract. There's a very analogous force, electrical force, is what ultimately is the deeper
He does this the whole
thing
time.
that we have to start. Go a little more technical. Bands. I would be cheating you. Because they're not connected by rubber bands. I shouldn't be in trouble.
No.
What convention is this anyway? Is this the Free Energy Convention, or what is this?
Flattoberfest 2020.
Flattoberfest. So
Yeah.
how is indicting Richard Feynman proving Earth's flat for Flattoberfest? Oh, it's not. It's being used as a front to convert people to etherism, right?
Sounds like it.
Yep.
He soon asked me about the
Long story short, he doesn't know the answer. So, yeah, exactly. If you've ever debated a baller, it's very similar, right? When they don't know the answer, they're not going to say they don't know the answer. They'll die first. If anyone saw my debate with the physicist, it's very similar. So, he knows the answer is that he doesn't know. I've read his writings. He knows it very clearly. He knows that they can't explain it. and that particle physics doesn't explain it, has a prediction it doesn't work, and magnetism eludes their grasp of materialism. So, I mean, that just shows kind of the character of that guy, in my opinion. He couldn't answer the question, which is that he doesn't know. But we can know, because we don't have to be devoted to atomism. We don't have to be devoted to the idea that there's this tiny little speck of dust that flies around in a vacuum. All right, so I'm going to kind of breeze through the rest of the thing. I've already been up here for a while. As some of you may know, I can really talk. All right, so atoms do not exist, meaning they are not things as atomism and materialism claims. Everything is magneto-dielectric dynamics. In the process...
I got to pause it there for you guys.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So what's a H2O molecule, as he does accept molecules?
This is proving... Sorry, this is Flaptoberfest, did you say? I just want to highlight this again. So this is... People have come to a conference because they're united in their understanding that Earth is flat and they want to know more about flat Earth. So you're going to call the conference Flaptoberfest, but then sell them ether when they get there? This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What am I missing?
Scammers.
What this is a fun weekend at Key West in Florida, where there'll be boating and fun and party, and that's what you're expected, what you're told is going to happen. And you turn up and you end up leaving after investing in a deodorant company, and you didn't have any fun.
You didn't hear at this festival. You buy a flat Earth and you get 2 ethers free.
Easterberfest.
No, it's a weekend at Bernie's.
Actually, to be honest with you, the first analogy that came to mind... Sorry, Chocolate.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say the first analogy came to mind is, remember years ago the FBI used to send out all these letters to people that they knew were hiding from them to say that they'd won a boat, and everyone turns up thinking they're going to win a boat.
It was a TV.
All of these.
It was a TV, but yes.
Whichever, right? Turn up thinking they're after winning something, and they all get arrested. That's what that is.
Can you finish it? Just play it.
Process of pressure mediation or seeking equilibrium. The one natural law ever should be that all things seek equilibrium. That is the natural law. Everything's in the process.
Wanker. That is high level shithousery. Yeah? To conflate pressure mediation, which is a fundamental of Jabba the Hutt's philosophy, yeah, with something that what? An entropy law. Dirtbag. That is like high level evangelical mind control. Yeah? That is baller level bullshit. Switcheroo. So that your mind hears something that's true, but it's conflated with something else. That is dirty, Witsit. But seriously, dude, you should be selling double glazing. I'm going to give it J and...
Hey, I wonder if before his lectures...
Yeah. Does he say pressure mediation, Adam?
Yeah, well, I've hit a J. I'm going to press it again. Yeah.
Process of pressure mediation or seeking equilibrium. The one natural law ever should be that all things seek.
How does pressure mediation work within ether?
Pressure mediation, which is specific to his, let's say, Jabba the Hutt's theories, and yeah, or seeking equilibrium, which is one thing that I think should be a natural law. What? Seeking equilibrium, that natural law that exists, that one. The fuck you on about, you shyster?
Please stop swearing.
Yeah.
I'm ever so sorry. This is egregious at this point because he knows what he's doing here. The construct of words is very clever and specifically put together. So, excuse my profanities. It is genuinely that. I'm not sorry. I'm angry, QE, when I hear stuff like that. That confirms, like I say, a double glazing salesman.
That's why I don't understand why QE feels bad for him. I want to kill him right now.
How do you have pressure mediation involving the ether when the ether is not physical? pressure mediation and equilibrium is a product of the physical and tangible.
No, it's not. Pressure mediation is a description used by Jabba the Hutt, Ken Wheeler,
right,
okay, to describe ways in which compression of nonsense, etheric forces, generate one way a magnetic force or whatever. Yeah, it's how this polarity is defined. The flow of the pressure mediation. Yeah, so do you want? It's conflation.
But you're missing. You're jumping all over me.
Sorry.
The word pressure. How does that relate to anything?
Nothing.
Pressure. How does that relate to anything they're saying?
Doesn't relate to pressure as we understand pressure. It's pressure mediation, which is a way of describing the flow of the field. Yeah.
But how can they use the term pressure?
Oh, they do. I'm not saying they should.
Are they using the non-standard version?
It's nothing to
pressure
do.
is very clearly defined.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with gas behavior. It's to do with pressure mediation, which I think involves why the field is this way. The pressure mediation. It's nonsense, but it sounds clever, doesn't it?
Yeah, how can they use the word pressure though? How can there be pressure in what he's talking about? There's no pressure in a field. An electric field doesn't have pressure.
To give an impression of intelligence and knowledge. Yeah. So they use a word that has meaning and use it within their just so story. Yeah. As if it's just like the hijacking of science. Sounds good, doesn't it? Pressure mediation doesn't mean anything. It's just a description of when they draw their swirly lines that they've got from a magnetic field. And what they say is that look at these lines. That's pressure mediation. That's why it's going like that, because the pressure mediation, you see. If there wasn't pressure mediation, they wouldn't be bending like that, would they?
You played a damn video.
Yeah, just because you don't understand pressure mediation.
Equilibrium. That is the natural law. Everything's in the process of seeking equilibrium or pressure mediation. That's what everything is. There's a creation of energy that dissipates as space. This is the reason for the claim that atoms are 99.9% empty space.
What? Steelman that for me, somebody.
Well, how profound. Atoms are 99.9% empty space. No, they're not real, bro. They're not there. Okay. Which is obvious nonsense. This space is a process of what is being not done, not what something, or what is being done, not what something is. Magnetism is the fundamental force of nature, centrifugal dissipation of inertia. Like I said.
Did somebody else write this for him? Is he familiar with the text in any way? Or is it just nerves? Like first week of book club.
Look at
it. There's no way. We have to be up for 5 hours to fully explain some of it. Thus, force and motion. Space is not a thing in and of itself. It is simply a privation of the ether, like a shadow of light. A privation of
what? Of the
Did he say a shadow of light?
Yeah. Shadow of light, Brian.
Does light have a shadow, Adam?
Yeah. I mean, seriously. What? Dude.
And the first thing he'll tell you is you don't understand. That's the first thing he'll tell you. I know from experience.
You know, and there's a point where as a decent person, I'm going to say, you know what, I don't understand the shadow of light. What's it? Tell me more.
Cannot have physical properties. This is why Tesla famously said, I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it cannot have physical properties. All right, now we're going to cover a couple misdefined terms. I'm gonna do it kind of quickly, so I love you guys. Sorry. Light is not a duality, as in a particle and a wave. That's nonsense. There is no such thing as an emission of light. You know, you might shoot a laser and think you're emitting light. You're not. That doesn't exist. Light does not travel from point A to point B. I know it's.
I hate him. Wow.
Guy's a 2-bit magician.
He started out with "I love you guys,"
Yeah.
so you know what's coming next.
He started out with "I love you," and then pissed down your back, told you it weren't raining.
I love bomb. He love bombed them.
Yeah, love to bomb you, and then says, when you're, firing light out or something, and the light's coming out the other end, and the other thing at the other end is lit up because of it. Yeah, you ain't doing that. We all clear?
Yeah, the light is already there, except for when it has to move at different speeds.
Now you're getting it. Don't deny it. Just go with it, Brian. Say it as if it sounds plausible, reasonable, like you understand it. And you can say those things with impunity. Fantastic. It's like Jean-Michel Pierre, that cute little black lass that has to stand up and lie for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I like her.
Yeah, it just comes off of lips, and you go, oh, you.
Oh my God!
Just
I
say
can't
anything.
stand it.
Yeah, I like her because I know she's so full of it.
Oh.
I kind of want. She needs an ass slapping. Right.
I've got to respect that from her, that she can get up there day after day. Yeah. It's not like a pretty blonde one.
Do I need to get the Adderall drip out? Can you play it?
No, we just hate having to sit through wits. It's painful. So we'd sooner talk about Jen Psaki, Michelle Pierre, the Trump's ex-aide. It's just so less painful than this.
I got a special spot for you. I got a special time for you, too, after you're done listening to this part. Go ahead.
Let's just get this clarity on what light is, and then, then give it the time.
So just to be clear, we're back to light actually doesn't travel. It's already there.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds crazy. Like, I shoot a laser. I can measure distances. It doesn't travel. I promise. It's already there. All evidence shows us this. So intrinsically, it does not have its speed.
I promise.
I promise.
Wow.
I don't even know what to say.
What is incorrectly called light is in fact nothing more than illumination of the ether. Okay, this is important to try to grasp. We call it light, but actually it's nothing more than the ether becoming illuminated. Light is an
Hey?
Can I just ask? Does a laser cause heating up? Does a laser create thermal energy
within the ether?
Right. That'd be a bit of a problem for thermodynamics.
Well, Brian, that just means the heat's already there too, man. Just got excited.
Gotta make it
exactly, chocolate. The excitation of light.
You gotta tickle it.
Yeah, no, it's already there. The heat's already there. It's the rate of induction, your perception of the heat that has a rate.
Just got to bring it to the surface of the ether. Yeah, make it manifest in your limited perceptions of reality. Yeah, don't be so closed-minded.
Thermal energy is the end of it.
Good play.
Go on.
ether perturbation or disturbance in the ether, the medium that is the ether. And there's a particular spectrum within the ether disturbance that is perceivable. We call this visible light. A property denoted as illumination. Light is not a wave either. As a wave is not what something is, rather is what something does. I can wave my hand, I can't hand you a wave. Obviously, right? So I need the water to make the wave.
Stop it. So a wave, here he goes again. He doesn't understand what nouns and verbs are. So a wave is not a thing. Yeah, it is. There's noun definitions for waves everywhere. You glue sniffing fungus muncher. So when I wave my hand and it creates wind, I can't hand you a wind?
Oh, sorry. When you wave your hand, Mr. Colloquial, that's of course like you're like the best like robotic dancer in the world. So your hand does this wave. I've never seen anybody do a wave with the hand. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you do a bit of body popping. That does a wave. Yeah. When you wave your hand, you just shake it side to side. It's a colloquial term.
It's an equivocation. It's a clumsy equivocation fallacy.
The point I'm trying to make.
Holy shit!
Wave occurs in the medium, which is what he's trying to mug people off onto.
He's equivocating a wave with your hand with an actual wave in a medium. He's a moron.
Why didn't anybody get up and say, what is ether?
Shut up, Neil! Don't do that. You'll ruin the whole fucking mind trick, won't you? We'll go into that. You need to sit there and just have things that are familiar. Have your ego boosted a little bit with a little bit of nonsense, not trivia knowledge, so you can nod along as if you know what's going on.
Can you surf that wave?
Yep. That's an equivocation fallacy at the beginning. Yeah, that's right.
You need to go
Wave
into
my
a
hand, I
dark room. You need to go into a dark room and sit there and contemplate how you're not actually in a dark room. The room is actually completely lit. It's just the light hasn't been excited yet.
No, it hasn't been perceived. It's the rate of perception. Continue.
I can't hand you a wave, obviously, right? So I need the water to make the wave. Very simple concept. So light can't be a wave. This is like top tier physics, right? I mean, it's so stupid to me. All right, so light is not a wave, as a wave is not what something is, rather what something does. The wave-like properties of light is nothing more than a position and magnitude in time, not space. Not magnitude and direction in space. It has no direction, it doesn't travel. This would change the world if we knew this across the board. This fundamental misunderstanding is a requirement for the absurd claim that the Earth flies around the sun. This non-magnitude and direction in space. It has no direction, it doesn't travel. This would change the world if we knew this across.
Yeah. Did he really? A wave doesn't travel. Is that his claim? Because I understand that from an ether point. There is no travel. There's just a perception of illumination.
Yeah, I guess a wave does.
Is that what he just said? A wave doesn't travel.
Yeah, more or less. I guess they don't have tsunami alert systems.
They don't travel. They just manifest.
Surfing is over.
What is he on about? Surely it's how it. Oh, how do you define the wavelength? Anyway, stop it.
Yeah, stop it.
Across the board. This fundamental misunderstanding is a requirement for the absurd claim that the Earth flies around the sun. Special relativity claims a constant speed of light.
What?
Yeah. Did you catch? You needed to pull a J and listen to that again because he piped you guys.
Just
didn't pipe us at all. You're indicting us, and we just heard it.
He's piping you because he tried to pull the wool over your eyes in the debate, the FED 1724 or 1702. Don't worry, we'll get there.
I'm playing.
This fundamental misunderstanding is a requirement for the absurd claim that the Earth flies around the sun. Special relativity claims a constant speed of light, traveling from point A to point B, obviously, to have that constant speed, because there are relativists, even moral relativists, you may find. If everything is relative, you have to have something for everything to be relative to. They chose light. That means light has to be constant, has to be absolute, so everything can be relative to light. That's to save the globe. Light is invisible. You're crazy. There's nowhere in the whole world that doesn't have light. Literally, the darkest part of the ocean, the darkest cave in the world, there's light there. You can't get rid of light. Light is everywhere. Of course, light is not just the visible spectrum of what we call light, but what light actually is invisible, and what we call light is nothing more than illumination. Illumination is what is visible. That's just a certain version of the background medium. That's what light actually is. It's already there. It's all around you. It is the ether. Now, they don't understand the double slit and all this
It's
other
all
nonsense
around
because
you.
they don't understand light.
It's not
Light is a
visible.
dielectric longitudinal coaxial ether. The is not dark. There's not nowhere in the whole world that doesn't have light. Literally, the darkest part of the ocean, the darkest cave in the world, there's light there. You can't get rid of light. Light is everywhere. Of course, light is not just the visible spectrum of what we call light, but what light actually is invisible, and what we call light is nothing more than illumination. Illumination is what is visible. That's just a certain version of
visible, invisible, illumination. What?
Right, no, let me just boil it down. The visible light spectrum is invisible. Hope that's clear.
I feel like I'm listening to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, he realized when he said that, he realized that he had screwed up.
This reminds me of what
No,
got
he
me.
sounded like Kamala and Joe Biden had a baby. That's what the baby would sound like as an adult. I did the in his film, and in Florida, never. Mm-hmm. Yep. Spandex, no suspenders.
This reminds me of why I got banned from Globebusters. So Globebusters would be live, and I'll be in the chat going, "Will you get to some flat Earth stuff eventually? Will you start, proving Earth flat with some of the evidence that you present today?" And eventually they just got sick of me and banned me. And this reminds me of that. Because if I was in this audience, I'd be heckling him. Like, excuse me, what does this have to do with flat? I'm pretending to be one of the guests, like all adenoidal. What's this got to do with flat Earth, Mr. Strawberry?
Stay focused now. Hit it, Adam.
of the background medium. That's what light actually is. It's already there. It's all around you. It is the ether. You know how they don't understand
just
the double
can't
slit
see
and all
it.
this other nonsense? It's because they don't understand light. Light is a dielectric.
He popped in the double slit experiment real quick, just out of nowhere. Double slit experiment. The double slit experiment theory.
No, you
What's
can't. Hold on. Are we doing the double slit experiment if we can't see light and it's invisible? What gives?
Because he said you don't understand it. He's going to explain it now.
With the invisible, he's going to show me the invisible double slit experiment, is he?
It's called the double illumination.
Double illumination that's invisible?
After it's done all that, how does it make a mark?
Shut up, Adam.
Right. Thinking about that paper. That see what the slits do. How are you going to judge?
He just brought it up arbitrarily. There's nothing there. He just brought the statement up. There's nothing there.
I'm just thinking, is there a bloke on the other side of the slits catching them and then marking where they land on a grid, like battleships?
Holy shit.
Or else do they be? That'd be fine, wouldn't it? If there was a bloke doing that and say, "Well, this is where it's manifested right now." But that isn't what has happened, is it? Somehow manifestation can then affect matter, is what's about should be being described.
Not if it's visible. This is invisible. He made that clear.
What happens when it hits the photographic plate? What happens to the visible light? If it's just a manifestation of the already pre-existent ether, what does it do to the thing that was in the way that is pre-existent ether?
What does the word illuminate
mean? Let me just reiterate his point to you, Adam. Right, you know the visible light spectrum?
Yeah, that.
Not visible.
That makes sense. Carry on. Tell me more.
That's all you need to know.
He would if you hit play.
I mean, look, it's a good premise to start from, knowing that the visible light spectrum isn't visible. I'm happy to move forwards there.
Okay, well, let's just put it in terms you might understand. You know that quaffable wine?
Yes.
Not quaffable.
Not bad. Very bad.
It's not quaffable.
I'm off to find one that is. I'm going to press play. I might be a while.
Illumination. Illumination is what is visible. That's just a certain version of the background medium. That's what light actually is. It's already there. It's all around you. It is the ether. You know how they don't understand the double slit and all this other nonsense? It's because they don't understand light. Light is a dielectric longitudinal coaxial circuit. with transverse electric and magnetic field modalities. Basically just wave-like properties of the electric field and the magnetic field. It's just longitudinal, meaning it goes in a longitudinal line, and it's not, I guess you could call it instant, but it's just already there. So, I mean, we could definitely talk forever about the light.
Did you hear that, Larry?
All right, so next, the electron does not exist, obviously, if the atom doesn't exist. Now, you may want to, I encourage you to go find pictures of atoms. They're not, they use motion sensory, they use contrasted images, and they're CGI rendered images, very similar to the ball Earth. The electron does not exist. There's no such thing as a negative charge carrying particle of a matter called the electron. If it's claimed to be like 100 million times smaller than the atom. So if you can't prove the atom, I can assure you're not proving the electron. It's just another convention built upon the materialistic need to quantify all things. J.J. Thomson, who discovered it, said it was nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. Or simply, if you laid two lines of spaghetti over each other, and then I pointed to the where they cross, and I'm like, look, there's a little ball there. You'd be like, you're crazy, bro. You know, like, no, that's just spaghetti. It's where they cross. It's where two things cross. Same thing as.
What the hell is he babbling about as an analogy? I had no idea what he said before the analogy, and the analogy made no sense, so he didn't clarify the garbage he spewed before the analogy.
Yeah, he did. He laughed right at the beginning.
There's a point when you've got to stop bogarting and you've got to pass the crack pipe on.
A photon. Photons are where the dielectric and the magnetic cross. It's a process. It's an event.
Photon?
It's not an actual object.
What? All
right, so they claim that they see a...
Yeah, it's an event. You know, like Christmas, birthday party, bar mitzvahs.
No. Didn't he just fundamentally deny this? Now he's going on to describe it. What's going on? Am I missing something? Have I just misheard what's happening?
For manifestation, basically, you know when they say don't cross the streams, that's why. Because, like, it'll manifest.
Oh, it goes all coaxial.
Huh?
Longitudinal.
The streams are longitudinal. The streams are longitudinal, and when they cross, they go coaxial. And that point in the middle's like a ball. But just imagine those beams, like in Ghostbusters, are actually spaghetti, and the ball isn't really there. All makes perfect sense.
Nah, you just missed it. He laughed because he knows he's about to bullshit them all, and they're all going to love it.
I don't know. It seemed more nervous to me. Will this bullshit be accepted? No one's cheering. He's not getting a standing ovation. There's just coughs coming from the audience.
Electrons in electron microscopes. If you can see here, actually it uses the electron gun, which is just a dielectric discharge, or electrostatics. You give your magnets, and it focuses it. Now, if electrons truly were were charge-carrying particles of matter, or autonomous corpuscles,
what was that? Autonomous corpuscles? Sorry, did you say autonomous corpuscles?
That's autonomous corpuscles.
What's that?
We always does that when it's something he doesn't want to go into. Something he's either decrying or pretending he's got knowledge of. You'll often see him do that.
What, the meat hooks? Yeah, it's creepy.
Just for my own audience, who's, like I said, I appealed to how irritated I'd be if I was watching this on Globusters, which this has been published on. Earth's measured flat, and we can prove that. That's how it's dealt with, and all the maps come. Just wanted to drop this in the middle of this boring garbage that has nothing to do with the subject that we love. Just wanted to drop that in there.
Pardon me, I have a question. What's the name of the thing he said it was?
An electron gun.
What? Brian, please.
An electron gun.
No,
also longitude itself. Sorry, go on.
It's corpuscle. So I looked it up because in relation to light. Okay, so historical. And mine, listen, right. D, breathe, unless you've got the definition.
I need you to repeat it. I'm trying to listen to what you said.
Well, stop talking then as I'm trying to say it.
Can you just give us the definition now, Adam?
Okay, so remember what which it's claiming. It's not a particle. It's not something. Not, yeah? That's the point. A minute particle regarded as the basic constituent of matter or light. Some might call that a photon, being considering it's the historical way of describing it. It's a minute particle. That's if you're going to use corpuscle in that sense, because obviously there's the biological sense, isn't there? If you're going to use it there, I think it's just got it's not used in physics today, but it's historical. I did have to check that.
Yeah, it's a corpuscle too. So let's move on.
That's the word, corpuscle. Thank you.
No, not if you're from Nottingham.
My apologies.
That was a way of me saying you're probably right, D.
No, I thought corpuscle was a little tiny bump.
What the fuck up? Hit play.
Under your feet.
You could use them to probe any material, but this is not the case. Every non-ferrous material needs to be sputter coated with a metallic surface that can break and reflect the incoming lines of induction. In the electron microscope, the lines of induction are called electron beams. In reality, the electron microscope is nothing more than an electrostatic reflectance imager. If anyone's ever
Oh boy. Okay.
I can just redefine stuff too. I mean, a car, it's not really a car. In fact, it's not even visible. It's just illuminated. But the car isn't really a car. It's actually an ether transportation device. What the hell? Just redefine what? It's not an electron microscope. It's an ether microscope. What? Okay.
That's not what happened there. He's just basically described how an electron microscope works. You don't look down it and use photons. You bounce electrons off it. But yeah, well, that's got nothing to do with anything. And it was a very poor explanation of an electron microscope, and it doesn't support your argument because within your argument you're firing particles. You're firing stuff, and I don't understand.
Not firing it. It was always there. You can't see it. It's invisible. It's just illuminated. The visible spectrum.
I don't understand the link to the claim he's making.
You're calling it the wrong name. It's an ether accelerator.
You missed it. Light is everywhere, even in the dark. So eventually, ether is everything.
That's not true either, is it? You see, that's another falsehood. Remember that photon tracker thing? Anyway, take that photon out, and there's nothing in there. The trouble with no light is you can't see anything. See if there's anything in there.
Well, I did say before that I broke it down to his claim is that the darkness is the ether because the light hides in the dark. Like I said that comically, but it's true. That's what he's claiming, is it not?
Yeah, it's there all the time, waiting to manifest, just to pop round the corner at you and go woo.
Go to 841.
841. Thank God for that. 8.
Close enough. You don't have to go exactly.
If you bought a car between 2014 and 2021, go put the registration on your car loan.
Nah. It's just like the only scientifically viable option that exists. And it should be perplexing as to why you've never heard that. All right, now here is, don't even know how to really say his name, Descartes. He's a famous...
Descartes. Yeah.
Sorry.
Does he mean Descartes?
But yeah, but no. Really?
Descartes,
like a comedy sketch, isn't it?
I always thought that was pronounced Descartes.
but and if you were unsure, Eli, before going on stage, what would you do?
It's chocolate.
Was it? Sorry, chocolate. I'm looking at the screen now.
Eli chocolate.
Sounded like him. But wouldn't you go and check that? If you're going to do it, I don't know whether it's just me being an anal twat, a geek. If there's a point in my head where I don't know how to pronounce, I go and check it. Huey knows I can't spell any words. I don't send documents out until I've checked them. Otherwise, people would laugh at me.
Well, it's okay to get a name wrong when you're just trying to tell someone something, right? Or say something. There's names that you'll find hard to pronounce. But if you're going to do a presentation in front of an audience, you have to be able to pronounce the name that's part of your presentation.
Yeah. And it's an indictment. It says, I've not been asked. I'm going to quote this bloke, but I've not even been asked to even find out how to pronounce his name. That's how important he is. Listen to what he says so I can ridicule it or use it. This bloke, that's a quality level of research or a lack of quality. Do you know what I mean? It's just. I'll tell you why your bum twitches now. It's frustration. It's not. I don't feel sorry for him, Q. It's frustration at the amateurness of it. Like going up on stage and going, I didn't bother writing this bit, so I'm going to wing it. And if it turns out shit, so be it. That's what he's just said. So, there's Crates. It's like Bill and Ted, isn't it? So Crates.
If it was just Joe Blow down the street and you fricked his name up, no problem. This is
So
really
great.
Arrogant ignoramus.
I'm going to need a J on that. I missed that. Did he mispronounce something?
Yeah. He's gone full Bill and Ted on us. I'm sorry he should have gone a bit. See, put a bit of black American in, you could look at that as like a girl's name, couldn't it? It's Des Cortez. Des Cortez. Give it some sun. I mean, I'm going to press play. I'll give you a J now.
Hold up, Adam.
Don't even know.
Go on, D.
I just had a question. More than one ignoramus, is that an ignorami? Just curious. Like hippopotamus, hippopotami, octopus, octopi.
Can we hit play?
All right, wait there. I think we should probably check with AI. There's only one on stage. Can you not count, D?
How to really say his name is Descartes. He's a famous French philosopher, scientist, and mathematician, followed Aristotle in that he too considered the ether as the crucial component that tied all other elements together. However, being a devoted atomist, he postulated the ether was a dense medium of very small particles spreading through space, which is a very important part we're about to cover, the idea of atomism, which is effectively the death of all true knowledge.
The death of all true knowledge.
What?
Pretty big claim.
Once the atoms came out, it was the death of all true knowledge. That is free energy.
He obviously doesn't understand where atoms and the speaking and description of atoms came from. He has never looked into that. He's never actually looked into it. It's obvious he never has. And he can't go back on it now.
Pronounce Descartes' name, has he? To be fair. So I won't worry too much. Like I say, I won't worry too much about the level of research this kid produces, because even the bloke he's going to cite in support of his argument, I don't know what he's called. Barry said that the ether is real. I'll press play.
And here is Isaac Newton. Hence, it is manifest that the planets are not carried around in corporeal vortices, for according to the Copernican hypothesis, the planets going around the sun revolve in ellipses, having the sun in their common focus, and by radii drawn to the sun describe areas proportional to the times, but now the parts of a vortex can never revolve with such a motion. So here is Newton, in layman terms, saying, since we have to believe the Earth is this time.
You know when I was at uni, right? You used to have to do presentations all the time, and you used to read your own slides like that. You weren't talking to anyone. You just wanted to get through the words as quick as possible and go and sit down. Is that why you might feel sorry for him, QE?
Oh, but
He shouldn't. He wrote it. You know, I was hungover. That's why I wanted to sit down. Not that I wasn't actually bothered to research what I was telling people. I just wanted to go through it. No desire for oratory. But come on, dude. You're at Flaktoberfest.
Tiny speck of dust and it spins around the sun. There cannot be an ether with a vortex. And so that's, of course, should be kind of eye-opening. The reason that people don't acknowledge that there's an ether with a vortex in it is because it debunks the heliocentric model.
Hold up. No vortex. Yeah. If vortex and ether, clearly we've got a vortex, therefore ether. I need two J's.
Vortex, say that, what did they say?
I don't know. I want to see what I'm getting mugged off with now, because I've just been, clearly we've got this, so therefore we've got this. Daft lad. Obvious, isn't it? Yeah.
Like the Chinook Suns.
Exactly. We've got a 24. We know, Brian. We know.
Like a dust and it spins around the sun. There cannot be an ether with a vortex. And so that's, of course.
Yeah. So, validation for vortex is the sun going in circles above our head. No, stop it. Stop it.
Should be kind of eye-opening. The reason that people don't acknowledge that there's an ether with a vortex in it is because it debunks the heliocentric model for no other reason. There is no other reason. In fact, you can't explain anything that we observe in physics without acknowledging it. So this is him just point blank.
How can there be a vortex in? A vortex would be something happening, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, but without acknowledging it, Brian, you can't explain anything. So,
but how can there be a vortex in the ether if the ether is not in any way physical or tangible?
No. Until you acknowledge it, you can't explain it. We just said.
How does it debunk a globe? That's what I really want to hear. How it actually debunks a globe. I don't see.
That's why you won't accept it, because it debunks a globe. So this is not my logic. This is not my words. That's why people don't believe it, because it debunks a globe.
It debunks a globe because there's no gravity, because you got the dielectric acceleration and a downward bias answered and solved. No need for gravity.
People don't accept it because it debunks a globe. What? The vortex that proves the ether. And you can't have an ether without a vortex. And we've got the vortex because the sun goes around in circles above our head. You've got... Hello? A bit slow at Dime Bar. A bit slow. We're not keeping up with the quality of influence.
Quality. He told me when I debated him. Sorry?
It's not some 2-bit inferences are providing me.
Well, he tried to tell me when I debated him that dielectric acceleration has no connection to the ether.
So from an Ethereum point of view, yes, but maybe no. It depends how you want to win the argument.
Brian, I could levitate anything with electrostatics.
You see? I'd do it.
What was your question after that?
Can you levitate my phone? No.
No. I swear that was my favorite part of the whole fucking night. Sorry.
It'd have been funnier if it had gone, no, but if you had a pet frog.
What was funny is he tried to tell me that he could levitate me, except for the power it would take to do it would kill me. And I said, then that same power that's keeping me down would have to be killing me now. You know what I mean? It's just like you're no consistency. Crazy.
It's like, I can tell you, but I have to kill you.
We got more. Let's get through it.
Like saying, well, if I presuppose the Copernican principle, which is the idea that the Earth is insignificant and doesn't have a special location, because you're all came from rocks, nothing special about you, then we can't have a vortex. And this is contradictory to even what Aristotle knew. And this brings us to one of the primary points here, which is atomism versus ether. So if I say, did you guys know atoms don't actually exist? You may think that sounds crazy. I'm the crackpot now, but there's no such thing.
I think that's the first sensible thing I've heard today.
Yep, we think you're a nutter.
Let's carry on whilst we're on the same page.
Thing is atoms. You've never seen an atom. No one's ever seen an atom. It doesn't exist. Atoms do.
See how clever he is? So, whilst he's described how an electron scanning microscope works, it means that's correct. That statement he just made there is correct factually, isn't it? Seen being an image generated by photons.
And the fact that we see a lot of ether every day.
I'll make the point again. Yeah, he's prefaced stuff talking about scanning electron microscopes, how whatever they do, it's a rebound effect of firing an electron at a field. It's not how we see, is it? We don't see with a pattern distribution of electrons. We see with photons, don't we?
Yep.
See? Deceit, but true. Deceit, but true. It's what the ballers do. Shysters. Tricksters. Salesmen.
Yeah, this is a double glazing convention.
Yeah.
But
just watch them.
But you were sold the idea of meeting, I don't know, some famous film star. You know, come see Taylor Swift, and then you get a 5-hour lecture on double glazing or timeshare.
Yeah, it's not the stupidity of what she states. That watch him.
What I noticed in that bit, as I say, you'll often hear the convincer. So as you're chatting too much shit, you have to throw in a point of agreement. And these point of agreement a little bit ago was they all pretend we came from rocks. So at that point, you just had a lot of bullshit, and then you get this bit where suddenly the audience agree, yeah, we didn't agree. You're right, we didn't come from bloody rocks. Yeah, then carry on with bullshit. Watch his pattern. It's very.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing when he said that, Adam. Came with something they could agree on.
Yeah, these are sales techniques. It's called an agreement ladder. So you drop in your bullshit, and then you seek affirmation for something you know that you're going to get a yes for. Everyone nods. Then you, like you say, pepper in a bit of your bullshit. Seek affirmation for something you know they're going to agree with. By the end, they're all agreeing. So when he lays down his ultimate claim, which he's already done like the rumpus would do, he's put the dirty secret right at the beginning, hasn't he? But anyway.
Yep.
Do not exist. If anyone thinks that they can tell me otherwise, I would love to sit down and debate you about it, because I would be amazed if you could offer some evidence. I looked into this. I was surprised myself. No one's ever seen an atom.
You know what I'd do? Hit him round the head with a bag of atoms.
Atom. You kind of like when you Google pictures of satellites in space, you see a bunch of cartoons. Same thing with atoms. You're just going to see a bunch of cartoons. It's because they're just a concept. The ether is basically, it has a spiritual undertone, right? Like there's this metaphysical, immaterial realm around you that is outside the material world.
So not physics then. We're not talking physics now.
Nope. You got that explanation again in the beginning, and then he went right into that.
We can say it's the metaphysical, can't we? But by that,
outside of the material world, of course. So yeah, not physical.
Yeah. Fundamentally religious. by the definition of it, something you're not going to be able to treat, something you got to believe, isn't it? But if we use the term metaphysical, sounds like it's sciences still. You scrote, you absolute scrote. You just behave like a baller, mate.
Now, anyone that can even apply basic logic knows that this Earth couldn't exist, even if it was a tiny speck of dust that defies physics.
Okay. Agreement, ladder.
Agreement. Yep.
Without there being something outside of it that put it here. Just logically speaking, there's no other way. But this is not what we were taught in school, and this is not what your indoctrination camps wanted you to believe or understand. So materialism, the idea that everything that is seen either...
So to summarize, because you know they lied to you at school, atoms don't exist.
is material or comes from material, has evolved into atomism, and they think that everything is comprised of tiny little bombarding balls everywhere. They're obsessed with balls from the small scale to the big scale. It's pretty horrible. So
there goes the crowd, Nathan.
Here's the best picture I could give of an atom, and it's a cartoon. Kind of like all the pictures of the Earth being a ball. Just cartoons. I think that's a pretty good sign that they're lying. All right, so this is one of the
Interesting.
Has he got a photo of the ether?
I assume he came to that conclusion using his logical framework. Because it looks a little... I don't know what solar system looks like, loads of planets stuck together in the middle with a couple of little planets moons going around the out. What? Come on, not even in sci-fi do you see like 30 planets. Some of them identical to the other one. Some of them completely different. Some of them, having a charge. Some of them not. But they're all stuck together, right? And then there's these little type things, moon type things that must be like a moon because they're probably hollow, which is why they're a little, and they're orbiting. No, that's what he just said. He knows it's false because that looks like the heliocentric model. Show me in the heliocentric model. Don't you model me, QA? Yeah. Show me in the heliocentric model what that looks like. Where is there a cluster of 50 planets orbited by 6 million? He didn't even have that in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. That kind of nonsense, do you?
No, but they said he didn't show the ether. He doesn't have to. He's already said it's got spiritual undertones. Don't you get it? It's in the metaphysical. He doesn't have to show it now.
Just said you know because it looks like the heliocentric model. It's just offered a proof to the audience, right? And it's there on screen. You know it's bullshit, the atom, because look, it looks like the heliocentric model. Look at it, Neil. Looks just like it, doesn't it? So therefore, you know the atom's false. What's that called?
So he's got the real name of the convention behind him now, hasn't he? Atomism versus ether. Sorry, there was me thinking it was flat Earth versus globe Earth. No, it's atomism versus ether. That's what the real convention's about.
That's a false dichotomy, but Nathan, you haven't provided a third option.
Chinook nuclei.
The primary points of this is ether and atomism are two different philosophies from the beginning and ways to interpret the world. One is everything has to be material, composed of little bombarding particles, because everything has to be made up of something that's in the material world. Ether is everything comes from outside the material world. Everything is a different version.
I mean, that
ether's now a philosophy.
Well, this is what I've got objection to. No. Your current interpretation by Jabba the Hutt Walrus Boy, fake Jedi, Ken Wheeler, that you've amalgamated with all the historical use of ether, mean you, the numpty dipshit you are, can draw that false dichotomy. I'm going to give it a J. I'm going to give it 2 J's. 3.
Is ether and atomism are two different philosophies from the beginning and ways to interpret the world. One is everything has to be material, composed of little...
Right. So the first point there, no. Ether was perfectly acceptable within the constructs that ether is something completely separate to the physical world, always was historically. A luminiferous ether has nothing to do. It's a manifestation for light, which is perceived as non-physical at this point. Hence, it's a medium for it to manifest in when we talk about the luminiferous ether. Yeah, but so you're even lying to your audience now, presenting what is a false dichotomy, but you're even lying historically to construct it into a false dichotomy. That's shocking.
Bombarding particles because everything has to be made up of something that's in the material world. Ether is everything comes from outside the material world. Everything is a different version of what's outside the material world. And it's crazy because
So
even like
isn't
up
that
here saying it right now,
That's called God.
I was about to say that's sacrilegious, isn't it? He's saying he's decrying the creation itself, isn't he? He's saying no.
Exactly.
New creation, first law violation, can come from outside the manifest physical reality, aka the meta reality or whatever he's calling it. It's like, so you're saying that's God then? That's what's creating. That's God.
Yep.
I was just going to jump on that myself, Nathan. What he's actually stating there is a violation of the first law of thermodynamics, because he's claiming the creation of something, not the recycling of something.
Yep.
The whole point of the first law of thermodynamics is that neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed. That means it's recycled. It's never created, never destroyed. Whatever is here is what's here, and it's a constant.
No,
He's claiming the creation of that. Yes, Adam, not no, yes.
No.
He's claiming the ether is God.
Yes, I'm sorry now, I'll have to completely disagree with you.
Yeah, no, this is a good show. Well, let's do it civilly. I disagree with that premise. No, I think it invokes the fact that because of entropy, there has to be a point of creation. There isn't these laws don't invoke recycling. They don't invoke infinite expansion and then infinite contraction and an ever repeating cycle. The laws tell us that at some point creation must have existed, and then from then on entropy applies.
Yeah, but we're talking about the laws of thermodynamics. We're talking about nature, laws of nature.
That's what I just cited.
Yeah, but nature doesn't create anything.
No, God
It recycles things. Yeah, but I understand that. But nature doesn't create. Nature recycles. That's the point.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Entropy applies to nature. The only thing that recycles is life. Other than that, every part of the physical world, entropy just applies. The only thing that will deny that, mitigate for and against it, is life.
No, I think you're misunderstanding it, Adam. Neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed. That's the first law of thermodynamics. That means by nature, matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That means you can't lose matter or energy from our system.
According to natural law, there's a starting point, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, the starting point is the creation, but we're talking about nature, not the creator. The laws don't apply to the creator. They only apply to nature.
Not cyclical.
Which is
it's not right. So then this was my point. This doesn't mean things will go around. No, it's only going one way, the arrow of time.
No, it does. That's literally what it means.
No. If you want to reverse the arrow of time, the only way to reverse entropic processes, and it's not truly reversing, it's just using energy to build things which will then be subject to entropy still, is life.
No, you're equivocating in the wrong way, Adam.
Sorry.
No one's denying entropy, right? No one's denying that. The point being is that all of this matter and energy that's subject to entropy, none of that is disappearing. Do you know what I mean? It's not disappearing. And new matter and energy being created. That's the point.
Certainly never.
The matter and energy that's here is what's here.
Yeah. This is one of the interesting laws, isn't it? That's never been demonstrated.
Yeah, well, I would say, fair enough. Well, okay,
because
I'll throw you a bone. Thermal energy. I would say thermal energy. Thermal energy is being no, because thermal energy is being recreated by the sun. So you could think, well, half flows of coal and that's it.
Oh, whoa. Recreated by the... No, it's not. It's being added by the sun.
Yeah, but it's been the sun inputs radiation into the
I'm
solid earth.
correcting the word for you to carry the sentence on. It's not recreated, it's just added.
Okay, so thermal
I've got a better
energy
way
then,
of putting it.
you're
Sorry,
saying thermal energy then is violating the first law. That's what you're claiming.
No. You're just describing the sun incorrectly, and I credit QE for this. He said it's an entropy generator. So it's not...
I understand that, Nathan.
That's separate. No, what I'm saying is it's adding energy here. The use of the sun is neither anything to do with first law. It's just there, and as it transfers from here to there, it affects here. Now, that doesn't affect the first law per se.
Well,
the amount of energy in the sun, from our sadly heliocentric understanding, is that it's finite because it's based on the amount of hydrogen that's left to burn. I don't think that's true. So I don't know
that's not.
The first law, and I can't prove it, which is why I say it's not been shown to be untrue. But we've also then got the nuance of within that statement, we talk about the term energy as if it's some all-encompassing one thing. It's not. The transmission of energy into the different forms we recognize it to maintain the law. I wouldn't be able to prove the law, but I would support it by saying it's completely non-disprovable.
I've defined it. I've defined it.
Go on, Kiwi.
I can't find it.
Calorific energy, chemical energy, thermal energy. They're all quantified as if they're part of this same thing. How we transfer between the two, whether there is all of these nuances of those terms, I find beyond my knowledge in terms of being able to translate. I can't do a calculate. I can pretend when I was a kid and burn a peanut.
Brother.
Yeah. So you can do those things, can't you? But that's all you can do.
I found energy, the quantitative property that it is either inherent or transferred to a body or a physical system that can be measured in electron volts, kcals, or kilojoules.
Come in. Sorry.
Yeah, I defined it. So there you go. But that's my definition. I think it's pretty good. It's probably not all encompassing, but it's the best thing I've seen. Continue.
No, I wouldn't say it's incorrect. The term energy is a description. It's a way we describe many things as energy. That's why we have different, like there's radiative energy, thermal energy. We also come up with wind energy, this kind of stuff. So the term energy is kind of an all-encompassing description of something.
I just described.
I can't really say that what you just said is wrong because you're including how we measure it.
Yep.
Or detect it, or which I'd have to read through. I can't say what you just said verbatim.
All right. The quantitative property that is either inherent or transferred to a body or a physical system that can be measured in electron volts, kcals, or kilojoules.
The quantitative.
Oh, God. I think there's a little bit. I think there's a little bit too many T's in that one, Chocolate.
I know.
Adam, get your ass back here and start this up.
I'm back. I'll press play.
How'd you like my definition?
I don't disagree with it in the slightest.
It sucked.
It sucked.
Okay. Don't disagrui with it. Just understand the nuance I'm talking about. That's the point. But what I would say is show me anywhere where you can create energy to defy it. Like I say, it's one of these things that's
Continue.
Yeah, it's too big. It's just philosophy.
Oh, it sounds crazy to some of you, and it just goes to show how indoctrinated we've been. So I'm hoping some of the technical specificity will help elucidate this. Okay, so this is Democritus, and as you can see, he looks like a super cool guy.
I was really hoping he was going to call him Democritus.
And this is where you get atomism. I think it's a beautiful depiction of what atomism is, actually.
Oh, poison the well. Little poison in the
Democritus
well
was a prominent figure in atomic theory. He theorized that all material.
Little poisoning the well and the genetic fallacy in one. Double your pleasure.
But he is ugly as sin in that picture. Let's be honest.
I don't think that's a picture.
In that image.
I bet his mother loves him still.
Yeah.
Yeah, QE's right. I don't mean to undermine QE. He is just a poison in the well fallacy. You know, getting a cheap laugh out of what the picture looks like of some guy, and then move on to okay, well, this is atomism again. I just lean back on the idea of me watching Globebusters back in the day from the chat, thinking, when are they going to get to the flat Earth stuff? So far, he's put more ball into this about how the ball don't work and how it's comparable to a ball. Literally zero mention of flat Earth. 5 or 6 references, probably more, of the ball and how it's like when the ballers do this and how the ball would do that and how this looks like the heliocentric model. At what point do we ever talk about flat Earth in this particular corner of the flat Earth woods? We don't.
It's almost like, look at these old Greeks who used to think that the Earth was a ball. They also thought that atoms existed. This is what this is talking about.
Contrast that with, look at these Greeks who used to measure sticks and shadows and claim that proves a ball. You'll need a flat Earth for that angle. See the difference in what we do and what they do.
You have to be a flat earther, Nathan. He's not a flat earther.
No, he's an Ethereum.
No, but I will hijack that analogy. Yes, you will. And to disprove the fact that photons are real, you'll need a photon emitter and a photon detector to prove it. I'll press play.
Yes. All right, Democritus was a prominent figure in atomic theory. He theorized that all material is made up of atoms. He said that atoms were so small that they could not be reduced to any.
Stop. Atomic theory doesn't exist. That's a nonsense. This boy doesn't know what natural science is.
So he made it up.
It's category error.
Yep.
Anything else. He theorized that the universe is made up of the space with atoms, or the being, and the vacuum, the vacuum that is absence of atoms. He called this empty space the void. Now, this is long before they claimed they went to space and all this nonsense, right? So you should apply pattern recognition. You're going to find out that they didn't go to space. None of this stuff is true. They have little creepy Greek philosophers like this guy who, I mean, this looks like he just ate somebody or something, right? Like, he looks insane. This dude looks insane to me. And he basically
double down on the poison the well. He looks like would you trust this man with your children?
Basically told you the heliocentric model in modern physics thousands of years ago, long before they claimed to have in any way verified it. He pictured atoms as mostly homogeneous. He thought the reason things look different and feel different to us is because they are made up of a different configuration and combination of atoms.
I got an objection to that. It's a little simplistic, but fundamentally correct, isn't it? Unless, of course, it's just the way in which the perturbation of the ether manifests for me to perceive from the metaphysical into the physical.
I would think that's why, like, concrete doesn't feel like cotton.
When it manifests from the metaphysical into the physical, does it manifest into these shapes that we could describe as atoms?
No, you could describe them as invisible.
I know they're invisible, but the space in the ether that they occupy, like with an electron microscope, would they fit the same description of an atom? The way they fit together, would they fit the same description? Yes. I'm not sure where we're at. This is about when he ridiculed Feynman, the why. Why is this space occupied that he's demonstrated with electrons? Why is it occupied? We say with atoms. He says no. And he's not denying atoms. He is denying atoms, but what he's not denying, he is denying atoms because he's saying no, atoms don't exist, but the space that you've previously designated as atoms is just a manifestation past the point of light, past the point of photon, so into solidity, to the real world of the non-manifest ether. Occupying the same space for us to perceive, but it's not an atom, guys, you idiots. It's just when the beams cross more fundamentally, then full manifestation into the 3D world occurs, not just illumination like the photon interacts with the ether.
Feebly trying to debunk beach balls by and attempting to prove ipso facto that luminescent gerbils exist. He's in the middle of a false dichotomy. He's a moron.
The agenda's clear, isn't it?
He greased the skids by giving you the false dichotomy. Now he's going to attempt to debunk one of the foundations of his false dichotomy, the beach balls. Therefore, once that's debunked, his false dichotomy, one of his false dichotomies, therefore the other one must be true. He's a moron.
Theorize that because everything is made of these infinite atoms, nothing really dies. Everything just changes form. This idea is very similar to the popular concept of today that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. I don't agree with that either. I know that might sound crazy to some of you, but
what
is matter? Matter is a modality.
He fundamentally disagrees with these laws of nature.
The first law of thermodynamics, he said he fundamentally disagreed with it.
Yes, that's
he
correct.
disagrees with the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I missed that. I missed that when I was watching.
We need a J, Alan.
No, you were right, Brian, from earlier. You were right. He's just fundamentally denying the first law. Now, where Neil and I say he's introducing a godlike substance called ether that creates the energy, well, yeah, he's got to fundamentally deny the first law as he just did.
Jay, Adam, I didn't hear. Let's get that because I missed it. Like I said, I missed it there too.
Sound crazy to some of you, but what is matter? Matter is a modality of the ether, so no, technically you can't create it, but you could manifest it.
Go back 2 J's.
He theorized that because everything is made of these infinite atoms, nothing really dies. Everything just changes form. This idea is very similar to the popular concept of today that matter cannot be created nor destroyed. I don't agree with that either. I know that might sound crazy to some of you.
Oh, yeah, you're fucking nuts. Yeah, popular concept. The first law of thermodynamics is a popular concept. You clown.
It is if you've got ether creating energy.
Yes, that's what it's going to be.
What is...
Now, go on.
You heard me comment on it earlier and stumble. And at the point of me realizing what I was doing, pointing out it's philosophy. And this is what this is. We can look at natural laws. They've never been shown to be incorrect. And when you heard my critique there, it's pondering. It's a bit Orwellian in a way, pondering things that only God could do. So you just have to accept them. And he's now and what I didn't do was question it. I'm just saying it. I don't know how you would even be able to achieve validating it, looking into it to disseminate. It's just never been shown to be untrue. But he's made a number of other claims, which is a more positive assertion to what I was saying. But then this bold statement that matter in of itself can be destroyed. I don't get that.
He's saying it's being created. It's just a modality of the ether. That's what he said about matter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to align to. The only reason you'd say that isn't because of natural law. It's because you hold a different belief with regards to the construct of matter. That it isn't, something that we hold true in natural law. It's just a manifestation of the thing that you hold true, which is ether.
Well, where this is going, where I've worried that this is where it's going to go, and I think this is where it's going to go now. He's starting off by back in 2022, and we don't know what he said since concerning the first law, but he's trying to decry the first law of thermodynamics. It's only a matter of time before he's trying to decry the second one and the third one. And that means he's going to start claiming that, you can have gas pressure without a container. You can have a space up there. It's only a matter of time before we're on a disc in space with this.
It's the thin end of the wedge. If you're going to deny a natural law and describe it as a concept that's popular, you're like, well, where does that end? Oh, well, the second law, entropic dispersion, for example, a lot of people believe this concept is the next step, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where it's going to next. That's the next place we're going to. Sorry for coursing. That's the next place we're going to, where we don't need a container. And they come up with some other nonsense.
How much more we got to go through, QA? He's gone. He's gone for melon.
He fell asleep.
Okay, so.
So you think Woodson thinks he can walk through walls, like things like that? A lot of people that believe, that don't believe in matter or believe in, like this guy, I forgot his name, is African American guy. He's on Joe Rogan a few times. Y'all probably saw him. He talks about the metaphysical and everything and all this stuff where, you can, we're not really here. And someone else said it too. You can actually, put our hands through things, but some crazy stuff. But I don't know. I got a headache listening to this guy.
Has QE vanished?
I'm back.
How much more do you want us to cover?
Oh, I don't. You could stop anytime. I don't.
Thank God.
Thank Jesus. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley programming streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.